Chapter 1. The Dragon Ball world is different from another spacetime of Chrono, GT spacetime. At this time, an unprecedented catastrophe is taking place on the Earth. In the midst of the ruins, a man dressed in gold with a pair of wings on his back stood on a platform. He looked up at the sky and seemed to be thinking about something. This person is none other than the 4-star dragon, one of the evil dragons. Hey! 4-star dragon! You guy has quite a set. At this time, Sun Wukong's voice was heard in the distance. He happily ran over, came behind the 4-star dragon, and said with a smile, 4-star dragon, I didn't expect you to hide such a strong move. Even a guy as difficult as a star dragon has been killed by you now. That's right. Just now, in order to help Sun Wukong destroy the 1-star dragon, the 4-star dragon used his strongest move against the 1-star dragon, panicking the internal fire needle. However, it doesn't seem that the matter ends so simple. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, the 4-star dragon was silent, and did not even turn his head to look at him. What's wrong with you, 4-star dragon, why don't you talk? This made Sun Wukong feel a little strange, and he stepped forward and approached the 4-star dragon. It was this close proximity that made him realize that something was wrong. Obviously, he destroyed the 1-star dragon, but the 4-star dragon's expression was very serious, and he couldn't see that he was a little happy at all. Kakarot, something is wrong. Vegeta, who was in the back, also realized that the situation was wrong, and opened his mouth to remind Sun Wukong. Hey! What the hell is wrong with you, 4-star dragon? Looking at the 4-star dragon who didn't say a word, Sun Wukong was very worried and anxious, and couldn't help but aggravate his tone. He now wants to know why. What happened, the 4-star dragon would look like this. Finally, the 4-star dragon slowly turned his head and looked at Sun Wukong. It's just that what Sun Wukong didn't expect was that his first words were an apology. Yes, I'm sorry, Goku. As soon as the words were finished, several cracks appeared on the face of the 4-star dragon. What the? Cracks on his face spread outward, more and more, and from them also emitted an eerie green glow. Seeing this, Sun Wukong couldn't help but clench his fists. He had already guessed what was going on. What happened? Wouldn't it? Vegeta, who was located in the back, was also shocked to see the changes in the 4-star dragon. He immediately took a fighting stance, clenched his fists, and was ready to fight at any time. He and Sun Wukong both understood, 1-star dragon, he is not dead yet. Boom! Suddenly, huge spikes pierced through the body of the 4-star dragon, and a pair of white hands also stretched out from the body of the 4-star dragon. A terrifying aura suddenly spread outward. Boom! With a bang! The body of the 4-star dragon was completely broken by this breath. A star dragon reappeared in the field of vision of Monkey King and Vegeta. Moreover, the current 1-star dragon is very different from before, and it can be felt from the aura emanating from his body. It's completely different from before, it's several times stronger, and it can't be compared at all. That's exactly how I feel it. Both Monkey King and Vegeta were in a good position and ready to fight. And now, the 1-star dragon has obtained the power of the 4-star dragon. He gathered all the evil dragons, gained extreme power, and became a super 1-star dragon. As soon as he came out, he clenched his fists, and after feeling the huge power in his body, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise upward. Then, he looked at Sun Wukong and chuckled, what a pity, Sun Wukong. You guys still failed in the end, and now the 4-star dragon idiot has also been absorbed by me. He has become a part of my body, has become my power, and is used by me. 1-star dragon. Sun Wukong clenched his fists angrily and shouted at the 1-star dragon, you guy. Unexpectedly, he killed the 4-star dragon again. I don't spare you. I'm really angry this time, and I won't spare you. For Monkey King, the 4 planets have a special meaning. Because of this, the one-star dragon who killed the four-star dragon again, Sun Wukong would not forgive him no matter what. However, after hearing Sun Wukong's words, Yuxing didn't care at all. Even, he felt that what Sun Wukong said was very ridiculous. Just look at a star dragon spread his arms to the sides, and laughed arrogantly, ha ha ha, what can I do if I don't spare me? Do you think you can defeat me just now, Monkey King? If you can beat it, try it to know. Sun Wukong clenched his fists tighter, and his figure flashed and rushed directly to the front of a star dragon. Bang! A heavy muffled sound came out, and Sun Wukong punched Yuxing Dragon in the face. However, this punch is not painful for the current Super One-Star Dragon. The gap in strength between the two had already been opened, and Yuxing only tilted his head a little to the side. Is that all? Yuxing chuckled, and hit Sun Wukong's face with a backhand punch, and also colored. The Monkey King who received this blow was not comfortable. His whole person was directly shot out and smashed heavily into the pile of rocks in the distance. Boom! Cockroach, I'm here to help you. Vegeta couldn't stand it, and after a snort of displeasure, he burst out and rushed over. Ha! With a loud shout, Vegeta's powerful punch slammed into the belly of a star dragon. It's useless. Yuxing looked at Vegeta with disdain, and easily blocked his punch. Although Vegeta is in Super Saiyan 4 form. But the Super One-Star Dragon, who has absorbed all the power of the evil dragon, his strength is far from what Vegeta can match. What's more, in the previous battle, Vegeta had already consumed most of his aura and physical strength. I'll help you, Vegeta. Seeing that Vegeta was in crisis, Sun Wukong quickly stood up, and an explosion also rushed over. The two of them attacked the one-star dragon together, and one left and one right kept swinging their fists at the one-star dragon. It's just that no matter how they attack, the one-star dragon can easily block it without any pressure at all. Don't think two people can beat me. Having absorbed all the evil dragons, now I am invincible. After speaking, a star dragon punched Sun Wukong's face, knocking it out. Then, he moved quickly and hit Vegeta in the abdomen with a forward kick. Poof! Vegeta was so pained by the blow that he spat out a mouthful of acid. But Yuxing didn't intend to give him a chance to breathe. Grabbing Vegeta's head, he threw it towards Monkey King's position. Boom! Vegeta collided with Monkey King. And just one blow to the two of them was a little unbearable. Just as they were about to stand up, they saw a star dragon coming towards their position. Ha ha ha! You two, die in my hands now. 1. Star Dragon laughed arrogantly, and the strength of his whole body converged on his right fist. His target is the Monkey King, and he decides to be the first to kill the Monkey King who gets in the way. And after killing him, it will naturally be the turn of Vegeta, who is also in the way. Cockroach, you guy, get up quickly. Vegeta gritted her teeth and urged Monkey King to hurry up. Otherwise, with their current physical condition, if they are hit by this punch, the consequences will be terrible. And how could Sun Wukong not know, holding the rock under him with one hand, and quickly got up to deal with it. It's just that the speed of the one-star dragon is a little beyond imagination, and it has already arrived in front of it in the blink of an eye. The fist kept expanding in sight, and the wind pressure brought by the fist was already slapping on the face and body. It's too late to get out of here or go on the defensive now. Seeing that the fist of a star dragon was about to hit Sun Wukong. Suddenly, in front of Sun Wukong, a person actually appeared. That's right. It's not an exaggeration at all, it just suddenly appeared here out of thin air. Not only did Monkey King and Vegeta not react, but even the Super One-Star Dragon did not notice the appearance of this person. Just look at him facing a smile, stretching out a finger, and blocking in front of Sun Wukong like this. Bang! In the next second, just a muffled sound was heard, and the fist of the Super One-Star Dragon slammed into this person's finger. The most unbelievable thing is, he actually blocked the full punch of the Super 1-star dragon with only one finger. The block was so easy, as if the Super 1-star dragon's fist was cotton, so he didn't feel anything. However, it is undeniable that it was at such a moment of crisis that the appearance of this mysterious man completed the rescue. Chapter 2. Look at the mysterious man in front of him who blocked the fatal blow for himself. For a while, Sun Wukong's whole person froze, and he was a little speechless. This person he had never met, he had not seen this person in so long on earth. Moreover, this person's strength is excessive. With just one finger, you can block the full force of the Super 1-star dragon. There are such powerful people on earth, but he doesn't know anything. What is this situation? Vegeta was also dumbfounded. Like Sun Wukong, he was not impressed by this mysterious person who suddenly appeared. Why there is no impression, in fact, is because this person is not a person from this world, but a traverser. His name is Mo Chen, and he traveled to this Dragon Ball world a long time ago. Moreover, Mo Chen, who crossed here, directly became an angel. Mo Chen, who knew his identity at the beginning, was excited at that time. This is an angel, and even the god of destruction, who represents destruction, cannot compare. Not only do they have unimaginable powers, but angels never age or die. It can be said that in addition to the whole king and the great priest, angels are the most powerful beings in the universe. However, Mo Chen was in a void at that time. His body was wrapped in the essence of the universe, automatically absorbing the energy of this essence, and could not move freely. This caused him to stay here and wait for his body to completely absorb the energy of the cosmic essence before leaving. Fortunately, he absorbed the essence of the universe, which would make his divine power more powerful, which is also a good thing. Therefore, during this period of time when he was unable to act, Mo Chen had been observing the universe he was in. This made him realize that he had arrived in another space-time different from the time-space. There is only GT universe, the GT space-time of one universe. The GT universe is more special, there is only the existence of the realm king god, but there is no destruction god, angel, great priest, and the existence of all kings. Therefore, Ma Chen himself became the first and only angel in the GT universe. In addition to this, in the time that he could not move, Mo Chen also found a way to travel to the time-space. In fact, it is very simple, you only need to use your own powerful divine power to open a time and space crack. But he wasn't going to travel to Chrono alone, it was so boring. Since he has become an angel, it is better to accept the Monkey King and Vegeta here as apprentices and train them to become stronger. Help them break through Super Saiyan 4 and master transforming into a stronger Super Saiyan 5. When the time comes, take the two of them to the time and space together. Let them fight the Monkey King, Vegeta, and other powerhouses in the 7th universe, and defeat them one by one. That's a lot more fun. It's fun just to think about it. And maybe at that time, you will be able to participate in the power conference held by the King of Space-Time. With this idea, just today Mo Chen finally absorbed the essence of the universe, and he immediately came to Earth when he could move freely. So that happened. The critical moment was just in time, and he blocked the fatal blow of the Super 1-star dragon for Sun Wukong. Not bad, not bad, the power contained in your punch is already very strong. But for me, this level of power is too far off. Looking at the 1-star dragon with a frightened face, Mo Chen said with a smile. You? What the hell are you? Realizing that the person in front of him was not simple, Yuxing quickly jumped out and distanced himself from Mo Chen. As an evil dragon, he also did not have any information about Mo Chen in his memory. However, this person appeared here out of thin air without warning, and easily blocked his full blow. It is necessary to find out the identity of this person, and must not rush into attack. Me? Mo Chen pointed to his face and said with a smile, you can call me Angel Mo Chen. Angels? Mo dust? Yuxing thought about it, but still didn't have any memories of Ma Chen. It stands to reason that he is an evil dragon incarnated from the negative energy inside the Dragon Ball. Not only a small Earth, but the entire GT universe should be clearly known to him. However, the self-proclaimed angel in front of him had no memory or news. Where the hell are you from? Yuxing suddenly came to his senses, and immediately clenched his fists, his eyes staring at Mo Chen, not daring to be careless. The person in front of him is a being that he does not know. This person's identity is far beyond the scope of his own understanding. Finally realized. Seeing Yuxing reaction, Mo Chen smiled lightly, if you want to know about me, you don't deserve to know yet. Saying that, Mo Chen's figure flashed and disappeared directly a few meters away. Where did you go? Seeing that Mo Chen disappeared, Yuxing suddenly became nervous and scared, and his legs took a few steps back uncontrollably. Now one-star dragon knows very well. This person is an existence beyond his own understanding, and wanting to erase himself is as simple as pinching an ant to death. In the next second, before he saw Mo Chen's figure, he only felt a violent killing intent attack, as if he wanted to devour himself. For a while, Yuxing couldn't even speak, his pupils shrank to the size of a pinhole, and the corners of his mouth kept twitching. At the same time, cold sweat dripped down his forehead, and his entire body trembled with fear. The super one-star dragon that absorbed all the evil dragons was obviously still high and arrogant just now. Threatened to kill Monkey King and Vegeta, and then destroy the entire universe. In the blink of an eye, the current one-star dragon completely lost its momentum at that time. It's like turning into an ant or a sheep, and there is only fear left in my heart, afraid that I will be slaughtered and killed in the next second. Because in front of him is indeed an existence that is far beyond his reach, Angel Ma Chen. And now these things on the earth are all seen by the two Realm King gods located in the Realm King God realm. Sitting in front of the crystal ball, their faces were all incredulous at this time. Chapter 3. Old Lord Ancestor, have you seen it all? That terrifying one-star dragon is so afraid of the man who calls himself Angel Ma Chen. God Jebet wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the old Realm King God and said, in this GT spacetime, GT universe, because the Realm King Shen Xin and Jebet used the Patara earrings to merge. Since then, the two of them have never been separated and have remained in a state of integration, hence the name God Jebet. On this side, even after hearing the words of God Jebet, the old Realm King God did not reply. His face was very solemn, and he lowered his head and was silent, as if he was thinking about something. Lord Ancestor. Seeing that the old Realm King God had not replied for so long, the Jebet God brought his head closer. But just like that, what greeted him was a punch. Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, the old Realm King God punched the Jebet God in the head. Idiot! Since you are still a Realm King God, why haven't you found it yet? The old Realm King God shouted loudly, looking very angry. However, God Jebet had no idea what the old Realm King God meant. How? What's wrong, Lord Ancestor? What should I find? He asked aggrievedly, rubbing the hit place on his head with his hand and looking at the old Realm King God. Obviously, he still didn't know what the old Realm King God meant. Alas, I don't know what use you guy has. Seeing this, the old Realm King God couldn't help sighing, looking at the eyes of the Jebet God, a little hatred could not be still. It's true, as a Realm King God, he doesn't look like a Realm King God at all. To be strength is not. I don't have a brain. Hehe, I can teleport, this should be useful, Lord Ancestor. God Jebet didn't notice the look in the eyes of the old Realm King God, smiled, and replied proudly. This trick has helped Goku a lot. This proves that I am still useful. Hearing this, the old realm king god was completely speechless, and he didn't know what to say. Teleportation, as long as it is a realm king god, will do this trick. I don't know what god Jebet is so proud of. Seeing that the old realm king god suddenly stopped speaking, Jebet god scratched his head in embarrassment. Knowing that he had said the wrong thing again, he closed his mouth and fell into a brief silence. Anyway, if you feel it carefully, you will understand what I mean. After a while, the old realm king god put his hands behind his back, took the initiative to speak, and said to the Jebet god with a solemn expression. If I am not mistaken, the one who calls himself Angel Machin, he is a god. God? He is God? God. Jebet didn't react at the first time. After reacting, his eyes widened and he shouted in shock. The old realm king god nodded. Lord Ancestor, are you sure you're not joking? This Angel Machin, is he really a god? God Jebet still couldn't believe it, so he confirmed it again. Because in his cognition, in this entire universe, there should only be two realm king gods, he and the old realm king god. In such a long time, no other god has appeared. And now, the appearance of Mo Chen naturally made him a little unbelievable that he was also a god. Idiot! The old realm king god sighed again and paced back and forth. I just said that this Mo Chen is indeed a god, and there can be no mistake in this. Saying that, the old realm king god suddenly stopped pacing and fell silent. Just looking at the picture inside the crystal ball with a solemn face, a drop of cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and continued. Moreover, this god is not simple, his existence definitely belongs to you and me. Just like what a star dragon said, this Mo Chen is far beyond what all of us can understand. There was a reason why the old realm king god said this. He could feel the huge divine power circulating in Mo Chen's body, which was far from being comparable to the two realm king gods. Although neither of them are good at fighting, they do not have super combat effectiveness. But don't forget that the realm king god is a god responsible for creating life and planets, and the divine power in his body is naturally not less. But compared to Mo Chen, the divine power of the two of them can be described as pitiful. It's too scary for you to say that, Lord Ancestor. Jebet was shocked, then scratched his head twice, and said with a smile, but it seems that he just saved Gaku, so he should be on our side. If this is the case, we should be happy to have such a strong god, right? That's right, there's nothing wrong with that. The old realm king god nodded thoughtfully, turned his head to look at god Jebet, and said. But we still have to understand him. Also, for his sudden appearance on earth, we, as the realm king god, must understand his thoughts. Speaking of this, the old realm king god put his hands behind his back, looked at the crystal ball again, and said with a sigh of relief. But let's continue watching now, wait until he solves this crisis. Anyway, with Gaku and Vegeta, it is impossible for the two of them to defeat the one-star dragon. I can only wait for this Angel Machin to destroy the one-star dragon. Hehe, I know, Lord Ancestor. God Jebet smiled and also came over to look at the picture inside the crystal ball again. However, in his opinion, Mo Chen, the god who suddenly appeared, must be good. Otherwise, they wouldn't have saved Sun Wukong, and now help Gaku deal with the one-star dragon. On Earth. Abominable. Damn it! Damn it! One-star dragon let out an angry and unwilling rage. He was punching and punching, almost crazy, and kept swinging towards Mo Chen. In order not to be killed. Even if he knew the gap between himself and the other party, even if he was nervous and scared to the extreme, Yuxing was doing his best to fight back. However, his attacks did not have any effect at all. Even if he used all his strength, all his attacks were dodged by Mo Chen, and he couldn't touch his body a little. Moreover, every time he dodged, Mo Chen seemed very relaxed and effortless. On the contrary, the one-star dragon used all its strength, and the speed was the maximum that it could achieve. But just like that, he still couldn't hit Mo Chen, who could easily avoid the attack without even looking at it. That's right, this is exactly the magic skill that angels come with. God's imperial skills, free and extremely skillful. Chapter 4. Freedom is one of the divine techniques, a posture that can only be achieved in the depths of the realm of gods. Separating consciousness from the body does not require the brain to think and act. Instead, let all parts of themselves go beyond their instincts to sense danger and dodge or fight back. It is such a divine skill, but it is brought by the angel. Machen has mastered it to perfection. Therefore, no matter what kind of attack the one-star dragon launches, it can be easily avoided without even looking at it. And all of this was seen by Son Goku and Vegeta. Both of them were shocked by Mo Chen's strength. The one-star dragon that the two of them couldn't deal with all their strength was completely opposite here in Mo Chen. The whole process is like playing a star dragon. Good, so strong. After watching it for so long, Sun Wukong couldn't help but sigh. He originally thought that Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4 and one-star dragon were the strongest in this universe. But this angel Machen in front of him, his strength completely subverted Sun Wukong's cognition and thoughts. He is the real strongest in the universe. Hey, Kakarot! At this time, Vegeta somehow suddenly called Sun Wukong. Well, what's wrong, Vegeta? Sun Wukong was stunned and turned his head to look at Vegeta. Haven't you noticed yet? Kakarot. Seeing that, Sun Wukong also asked himself what was wrong. Vegeta was a little upset. Hey? What's going on, Vegeta? This made Monkey King even more puzzled, not knowing what Vegeta meant. Seeing this, Vegeta crossed his arms over his chest and hummed, "Humph, that Mo Chen, I can't feel his breath at all." Saying that, Vegeta looked at Mo Chen, who was still teasing a star dragon. But he gives me a feeling of nothingness and inaccessibility that makes me feel very strange. Monkey King scratched his head twice, as if he had guessed Vegeta's thoughts. Well, that's what you think, Kakarot. Vegeta nodded. He understood that Sun Wukong had guessed what he was thinking, and affirmed. That angel Machen, he is definitely not a human, he should be a god. I think so, too. A smile appeared on Sun Wukong's face, and he looked at that Mo Chen, with such strong strength, and that breath that cannot be felt. He is certainly a god and cannot be wrong. Moreover, it is a god that is even more powerful than the Lord God of the realm. At the same time, the realm king god realm. Hey! How could that guy Goku say such a thing? What is more powerful than the realm king god? How can he say such words? Since the crystal ball is not only a picture, as long as the divine power is applied, it can also spread the sound. Therefore, after hearing Sun Wukong's words, the old realm king god was not happy and unhappy. But Lord Ancestor, I remember you just said that. God Jebet came up to the old realm king god and asked humbly, that angel Machen is much stronger than us, and he is an existence beyond our comprehension. Hearing this, the face of the old realm king god suddenly turned red. How could he not remember what he had said? The truth is indeed that, Mo Chen is not comparable to these two realm king gods. It's just that the old realm king god still wants face, and naturally doesn't like what Sun Wukong just said. So, he gave Jebet a blank look, then turned his head to the side and scolded. Stupid! Even if that's the case, that guy Goku can't say that kind of thing. Okay, I know, Lord Ancestor. Jebet God nodded, did not ask anything more, and looked at the crystal ball again. In short, he now knows very well and understands that this god of Machen is more powerful than him and the king god of the old world, and his status is also higher. On Earth, the one-star dragon stopped attacking Mo Chen. Because he understood that no matter how he attacked, it was impossible to have an effect on Mo Chen. The gap in strength is impossible to bridge. But how could he stop there? He had obviously absorbed all the evil dragons into his body. He should win, he should successfully kill Sun Wukong and Vegeta, and destroy the entire universe. But what is happening now is completely different from what I imagined. Bastard! Why are you here? The more I think about it, the more angry I get. Facing an invincible opponent, the one-star dragon has reached the brink of collapse. He roared hysterically, and rose into the air. In that case, then you disappear along with the entire universe. Buzz! The 7 dark dragon balls on the chest of the one-star dragon suddenly emitted a large amount of evil negative aura. These negative chi began to condense together, and soon formed a dark red energy bomb. This is one-star dragon, that bastard! Seeing this, Vegeta's face changed drastically, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. With such a huge amount of energy, one-star dragon really intends to destroy the entire universe. To do such a thing, one-star dragon, he's ready for a last-ditch fight. I don't know if that Mo Chen can. Sun Wukong also clenched his fists tightly, and the whole person began to be nervous and worried. One-star dragon released all the evil energy in his body. He himself does not plan to live the last blow of fighting with his life. Even if Mo Chen's strength is very strong, but this kind of attack, Sun Wukong is not sure that Mo Chen can resist it. Vegeta! So, he turned his head and called out to Vegeta, ready to go together to help Mo Chen. Although they don't have much physical strength left. But now this situation can help a little, and Ma Chen can't bear it alone. I know without you saying it, Kakarot. Vegeta naturally knew this, and walked in the direction of Mo Chen. But the two of them hadn't come to Mo Chen's side yet. Just looking at the corner of Mo Chen's mouth, he said with a smile, "Don't worry, this level of attack can't hurt me." As soon as the words fell, Mo Chen appeared in the air, not far from a star dragon. "Ha ha ha, you guys shouldn't think you can stop me." Yuxing laughed maniacally, with an arrogant look on his face, and shouted at Mo Chen. "I can't beat you, but this energy gathers all the evil chi in my body. This is enough to destroy the entire universe. I see what you take to block it. Give me a funeral. Super negative energy bomb." Without any hesitation, the one-star dragon threw out this energy bomb filled with evil chi with all his strength. Whoops! Black lightning flashed around the energy bomb. Affected by this energy, the earth below trembled suddenly, and cracks appeared one after another. Not only was the earth affected, but now the entire sky was also dyed dark red by that evil aura. For a while, it was really like destroying the world. Sun Wukong and Vegeta stood below, and both of their eyes were focused on Mo Chen. At the same time that Mo Chen spoke to them just now, their bodies seemed to be restricted by some kind, unable to move or open their mouths to reply. So they can only stand here and watch, and they cannot do anything. At this moment, the fate of the earth, no, the entire universe is in the hands of Mo Chen. As soon as he does not resist, then everything will be destroyed. At this moment, the two realm king gods of the realm king god realm were also nervously breaking out in a cold sweat. They stared intently at the crystal ball. In case Mo Chen did not block this energy, everything would be over. Back to this side. Looking at the little bit of energy that was constantly approaching him, Mo Chen just smiled slightly, without the slightest look of panic. Then, he slowly raised his right hand, and his figure suddenly flashed in front of the energy bomb. Seeing this, Yuxing Long's expression became even more arrogant, and he mocked loudly, "How? Is this ready to give up resistance and be destroyed along with the entire universe sooner? Destroy the universe, hey, just because you are not qualified enough?" Mo Chen chuckled, and his right hand gently pressed on the energy bomb. Buzz! Suddenly, an incomparably dazzling white light flashed out under Mo Chen's palm. The light became more and more dazzling, completely enveloping this area. And the energy bomb composed of evil chi began to dissipate at a speed visible to the naked eye like a bubble at this moment. In just 2 seconds, the energy bomb was completely erased and the sky became clear again. How? How can it be? One star dragon, who was still arrogant just now, his face suddenly stiffened, and his eyes were full of disbelief when he looked at Mo Chen. The evil energy bomb he created at the cost of his life would be dissolved so easily. Yikes! The sound of breaking the air fell into his ears, and Mo Chen instantly came to the front of the one-star dragon, and his right palm was facing the face of the one-star dragon. Now, your life ends here. The corners of Mo Chen's mouth hooked a shallow arc, and said with a smile, destruction. With a sound that fell, not giving the one-star dragon any chance at all, purple-red energy surged out. A. The body of the one-star dragon trembled, and immediately let out an extremely painful scream. Then, his body began to dissipate like a bubble. In the blink of an eye, the one-star dragon was completely wiped out by the power of destruction, disappearing as if it had never existed. Chapter 5. And on the side of the realm King God realm. Seeing that negative energy that was enough to destroy the universe, and a star dragon was erased so easily. For a while, the eyes of the two realm kings widened, and they were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Danger, crisis. Disarmed. After a while, God Jebet took the lead in speaking, looked at the old realm king God and said. He hadn't fully reacted to the shock he had just had. Because of the existence of Mo Chen, they escaped the fate of death. Of course, the old realm king God is the same now. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, put his hand behind his back, and whispered. Angel Mo Chen, you are indeed an existence beyond our understanding. At this moment, the old realm king God was not only conquered by the huge strength displayed by Mo Chen. In addition, he thought secretly in his heart. Fortunately, this Angel Ma Chen is not their enemy. Otherwise, if Angel Ma Chen is the enemy, he will initially point the finger at Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Then their universe is truly finished. On Earth. The destructive power of the God of Destruction. This is also the move that Mo Chen mastered when absorbing the essence of the universe. Looking at the destructive energy surging in the palm of his hand, his mind slowly disappeared as soon as he moved. It feels good to use it for the first time. Mo Chen smiled with satisfaction, and then looked down at Sun Wukong and Vegeta who were still standing on the ground. Now that the matter of the one-star dragon has been solved. So, let's talk about taking the two of them as apprentices. Yikes! With a flash of his figure, he came to the ground. But seeing the surrounding environment destroyed by the impact of the battle, Mo Chen frowned slightly. It's not pretty, let's recover it. Saying that, as soon as Mo Chen held his right hand, an angelic scepter suddenly appeared in his hand. This is a weapon exclusive to angels. At the top of the scepter is a magic ball, which, like the angels of each universe in the space, can see any information about the universe through which they are located. Moreover, this angelic scepter also contains extremely strong divine power and can do many incredible things. Boom! Just like that, Mo Chen lightly tapped the scepter on the ground. In an instant, dazzling white light emanated from the ground and began to spread around. All the places that have been passed by this light have been restored intact. It's much better, it's still so beautiful. Looking at the environment restored by the divine power, Mo Chen smiled with satisfaction, and then looked at Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Now it's finally your turn. From just now until now, Monkey King and Vegeta have been unable to move and speak. In fact, it was because Mo Chen limited them with divine power. After all, he didn't need Monkey King and Vegeta to help at that time. So I used a little divine power to let them stay here and watch honestly. Snap! With a snap of his fingers, the divine power that limited Son Goku and Vegeta was erased. Ah! I can move again. As soon as he recovered, Sun Wukong quickly touched his body to check what was wrong. After all, he didn't understand what had just happened. Why can't I move? I can't even speak. However, Vegeta on the side is not like Sun Wukong. His gaze has been locked on Mo Chen's body, looking serious. Because he was very sure that the thing that could not move was definitely made by this angel in front of him. Of course, that's not what Vegeta cares about most right now. What he cared about most was that Mo Chen was able to single-handedly crack the negative energy of a star dragon and kill it. So, Vegeta took the lead and said to Mo Chen, "It may be a little awkward for me to say this. But you're a god, aren't you? With such great power, I can't feel any breath from your body at all. But it also gives people a feeling that people are not allowed to get close." Hearing this, Sun Wukong also looked over, put his hands on his waist, and said with a smile, "Yes. You actually defeated the one-star dragon in one fell swoop. To be honest, you are so strong that I can't believe it at all." There is no doubt that Mo Chen is the most powerful existence that his son Wukong has ever seen. There is simply no one who can compare with Mo Chen. Well, I guessed accurately. Mo Chen shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, "I am indeed a god, and I said at the beginning that I am an angel and my name is Mo Chen." Angel. Hearing this, Vegeta and Sun Wukong were both a little puzzled. They had never heard of the angel god. Let's just say that their impression of God, then there is only the god of the realm king god, and they don't know that there is such a god as angels. And now, the two realm king gods located in the realm king god realm were also confused. The two of them also had no impression of angels, and they had never heard of them before. It is today that they know that there is still an angel, the existence of God. It's normal that you haven't heard it. Looking at Goku and Vegeta's reactions, Machin smiled, not feeling strange at all. After all, this GT space-time, GT universe originally has no angels and other existence, the existence of gods is only the realm king god. So he explained, "Because I am a newly born god, you don't know it's normal. To be precise, it's not just the two of you, it's your universe king god, who also knows nothing about my existence. That's how it is." Sun Wukong scratched his head, and now he figured it out. But in the next second, he thought of something again, and said with a smile, "Hee, I usually call the two realm king gods both realm king god masters. According to this word, I will call you Lord Angel in the future." Wait a minute. Speaking of this, Sun Wukong didn't know what to think of, and lowered his head into thought. Then, he raised his head to look at Mo Chen, and said with a serious face, "Lord Angel, you still have a name. If that's the case, it feels better to call Mo Chen. It's decided, I'll call you Lord Machin in the future." "Yes, I like the title." Mo Chen nodded with a smile, and then walked between Sun Wukong and Vegeta. "I almost forgot, let's help you recover first." Saying that, he used the angelic scepter to gently knock on the ground. Buzz! Suddenly, brilliant white flames of light wrapped the bodies of Monkey King and Vegeta. "This is..." Vegeta was stunned, only to feel that something had changed in his body. Then, the breath consumed by the two of them was completely restored, and the injuries on their bodies were also well recovered. Wow, it actually recovered all at once. This is even more amazing than fairy beans. Feeling the recovered body, Sun Wukong jumped several times excitedly. It seems that the aura of himself and Vegeta is a little stronger than before. At this time, Mo Chen smiled slightly. It was time to say that. Without any hesitation, he said bluntly, "You two have great potential, so I decided to take you two as apprentices. Let me, the angel, personally be your martial arts master and help you improve your strength." He said this in order not to give Son Goku and Vegeta a chance to refuse. Today, he is going to take Sun Wukong and Vegeta as apprentices. Help them improve their strength, this is the first step to the time. Chapter 6. Is it so sudden? Hearing this, Sun Wukong's face suddenly showed surprise. He still didn't react. Or rather, he had thought of asking Mo Chen, the god, to accompany him in battle and guide some advice on becoming stronger. But he never thought that this angel Ma Chen would take the initiative to speak. It is decided to take him and Vegeta as apprentices and personally help them improve their strength and become stronger. It's going a little overboard. You want to take me and Kakarot as apprentices and be martial arts masters for the two of us. Vegeta was also stunned and pointed his finger at himself and said. Although, of course, he has a haughty self-esteem. But such a powerful god in front of him took the initiative to propose this matter. This was an opportunity to make himself stronger, and how could he Vegeta refuse? Certain. You have to be able to grasp it. Yes. Mo Chen smiled and said, from today onwards, I will be the martial arts master of the two of you, no opinion, right? Of course there are no comments. Sun Wukong said without thinking. Such an opportunity to become stronger, he naturally will not let go. Then, Sun Wukong turned his head to look at Vegeta again and asked with a smile, what about you, Vegeta? Humph, don't think I don't know what you think, Kakarot. I don't have any opinions. Vegeta snorted coldly, crossed his arms over his chest and replied. Before Sun Wukong snatched him a step and became Super Saiyan 4, the gap between the two in terms of strength was greatly widened. Now he has successfully turned into Super Saiyan 4 through the machine invented by Bulma. Since then, Vegeta has barely caught up with Sun Wukong. So now he becomes Mo Chen's apprentice. This opportunity to become stronger will not be missed by him Vegeta no matter what. Ha ha ha, Vegeta, then Lord Ma Chen will be our martial arts master from now on. Hearing this, Sun Wukong suddenly laughed a few times and gently knocked Vegeta with his arm. In that case, we can be regarded as junior brothers. The two of us are counted as simultaneous, there is no such title. Vegeta took a step back in disgust and said to Monkey King in an aggravated tone. He didn't want to be a brother and brother with Sun Wukong. Junior brothers can't either. Okay then. Sun Wukong still feels a little pity. Then, he looked in the direction of Mo Chen and asked excitedly, then Master Mo Chen, when will we start cultivating? Originally, I thought Super Saiyan 4 was already super strong. But after the one-star dragon, I found that the strength of Super Saiyan 4 is far from enough, and I have to become stronger. Hearing this, Vegeta also leaned over to this side. He also wanted to know when Mo Chen would take the two of them to cultivate. This is naturally the sooner the better, it is best to start cultivating now. Well, Super Saiyan 4 is indeed not the limit for the two of you. The potential of the two of you is much more than that. Mo Chen smiled and said to the two of them, however, your Super Saiyan 4 has yet to be developed, and this form contains even more powerful power. Lord Ma Chen means that the power of Super Saiyan 4 can be stronger? Sun Wukong was shocked and quickly asked. Vegeta on the side also listened carefully, afraid that he would hear less about getting stronger. That's right. Mo Chen nodded. Your Super Saiyan 4 has more power, but you haven't developed it yet. Hearing this, Sun Wukong held his chin with one hand and began to think. Since he is still a child, the way you think about it looks like a little adult, which is very interesting. Lord Ma Chen is right. After a while, Sun Wukong removed his hand from his chin and said very seriously. Now that I think about it, it seems that every time I become Super Saiyan 4, I feel that there is more power in my body. But just that feeling, that power just can't be released, so I don't particularly care. Saying that, he looked at Vegeta again. What about you, Vegeta, do you have that feeling I said? Well, it seems to have been, and I should have felt this way too. Vegeta nodded, which he had felt the same way. It's just that because he has just become Super Saiyan 4, this aspect is naturally not as strong as Sun Wukong's feeling. After all, Sun Wukong has mastered Super Saiyan 4 for so long, and he has transformed too many times. That's right. At this time, Mo Chen smiled slightly and said to the two of them, it is precisely because Super Saiyan 4 has stronger untapped power. That's why you two feel this way. I have long observed your bodies with divine power. Saying that, Mo Chen turned his head to look at Sun Wukong. In my words, now, Sun Wukong should be regarded as the middle stage of Super Saiyan 4, and you can reach the full stage with cultivation. As for this full stage, let's call it Super Saiyan 4 full power. And you, Vegeta? Mo Chen looked at Vegeta again and said to him, since you mastered Super Saiyan 4 relatively late, you are only in the initial stage of Super Saiyan 4 now. But don't worry, now with my presence, soon you will be like the Monkey King, mastering Super Saiyan 4 full power. And not only that, under my guidance, you too will definitely master a whole new realm above Super Saiyan 4. The realm above Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 5. Sun Wukong immediately thought of this, and couldn't help but clench his fists, and the whole person was even more excited and excited. It can be said that he has never thought about Super Saiyan 5 before. Because he doesn't feel like he can get to that level. But now there is the incredible god of Mo Chen. Therefore, Sun Wukong now believes that under the guidance of Mo Chen, he will definitely be able to master Super Saiyan 5. There is such a thing. Super Saiyan 5. Vegeta was also extremely excited now, and his body trembled slightly from excitement. Super Saiyan 5, and Super Saiyan 4 full power just mentioned by Mo Chen. This made Vegeta's desire to become stronger and stronger. Perhaps, under the guidance of this Mo Chen, cultivate well, and he will have a chance to surpass Kakarot. Son Goku, Kakarot, Vegeta's opponent in his heart, and the person he most wants to surpass. Surpassing the Monkey King, which was originally a goal that he had almost given up. And now with the god Mo Chen, this makes Vegeta see hope again. He decided to surpass Sun Wukong as his goal again, cultivate hard and become stronger, and achieve and complete this goal. Chapter 7. Yes, just like you two think. What I'm talking about is a whole new realm beyond your current Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan 5. Mo Chen said with a smile, what he said was not a joke. As a super familiar with Dragon Ball, he knows exactly how to transform into Super Saiyan 5. However, it must be noted that before mastering Super Saiyan V, it is necessary to improve the body and strength of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Be sure to make both of these aspects reach a level that is enough to withstand the immense power of Super Saiyan 5. Because the power of Super Saiyan 5 is too strong, it is not at all comparable to Super Saiyan 4. Therefore, if the body and strength are not enough, forcibly breaking through the Super Race 5 will cost you your life. And even if the breakthrough is successful, the transformation of Super Race 5 is also a great burden on the body and brain, and it may kill you at any time. Therefore, before the body and strength of Monkey King and Vegeta were not up to standard, Mo Chen will definitely not help them break through to master Super Saiyan 5. However, there is no need to worry about wasting too much time. After all, now with the guidance and help of the angel Mo Chen, Sun Wukong and Vegeta's body and strength will soon improve and reach the so-called passing line. This period naturally does not take too long. Moreover, to make their strength stronger as soon as possible, this is what Mo Chen thinks. It's also a necessary preparation to travel to times. Then when do we start cultivating, Lord Machan? I can't wait to start soon. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and said to Mo Chen with a look of anticipation. Not to mention Super Saiyan 5, now he can quickly master Super Saiyan 4 full power, he is very excited and excited. Ahem, what Kakarot asked is also what I want to ask. Vegeta coughed lightly twice, and asked a little embarrassed, when do we start cultivating, Lord Machin? No rush. Mo Chen smiled slightly, sold a pass and said, you just fought against a star dragon today, go back and let your body rest first. I'll go do something first, and when it's ready, I'll take you to cultivate. You have to wait. Sun Wukong was obviously a little disappointed, and he obviously wanted to start cultivating right now. However, since Mo Chen said so, he could only agree. Okay then, Lord Machin. Sun Wukong put his hand on the back of his head and said with an innocent smile, when you are well, you must quickly take me and Vegeta to start cultivating. Don't worry, I'll come to you guys when I'm done, it'll be soon. Mo Chen assured with a smile, then turned around and slammed the scepter against the ground. Buzz! A brilliant flame of light rose from under his feet, and Mo Chen turned into a ray of essence and flew towards the sky. The speed is so fast that it disappears in the blink of an eye. Haha, Lord Machin is really going fast. Looking at the sky, Sun Wukong smiled and looked at Vegeta. What about you, Vegeta? Then what are you going to do in a moment? I'll go to Bulma first and ask him to prepare some more bruise ray guns. Are you still going to rely on that machine to become Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong suddenly showed surprise. Idiot! Vegeta blushed and clenched his fists and shouted at Sun Wukong. Do you think anyone like you can freely transform into Super Saiyan 4? Hey, okay, Vegeta. Sun Wukong scratched his head and smiled, turned around and moved his arms, then I'll go back to Kiki first, and tell Gohan about Lord Machin by the way. Saying that, Sun Wukong held his hands behind his head, narrowed his eyes into two upside-down U, and said with a smile. Now that the one-star dragon has also been solved, and there is a god Lord Machin, I feel that everything is getting better. Hearing this, Vegeta snorted, but the corners of his mouth rose upwards, and said to Sun Wukong, don't be too careless, Kakarot. I will surpass you with the guidance and help of Lord Machin, and reach and fully master Super Saiyan 5 first. Haha, then I won't lose to you either, Vegeta. Sun Wukong laughed twice, and his expression gradually became serious. Super Saiyan 5, it should be that I mastered it before you. Then wait and see, Kakarot. Vegeta said with a smile, then said nothing more, turned around and flew directly in the direction of the capsule company. Seeing this, Sun Wukong naturally will not continue to stay here. He pressed his two fingers together on his forehead, closing his eyes and searching for Son Gohan's breath. Once found, he teleported and left. And at this moment, the Realm King God realm is here. The old Realm King God and Jebet God both sat cross-legged on the ground. The crystal ball screen has been closed. Lord Ancestor, Lord Machin has taken Goku and Vegeta as apprentices, then the two of them will become even more powerful in the future than they are now. Also, that Super Saiyan 5 mentioned by Lord Machin, just thinking about it is very exciting. I don't know how powerful Goku and Vegeta will be when they master that Super Saiyan 5. God Jebet leaned his head in front of the old Realm King God and said happily. As for the title of Lord Machin, he saw that Sun Wukong and Vegeta called it that, and he called it that. Anyway, Mo Chen, this angel is stronger than their Realm King God. So in the eyes of God Jebet, there is no problem in calling it that. Well, anyway, it's better than this Super Saiyan 4. The old Realm King God glanced at the Jebet God and replied very perfunctorily. And found that there was something wrong with the old Realm King God. Jebet God got closer and asked curiously, what's wrong with you, Lord Ancestor? It feels like you're thinking about something. You just found out. The old Realm King God was speechless and angry, stood up and walked to the front of the crystal ball. I don't know what that Lord Machin is going to do, I still care about this. What do you mean, Lord Ancestor? God Jebet looked at the old Realm King God and said. Let's take a look with a crystal ball. Saying that, the old realm king god sat on the ground again, his hands on the sides of the crystal ball. Buzz! The divine power surged above the two hands, the crystal ball was affected, and gradually a picture appeared in it. With it, it's Lord Mo Chen. After seeing Mo Chen, God Jebit shouted at the old realm king god. Do I need your reminder? I've seen it. The old realm king god was speechless and glanced at Jebit. I am in front of the crystal ball, can I not see the picture inside? Hey, I was a little too excited just now. Jebit god scratched his head embarrassedly, but looking at the picture inside the crystal ball. He was a little curious, and couldn't help but say. With such a fast speed, where is Lord Mo Chen going? That's right, Mo Chen's whole body was wrapped in brilliant light flames at this moment, and he was flying at full speed in the void. And the place he was going to was not elsewhere, it was the Realm King God realm where the two Realm King Gods were. Chapter 8. Lord Ancestor, where do you think Lord Mo Chen is going? God Jebit was very curious about this, so he walked up to the old Realm King God and asked. Where would I know? The old Realm King God said without looking back, and continued to look at the Mo dust in the crystal ball. For what God Jebit asked him, he was already unable to complain, and he didn't want to waste his tongue to complain. After all, they are now observing the crystal ball, isn't this just to know where Mo Chen is going and what to do? But in the next second, when the two of them looked at the crystal ball and observed Mo Chen, the two Realm King Gods suddenly found that Mo Chen's gaze swept over their side. Ah! Lord Ancestor, did Lord Mo Chen look at our side? Where could God Jebit endure it, and shouted on the spot, could it be that Lord Mo Chen found out that we were looking at him with a crystal ball? Don't be nervous, it's impossible. Our crystal ball can see others, and the people inside will never be able to see us. The old Realm King God wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and quickly replied. Although he himself was shocked. But he prefers to believe that this is a coincidence, just a glance at this side. That's not accurate. I can see you very clearly here, two Realm Kings. At this time, Mo Chen in the crystal ball smiled slightly, and suddenly spoke. His voice reached the ears of the two Realm King Gods. At this moment, whether it was the Jebit God or the old Realm King God, both of them widened their eyes and looked at the crystal ball in great surprise. Old Lord Ancestor, is Lord Mo Chen talking to us? I just misunderstood, could it be that I misheard again this time? God Jebit looked at the old Realm King God and asked nervously. Calm down, calm down. The old Realm King God wiped the cold sweat on his forehead again. He quickly squeezed out a smile, rubbed his hands and respectfully said to Mo Chen in the crystal ball, Lord Angel, oh no, Lord Mo Chen, it turns out that you can see and hear us. Sure enough, the divine power you possess is really unfathomable, unimaginable. Lord Ancestor. The sudden reversal of the attitude of the old Realm King God could make the Jebit God on the side look dumbfounded. It can be said that it is the first time that he has seen his ancestor like this, so respectful. But it's normal to think about it. After all, the other party's status is higher than him, and the divine power he possesses is even more than he doesn't know how many times. It's okay. Mo Chen smiled and continued, you should know my identity by now. I am a new god born in this universe, an angel. Yes, through the observation of the crystal ball, both of us already know, Lord Mo Chen. The old Realm King God nodded and replied respectfully. Then, he thought of something, took a deep breath and asked, well, I take the liberty of asking, Lord Mo Chen, where are you going? By the way, I forgot to tell you in advance, my mistake. Mo Chen smiled and said, I'm on my way to your Realm King God realm right now, probably, there is still less than a minute to arrive. Here we are? It's coming in less than a minute? Hearing this, the old realm king god and Jebet god were stunned again. Why this Lord Machen suddenly wanted to come to them, I couldn't understand at all. Yes. Mo Chen smiled and nodded, and said, let's talk about the rest when I arrive. I have something I want to know, and I will tell you something beyond your understanding. After speaking, Mo Chen's heart moved, and the light flame around his body became more dazzling. His speed increased a lot at this moment, and he decided to reach the Realm King God realm faster. Something beyond our comprehension. Old Realm King God put one hand on his chin and fell into thought about this sentence. At this moment, God Jebet leaned his head over again. He scratched his head twice and said with a smile, Lord Ancestor, you weren't sure that the people in the crystal ball couldn't see us. Stupid. The old Realm King God scolded, these things can go wrong. Besides, Lord Machen has such a powerful divine power, it is normal for this kind of thing to happen. That's right, okay then. God Jebet understood, but after nodding, he suddenly thought of something, and said excitedly. But what Lord Machen just said, what will be beyond our understanding, I am really curious. You'll know when Lord Machen comes. The old Realm King God said, turning off the picture of the crystal ball. Anyway, Mo Chen is coming over soon, and there is no need for a crystal ball for the time being. And as soon as he finished saying this, a ray of essence fell from the sky and landed 2 meters away from them. This is... God Jebet clenched his fists, feeling even more excited. You don't have to think about it to know who this is coming. It's really fast. Not even 30 seconds. Looking at the essence that fell in front of him, the old Realm King God couldn't help but secretly exclaim in his heart. Yikes! As the brilliant flame dissipated, Mo Chen appeared in front of the 2 Realm King Gods. Hello, 2 Realm Kings. Mo Chen smiled and said hello, there should be politeness. Lord Mo Chen, your speed is really fast enough. The old Realm King God did not dare to slacken, and quickly stepped forward and said respectfully. That's it, I came over so soon, it's worthy of Lord Mo Chen. God Jebet is now like a little fan brother, his eyes shining straight at Mo Chen. Seeing this, the old Realm King God glanced at the Jebet God speechlessly. This kid really has no image of a Realm King God at all, and he is also a god. Then, he looked at Mo Chen with a smile on his face and asked. So, Lord Mo Chen, apart from what you just said to tell us something beyond comprehension, what do you want to know? For this, the old Realm King God was still a little curious. Is there anything else in this universe that this Lord Machen does not know? But in fact, it's not that Mo Chen doesn't understand, but he wants to confirm it. Confirm this GT space-time, this GT universe. Did you hear of it before I was born, Angel? Mo Chen looked at the old Realm King God, did not go around anything, but asked very directly. The old Realm King God thought about it for a moment, then replied, no, I hadn't heard of angels at all before today. Moreover, if it weren't for Lord Machen saying that you are an angel, I wouldn't have known that in addition to our Realm King God, there are such gods as angels in the universe. I can guarantee that. God Jebet suddenly interjected, not only the ancestors, I also thought so before, there is only one kind of god in the universe, our Realm King God. Chapter 9. This way. Receiving the answer from the 2 of them, Mo Chen nodded and continued to ask, aside from the angels, do you have any impressions of the god of destruction? Or, have you ever seen this person? Saying that, Mo Chen gently waved his scepter and projected a person's figure in the air. This person is none other than the god of destruction in the 7th universe of chronospace, Beerus. Well, the god of destruction, and this person. Old Realm King God looked Beerus up and down, and he could see that his expression was a little confused. Perhaps he really couldn't think of the memories about this, and the old World King God held his chin and fell into thought again. Well, it looks like this person is a cat. But I don't know what's going on, this cat gives me such a terrible feeling. It's so scary. The Jebbet god on the side was inexplicably afraid, and his body couldn't help but shiver, and he didn't dare to look directly at Beerus on the projection. And seeing his reaction to the old realm king god, Mo Chen was also preliminarily confirmed. They really don't have any memories of angels and destroyers. This once again corresponds to Mo Chen's idea, this GT spacetime and GT universe do not exist gods other than the realm king god. Lord Machen, I don't know what the god of destruction is at all, and I haven't seen anyone on the projection. At this time, the old world king god spread his hands and answered Mo Chen with some helplessness. He had thought about it carefully, and despite his long life, he had no idea what these were. I see. Mo Chen nodded, and after closing the projection with a wave of his scepter, he looked at the old realm king god and said, but I still have some things to confirm. Please the king god of the old realm, and you will give me the information book of the god realm to read. He wanted to see if there would be anything about Chrono in it. Or, why does this GT spacetime exist, and is there any record of such a thing? At Divine Realm Information Book, Lord Mo Chen still knows this. Jebbet god said in surprise, then thought about it, and looked at the old realm king god, but that book is very thick, and it seems that Lord Ancestor and I have not finished reading it. Ahem, stupid. I don't say it if I haven't finished reading this kind of thing. Hearing this, the old world king god blushed, cleared his throat in embarrassment, and said to the Jebbet god. The main Divine Realm information books are too thick, and there are too many things recorded in them, and I don't know when I look at them little by little. Therefore, the two realm kings and gods did not finish reading it, or even a small part of the information book. You want to read that book, I understand, Lord Machen. The old realm king god looked at Mo Chen and said respectfully. Immediately looked at God Jebbet, his tone instantly became bad, and ordered, hey, you kid go and bring me the Divine Realm information book. Lord Machen wants to see, hurry up for me. Isn't Lord Ancestor coming with me? Jebbet was shocked, such a thick book, he was tired of moving alone. What do you think, I'm all old, where can I carry such a heavy thing? The old realm king god twisted his head to the side and replied. He won't move, so he won't do things that are so tired. Okay then. God Jebbet sighed and turned to walk towards the place where the Divine Realm information book existed. But at this moment, Mo Chen suddenly stopped him. Wait, in fact, there is no need to bother so much, two realm king gods. Hey! Hearing this, the two realm king gods were stunned, and they looked at Mo Chen together. Just watch him put the scepter away, stretch out his right hand, and gently release it forward. Buzz! Suddenly, after a flash of light, the very huge Divine Realm information book appeared in Mo Chen's hands out of thin air. Seeing the appearance of the Divine Realm information book, the two realm king gods widened their eyes and revealed a very surprised look. Seeing their stunned looks, Mo Chen smiled slightly, that's fine, don't bother so much. With that, he placed the Divine Realm information book in his hand on the ground. Looking at the Divine Realm information book in front of him, the thickness alone was 4 or 5 meters, and the length reached 7 meters. There are many contents recorded in it, no wonder the two realm kings and gods are troublesome and don't look at it. Then, Mo Chen waved his hand gently, and the bright white divine power on his hand emerged, attached to the Divine Realm information book. Buzz! With the blessing of divine power, the book began to turn pages automatically at a very fast speed. The speed of turning the page is getting faster and faster, and Mo Chen is watching with full attention, completely remembering all the content inside. But seeing this, the two realm king gods were even more surprised and even more dumbfounded. The Divine Realm information book turned page by page so fast, is this turning a book or reading a book? Soon, in less than 3 minutes, Mo Chen closed the Divine Realm information book with a wave of his hand. That's right. Such a thick Divine Realm information book has already been read. Seeing this, Jebet God couldn't help swallowing his saliva, leaned into the ear of the old Realm King God, and whispered. Lord Old Ancestor, Lord Machen only took a few minutes. It seems that I have read the whole content. Well, Lord Machen has completely subverted my understanding of God, and it is not very strange that I can do it to this extent. The old Realm King God whispered back, although he also found it incredible. Although he had only read a small part of this Divine Realm information book. But that little half took him 2 whole days. And now, it only took Machen 3 minutes to read the entire content. Can this not feel incredible? Here, Mo Chen waved his hand to send the Divine Realm information book back to the place where it was originally stored. Lord Mo Chen, have you found something you want to know about? Seeing this, God Jebet hurriedly stepped forward and asked curiously. The old Realm King God on the side was also waiting for Mo Chen's reply. Found it. Mo Chen smiled slightly and nodded. He did find things about Chrono and GT spacetime in the Divine Realm sourcebook. The content about this aspect is just in the last part, and the 2 Realm King Gods only looked at the front a little. Naturally they did not know those things. As for the things of time and space, this is how it is recorded in this Divine Realm sourcebook. Originally, this GT spacetime and GT universe also existed in spacetime and spacetime, in the same spacetime. It was just an accident that caused a spacetime disorder that the GT universe was separated from the spacetime and became an independent spacetime. Therefore, this universe jumped out of the control of all kings and great priests, and became a GT spacetime different from time-space. And this is also the reason why there is only one universe in GT spacetime, and there is only one God in the Realm King God. And themselves, probably because of the special reasons of the crosser. This is the first and only angel in the GT universe. Chapter 10. After confirming these things in his heart, Mo Chen looked at the 2 Realm King Gods and smiled. What I just found is actually what I want to determine. Now that I've decided. Then, as I said before, I will tell you something beyond your comprehension, something that is real. Finally going to say that. Hearing this, Jebet God suddenly lifted his spirits and looked at Mo Chen with anticipation. It was not difficult to see that he had long been looking forward to the things Mo Chen was going to say, those things beyond his understanding. This idiot! They! Old Realm King God glanced at Jebet God speechlessly. Since they all say that it is beyond their understanding, don't think about what is bad. It's such a look of anticipation and excitement, what a big idiot! After some complaining in his heart, the old Realm King God moved his gaze back to Mo Chen's body and said respectfully, please also ask Lord Mo Chen to say, what are those things? Don't worry, what I'm saying is not a bad thing. Seeing that the old Realm King God was a little worried, Mo Chen said to him. Well. I see, Lord Machen. Hearing this, the old Realm King God was first startled, and then nodded and answered. He was surprised that Mo Chen actually knew his thoughts as if he could read minds. But this is also good, at least knowing that what is going to be said next is not a bad thing, you can rest assured. Simply put, our universe is called the GT universe, and our spacetime is also called GT spacetime. And outside of our GT spacetime, there is actually a spacetime called time-space. Chrono. Hearing this, the 2 Realm King Gods' eyes widened and they both looked stunned. That's right, it's another spacetime, time-space. Mo Chen nodded, the reaction of the 2 Realm King Gods was normal now. After all, they had never thought about this kind of thing before, otherwise they would not say that it was beyond their understanding. Then, Mo Chen continued, it was recorded in that Divine Realm data book that we were originally in time and space. It was only moved out because of an accident that caused a time-space disorder and became an independent space-time and universe. Then here's what I know, about things in the space-time. Speaking of this, Mo Chen suddenly paused, and then continued. There are many gods in the space-time. In addition to the god of destruction I just mentioned, there is also my angel, and the god of the realm. There is also a great priest above all the gods, and an all-king who rules over the entire time and space. By the way, there are a total of 18 universes in space-time. 6 of them were erased for angering the king, and the remaining 12 universes, each of which contained the existence of the god of realms, angels, and gods of destruction. In the space, there are actually 18 universes. Hearing this, Jebet's mouth couldn't close in shock, and he couldn't help but say, and there are still 6 universes that have been erased, that all kings, adults are too strong. This is indeed something beyond our comprehension. The old realm king god put his hands behind his back and sighed with a solemn face. Sure enough, even as a realm king god, he still knows too little and too little. Seeing the reaction of the 2 realm king gods now, Mo Chen smiled lightly and continued. Also, after our GT universe became an independent GT space-time, in order to make up for the vacancy that appeared. As a result, King Chuan created the 7th universe, a parallel universe that is almost identical to us except for the timeline. A parallel universe exactly like us. God Jebet was stunned again and looked at Mo Chen incredulously. Does this mean that there is another me in that 7th universe, as well as Sun Wukong and others? The old realm king god was silent for a moment, then looked up at Mo Chen and said his thoughts. Yes, exactly. Mo Chen nodded and affirmed, except for the timeline and some things experienced that are different from us, the 7th universe is almost exactly the same as our GT universe, and the people who exist are the same. That's true. The old realm king god said thoughtfully, this is really, beyond our comprehension. It is precisely because of this that I took Goku and Vegeta as apprentices to help them improve their strength just to go to Chrono. It's time to reappear in the field of view of Chrono. I want all the universes in space-time to know that our GT universe still exists. At the same time, let them understand that our GT universe not only exists, but also has a strength far beyond their imagination. Mo Chen said his intentions to the 2 realm king gods here. There is nothing to hide about this kind of thing. Besides, this is not a bad thing for the entire GT universe. So that's it. Jebet God slapped his head sharply, and then he understood why Mo Chen would take Sun Wukong and Vegeta as apprentices. It turns out that it is all for the GT universe. Let the 12 universes in the space-time know the power of the GT universe and strengthen the reputation of the GT universe. What a great idea! I support you, Lord Machen. We must let all the universes of Chrono and space realize our power, especially the 7th universe similar to us, we can't lose to them. The more God Jebet thought about it, the more excited he became, and he couldn't help but clench his fists and said to Mo Chen very seriously. The old realm king god on the side also nodded his head a few times. Only now did he understand that he was wrong about Mo Chen. At first, he thought that Machen had other ideas. In fact, Mo Chen decided to do this for the GT universe, and he thought wrong. If you can, all this will bother you, Lord Machen. So after thinking about this, the old realm king god smiled awkwardly and said respectfully to Mo Chen. After all, now, can the overall strength of the GT universe develop rapidly, and then go to the time and space to let all universes recognize the GT universe? This matter can only be left to Mo Chen, the angel, to do and realize. In other words, the 2 realm king gods did not have this ability and could not do this kind of thing. Don't worry, I'll make it all happen. Mo Chen smiled slightly, and said with confidence, I will cultivate the strongest warrior here, to the extent that even the god of destruction can cross the past. Hearing this, both God Jebet and the old realm king god were stunned for a moment, but their hearts were deeply shocked. In other words, Mo Chen wants to train Sun Wukong and Vegeta to become stronger, so strong that even gods can surpass them. This kind of thing feels incredible just thinking about it, and it can be said that it is impossible to achieve. But now, there is the existence of Mo Chen, an angel, and has become the martial arts master of the two of them. Maybe it can really be done. Chapter 11. That's amazing, Lord Machin. I believe in you. With your help and guidance, Goku will definitely become super strong. Jebit God clenched his fists and said to Mo Chen very excitedly, his tone full of affirmation. He now worships Mo Chen even more, and feels that Mo Chen can definitely make the GT universe better, and bring the GT universe into the field of vision of all the universes in time and space. I don't deny that. The old Realm King God nodded, but these are still going to trouble you, Lord Mo Chen. No harm, no harm. Mo Chen smiled slightly. Far more than that, he wanted to cultivate more than just Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Sun Gohan and others on the earth, their potential is equally strong, and they will naturally be trained to become stronger in the future. Otherwise, it would be too wasteful to leave it alone. Besides, with one more powerful fighter, the overall strength of the GT universe will also become stronger. And besides them, as far as Mo Chen, the Traverser, knows, the GT universe, an independent space-time, has a super powerful warrior that does not exist in time and space. That's right, after they appeared one by one, it was also Mo Chen who decided to accept the cultivated warriors. After thinking about it in his heart, Mo Chen held it in his right hand, and the angelic scepter appeared, and a few rays of light flashed on the crystal ball on it. Well, it looks like it's almost. He muttered. Now that his own affairs have been completed, he will start to guide Sun Wukong and Vegeta to master the full power of Super 4. However, if you want to help them cultivate, there is no suitable place. In the end, this Realm King God realm is still two Realm King Gods, and it is not good to stay here all the time. Moreover, he is also an angel, and he should have a divine realm of his own. Thinking about it, Mo Chen looked at the two Realm King Gods and said with a smile, "Wait a minute, I need to create a new God realm that belongs to me. In addition to being my usual resting place, it also happens to provide a suitable place for Goku and them to cultivate. Create divine realm?" They two Realm King Gods looked at Mo Chen with shocked expressions. Before the two of them could continue to say something, Mo Chen raised the angelic scepter in his hand and aimed it directly above the Realm King God realm. Buzz! Brilliant multicolored light shone brightly on the crystal ball at the top of the scepter, becoming more and more dazzling. In the next second, when this light flickered, a huge planet appeared on the top out of thin air. Looking at this created God realm, Mo Chen smiled with satisfaction. It's probably so good, it belongs to my God realm. After that, he waved his scepter again, and the planet moved a lot more backwards as if it had suddenly suffered a violent impact. After all, the distance just now seemed to be a little close to the Realm King God realm, covering a lot, making the vicinity dark. This creates the divine realm. At this time, the two Realm King Gods were dumbfounded. The two of them raised their heads, both looking at the divine realm above their heads with incredulous faces. Then, he looked down at Mo Chen again, feeling that he didn't have the slightest effort. There is no doubt that creating such a huge divine realm absolutely requires consuming unimaginable divine power. But Machin looked like a nobody, nothing at all. It's worthy of Lord Mo Chen, this. That's really awesome. Looking at Mo Chen, and then looking up at the God realm above his head, the old Realm King Shen Qian sighed with a smile. He didn't even know what to say now. It is clear that he is also a god, or a god who has lived for tens of thousands of years. But why? Why is the gap between gods so big? Such a big god realm was created in an instant, and Lord Machin is indeed the most powerful. God Jebit came back from his shock and said to Mo Chen with a look of adoration. Well, since the divine realm has been created. There's something you need help with next. Mo Chen smiled and looked at Jebit God. Say it, Lord Ma Chen. Seeing that he could be needed by Mo Chen, Jebit God was very happy, immediately patted his chest, and confidently assured. No matter what it is, everything I can do will definitely be done for you. You brat! Hearing this, the old realm king god glanced at the Jebit God speechlessly. He couldn't even listen. He usually calls Jebit God procrastinating and reluctantly. How? Now that Lord Machen lets you do things, he is actually so happy and willing? It's not that difficult. Mo Chen smiled and said, you go to Earth and bring Gaku here to me. Why should this kind of thing let God Jebit? This is because he has a move exclusive to the Realm King God, and the Realm King God edition moves instantly. There is no distance limit, no need to look for breath, and you can reach the Earth in less than a second. And himself, although he has huge divine power as an angel, but the angel does not move instantly. This point is very realistic, even if the angel has the fastest speed in the universe, far exceeding the speed of light, but it will not move instantaneously. Therefore, it takes a few minutes for Mo Chen to reach the Earth from the Realm King God realm, which is naturally not as fast and convenient as sending the Realm King God. It turned out to be to bring Gaku here. Don't worry, Lord Machen. This matter is wrapped up in me, and I will bring it back to you immediately. God Jebit affirmed confidently, feeling his nose upturned. After all, teleportation, this is the only trick he is good at and can take the shot. What is there to be proud of? Old Realm King God glanced at him again, and couldn't help sighing. He hated iron and steel, but he was speechless and helpless. Teleportation, obviously a Realm King God will do this trick. Hehe, then I'll go, Lord Ancestor, Lord Machen. Jebit God smiled, looked at the old Realm King God, and then looked at Mo Chen and said. But just when he was about to perform teleportation, he suddenly thought of something, looked at Mo Chen again and asked. By the way, Lord Mo Chen, you just said that Wukong is alone, didn't you? Forgot Vegeta? Didn't you take Gaku and the two of them as apprentices, so am I going to bring Vegeta back with me? You don't have to bring Vegeta back yet. Mo Chen shook his head, just bring Wukong alone first. Only bring Gaku back alone, I know, Machen-sama. Then I'll go, Kaya Kaya. Jebit God nodded, he didn't ask too much, and directly cast an instant movement to leave the Realm King God realm. Chapter 12. Seeing that the Jebit God had left, the old Realm King God was still very curious, so he looked at Mo Chen, and couldn't help but ask, that, Lord Mo Chen, I want to ask you, why did you only bring Wukong back alone this time? According to my observations, Vegeta's current strength should be inferior to Sun Wukong. Speaking of this, he paused for a moment when he thought of something, and then said, moreover, I don't know when Vegeta's heart has been shaken. A long time ago, he still aimed to surpass the Monkey King. But maybe because Vegeta gradually found that Monkey King would always become stronger one step ahead of him and couldn't catch up, he gave up this goal. So I think it would be better to help Vegeta improve his strength first, and reach the level of Gaku now, right? After listening to the words of the old Realm King God, Mo Chen just nodded and did not reply. He naturally understood this, probably after Majin Buu, Vegeta thought that he could not surpass the Monkey King. But now, since he has his own existence, how can he let Vegeta continue to slump? So, Mo Chen smiled slightly, and said to the old Realm King God, I know what you said, rest assured, there is no need to worry about this at all. Vegeta, he'll be the haughty Scion Prince again. I see, Lord Machen. The old Realm King God was stunned, and immediately nodded in response. He understood at this moment that Mo Chen, the angel, had already had a way to deal with this, and there was no need to say more than he cared about himself. And at this point, oh! Two illusory figures flashed out and suddenly appeared in front of them. That's right, it was God Jebet and the Monkey King, who returned with the Monkey King. Lord Machan, according to your request, I will bring Gaku back. God Jebet stepped forward and said happily to Mo Chen. Well, that's good. Mo Chen nodded. The teleportation of the Realm King God was indeed convenient and fast. Master Mo Chen, are you going to help me cultivate now? Sun Wukong couldn't wait to step forward, but suddenly thought of something, and asked suspiciously, but why isn't Vegeta here? I thought Vegeta had come over to cultivate. He scratched his head suspiciously, because he was still a child, and the whole thing looked a little funny. I called you over now to help you recover your body, and the matter of cultivation will be discussed after you recover. After all, you have to look like a child all the time, so you can't do that. What's more, your strength has also been limited by certain interference under this appearance. Mo Chen smiled and directly said the purpose of calling Wukong. It is to restore Sun Wukong's childlike body now. Help Gaku recover his body? Hearing this, the two Realm King gods were once again surprised. Really? Lord Machan, can my body still recover? Sun Wukong suddenly became excited and looked at Mo Chen with an expectant face. He also doesn't want to use this child's body all the time, and it is naturally best if he can recover it. Lord Machan, Goku's body is caused by the wishes of the dragon. And one star dragon was destroyed by you, Dragon Ball, it seems that it doesn't exist anymore. Out of kindness, God Jebet still opened his mouth to remind him. He found out with the old Realm King God when he was observing. After the one-star dragon was destroyed, the 7 Dragon Balls on his chest did not fly in all directions. That's right, when you destroyed the one-star dragon, the Dragon Ball seemed to disappear with it. The old Realm King God nodded beside him and said in agreement, or, Lord Mo Chen, do you have any other methods? Now as far as the two Realm King Gods are concerned, the Dragon Ball has disappeared, and without the Divine Dragon, Goku's current body should be unable to recover. If you forcibly use divine power to recover, no one can say what will happen. In short, because of the Divine Dragon, it is natural to use the Divine Dragon to solve the best. Of course there is a way. Mo Chen said with a smile on his face, and summoned the scepter, and the method is very simple, just need to recreate the Dragon Ball. Hearing this, not only the two Realm King Gods, but even Wukong was shocked. Create Dragon Balls? Angel, can this kind of thing really be done? And in the next second they thought, a dazzling light shone above the scepter. Buzz! In an instant, a huge divine power gathered on the ground, and 7 Dragon Balls actually appeared in that divine power. Actually, it can really be done. The old Realm King God didn't know what to say. Since the appearance of Mo Chen, incredible things have happened one after another. Too powerful, Lord Mo Chen. Jebet God rubbed his eyes, and after confirming that this was true again, he couldn't help but clench his fists and look at Mo Chen with great excitement. He is now completely Mo Chen, the little fan brother of the angel, and he is conquered by his huge divine power. Gaku on the side also couldn't help but wow. Lord Mo Chen, it's incredible that you actually created the Dragon Ball. This is the first time Son Goku has seen how Dragon Balls are created. Although the whole process seems simple, it is very easy. But he knew very well that this must require a very huge amount of divine power. In this regard, Mo Chen just said very flatly, it's okay, for us angels, it's not so difficult to do this kind of thing. And hearing Mo Chen's words, the old Realm King God was shocked in his heart, and a few drops of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Because he found that Mo Chen not only made the Dragon Ball, but Mo Chen also completely purified the negative energy contained in the Dragon Ball. On Earth, although the one-star dragon was destroyed, the negative energy in the Dragon Ball still exists. Negative energy cannot disappear with the destruction of the evil dragon, at least it will take hundreds or thousands of years to purify it little by little. And now, while Mo Chen created the Dragon Ball, he actually purified the negative energy inside. How much divine power this has to consume, the old realm king god no longer dares to imagine, or it is no longer possible to imagine. But, looking at Mo Chen's appearance, he was still like a nobody, effortless. Whether it is erasing a star dragon with one blow, or creating the god realm and now creating Dragon Balls. These things have refreshed the old world king's understanding of angels again and again. About a minute or so passed, Mo Chen waved his hand gently, and the bright white divine power on the 7 Dragon Balls gradually dissipated. After these divine powers were completely dissipated, the 7 Dragon Balls were placed on the ground and could be used directly. Chapter 13. Okay. Looking at Wukong, who had been expecting it for a long time, Mo Chen smiled slightly. Is this ready to use? It's really great. Sun Wukong jumped up directly with joy. Finally, he can use the Dragon Ball, and he can finally lift the appearance of this child. Then, Sun Wukong walked over and stood in front of the 7 Dragon Balls. Looking at the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground, he recalled what happened on Earth. The whole process of fighting the evil dragon, and the various wishes made before. Thinking of that, Sun Wukong couldn't help laughing, put his hands on his waist, and said to Dragon Ball, I'm so sorry, Dragon Ball. Things started because of us, it was our lack of attention, and it was only when we used it again and again that it would lead to the crisis of the evil dragon. But thanks to Lord Mo Chen, the evil dragon was finally wiped out. Please agree that I will make one last wish here now, and after making this wish, we will definitely not use Dragon Ball again in the future. Gaku. Jebit God looked at Sun Wukong, not expecting him to say such a thing. That's not bad. The old realm king god also nodded his head several times in a row, very much agreeing with Sun Wukong's idea. After all, he said a long time ago that such a thing as Dragon Ball is something that violates the balance of the universe and is not recommended. It's okay. But at this time, Mo Chen smiled and said to them, I upgraded the Dragon Ball, and no matter how I make a wish in the future, it will not increase negative energy. So, there's no need to worry about the evil dragon thing happening again. Is it okay like this? Hearing this, Jebit God was suddenly shocked. He actually upgraded the Dragon Ball, which was something he didn't expect. Lord Mo Chen, you. The old realm king god was a little speechless, obviously just thinking that the Dragon Ball would not be used again in the future. But after listening to Mo Chen's words, it seems that this kind of thing will continue to be used in the future. Hehe, I know, Lord Ma Chen. Sun Wukong understood now, scratched his head and laughed, then I will summon the divine dragon now. Saying that, he raised his hands above his head and shouted at the Dragon Ball, come out. Dragon. Buzz. The moment the voice fell, the 7 Dragon Balls suddenly emitted a golden light, flashing and flashing. In the next second, a lightning bolt somehow descended from the sky and hit the middle of the 7 Dragon Balls. Another dazzling light flashed out, and the divine dragon appeared in front of Mo Chen and the others. Shenlong. See you again. Seeing the Shenlong appear, Sun Wukong waved his hand happily and greeted the Shenlong. The negative energy inside the Dragon Ball has all been purified. Monkey King, you guys are doing a good job, this is completely beyond my imagination. This incident surprised Shenlong, and he looked down at Sun Wukong while speaking. But after lowering his head, his gaze swept to Mo Chen, who was standing behind. Oh my god! Lord Angel! The moment he saw Mo Chen, Shenlong was directly frightened into a cold sweat, and immediately shouted. He now looked panicked, not at all as high as before. And Shenlong's actions also made the 2 realm king gods present and Sun Wukong dumbfounded. Of course, Machen was also a little surprised by this. Shenlong actually recognized his identity as an angel at a glance, and in this GT universe where only the realm king god, Shenlong knew the existence of angels. This means that Shenlong knows more things. After thinking secretly in his heart, Mo Chen took the initiative to speak. Shenlong, it seems that you seem to have known the existence of our angels for a long time. Why don't you tell me everything you know first? Obey, obey, Lord Angel. Shenlong immediately nodded, not daring to snub the slightest. Although he didn't know why the angel appeared here, Shenlong knew how powerful the angel was, and where did he dare to open his mouth to ask such a thing? In desperation, he could only control his emotions, calmed down a little, and replied, this space-time universe was accidentally divided due to a space-time disorder. Before that, this universe was originally a universe within space-time. Because of that accident, it has now become an independent space-time and universe. And I am just a divine dragon that exists in this space-time universe, responsible for fulfilling the wishes here. On the contrary, there are also divine dragons that belong there in the time and space, and we each stay in our own time and space, and we must not go to or interfere with another time and space without permission. Shenlong is the same as Lord Machen said, the relationship between our universe and time and space. Jebit God deliberately lowered his voice and whispered to the old realm king god. And to use you, of course I have ears and heard. The old realm king god also whispered back, and then looked at Mo Chen, and couldn't help muttering, just look at the current appearance of the dragon, the angel is really a god that is too strong to imagine. What the two of them said was heard by Gaku, and he couldn't help scratching his head, revealing a confused face. In fact, when he heard Shenlong say this, he was very puzzled and strange. What time-space, what cosmic space-time, he couldn't understand at all. So, Sun Wukong looked in the direction of Mo Chen, scratched his head, and asked with a smile. Lord Mo Chen, what are you talking about? How I didn't understand at all, I couldn't figure it out at all. Sun Wukong is like this, he will say whatever he has, and naturally he will ask on the spot if he doesn't know. Hearing this, Mo Chen turned his head to look at Sun Wukong, and Shenlong closed his mouth when he saw this. Also, I forgot to tell you these things, so let's tell you about Chrono now. Then, Mo Chen told Sun Wukong all about the time and space. After hearing this, Sun Wukong suddenly showed an extremely excited look. There are actually 12 universes in the space-time. And that 7th universe, there is actually another me and Vegeta, and Gohan and them. Just thinking about it is very exciting, I am looking forward to meeting them. Now Sun Wukong can't wait to go to the space-time. He wants to fight against powerful warriors in Chrono, and he also wants to meet and fight with another self. Seeing this, Mo Chen smiled slightly and reminded, not yet, after you and Vegeta's strength improves, I will naturally take the two of you forward. I know, Lord Machen. Sun Wukong nodded in understanding, clenched his fists and grinned, and said with a fighting intent, I really can't imagine that there is a time-space existence outside our time and space. From today onwards, I will definitely cultivate well to improve my strength, and strive to go to the space-time as soon as possible. Chapter 14. Come on, Gaku. God Jebet also clenched his fist and said to Sun Wukong very seriously, I believe you and Vegeta. And now that you still have Lord Machen's guidance and help, in a short time, you two can definitely become super powerful. After arriving in the space-time, we must let all the universes there know how powerful our GT universe is. At this time, Jebet Smith had just finished speaking, and the old world king god deliberately coughed twice to attract Sun Wukong's attention. After seeing him look at his side, the old realm king god put his hands behind his back and said in a deep voice, well, that's pretty much what it means. In short, we must let the universe in Chrono know and remember our GT universe, and do this. Don't worry, the 2 Realm King God Masters, wrap them around me. Sun Wukong patted his chest and said with confidence. But he suddenly thought of something, quickly shook his head, and added, "No, it should be wrapped in Vegeta and the 2 of us." "It's indeed wrapped around the 2 of you." Mo Chen smiled and nodded, and said to Sun Wukong, "Work hard, from today onwards, the cultivation path of the 2 of you will officially begin. Remind me in advance, it's not easy for me to cultivate for you. But for now, start by restoring your body." Saying that, he looked at the dragon. "Ah, Lord Angel, then I will continue." Seeing Mo Chen's gaze sweeping over, Shenlong was shocked again, and quickly lowered his head more, and then said just now. "Like Lord Chuanwang of time and space, Lord Great Priest, I see that you seem to know all these little dragons. In addition to these, as for other things about the chrono and space side, Xiaolong I don't know." "Okay, I already understand." Mo Chen waved his hand. Anyway, he was very clear about the things in time and space. Next, it is only necessary to let the Shenlong restore Sun Wukong's body back. Great! It seems that Lord Angel is not angry. Here. Seeing that Mo Chen was not angry, and did not mean to continue to ask, Shenlong was secretly happy in his heart, and finally relieved. Then, he said respectfully, "You are the one who recreated and purified the Dragon Balls. Since you created the Dragon Ball again, please Lord Angel, please directly say, what is your wish to fulfill? It's simple, just restore Goku's current childlike appearance." Mo Chen said lightly. Hearing this, Shenlong immediately nodded, "Understood, Lord Angel." Buzz! A red light flashed out of his eyes, and Sun Wukong's body was instantly wrapped in a golden flame of light. Sun Wukong only felt that his body was warm, and he returned to his normal appearance in the next second. Finally changed back. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, and his mood was very excited. He is finally no longer a child. Moreover, as Mo Chen said, the appearance of a child limits Sun Wukong's strength. Now that he has recovered his body, the breath and strength in his body are stronger than before. The first wish came true. Shenlong's face was full of flattering smiles, and he continued to ask, "What other wishes do you have for that Lord Machen? As long as it is within the ability of Xiaolong, I can help you achieve it one by one. No more." Mo Chen smiled and said, "I can achieve anything else besides this." "Ah! Lord Angel is right. It was Xiaolong who said the wrong thing." Hearing this, Shenlong was startled again. And more cold sweat suddenly broke out on his forehead. "Don't be so nervous." Mo Chen waved his hand, "There's nothing else, you can leave." "Yes. Lord Angel." Hearing this, Shenlong immediately nodded in response. "I believe that with your existence, this space-time universe will definitely become better and better." After leaving the last sentence, the divine dragon no longer hesitated for a minute, turning into golden light and rising into the sky. Snap! After ascending, the golden light dispersed into 7 dragon balls and flew out in different directions. Shenlong it's really afraid of Lord Mo Chen. Looking at the Shenlong who left so quickly, Jebit God couldn't help but speak. "That's nature, and the power of angels is always beyond our imagination." The old realm king god glanced at Jebit God and said to him, "Hee, I know, Lord Ancestor." Jebit God smiled, then looked in the direction of Sun Wukong, and said, "Goku, it's great that your body has finally recovered." This is all thanks to Lord Mo Chen." Sun Wukong nodded, put his hands on his waist, looked at Mo Chen and said, "If it weren't for Lord Mo Chen's timely appearance, not only would my body not be able to recover, I'm afraid our entire universe would have been destroyed by a star dragon." Yes. Jebit nodded repeatedly, "It's incredible to think about it now." At this time, the old realm king god walked to Mo Chen's side and asked, Lord Mo Chen, since Wukong's body has recovered, are you going to cultivate him next? That's right. Mo Chen nodded. And Vegeta he? The old realm king wanted to stop talking, but he still cared about it. After all, Vegeta's strength is not as good as Sun Wukong. If you help Sun Wukong improve his strength now, then the gap between Vegeta and the two of them will not be even greater. Don't worry, I have already thought of what you want to say. Mo Chen smiled slightly and said to him, to put it simply, let Goku improve some strength now, this is to stimulate Vegeta. To boost his desire to become stronger. So it is. The old realm king god suddenly realized, and quickly said, it is worthy of Lord Machin, then these things will trouble you Lord Machin. What's the problem? That's what I decided to do. Mo Chen smiled and looked towards Sun Wukong, since the body has recovered, then it is time to enter the step of cultivation. Now you need to master the full power of Super Saiyan 4. All the power of Super 4, I will try to do it, Lord Machin. Sun Wukong answered confidently, but he seemed to have something else to say, swallowing and saying, but... Lord Machin. What's wrong? If you want to say anything, just say it. Seeing Sun Wukong's appearance, Mo Chen said to him. Hey, hey, hey. Hearing this, Sun Wukong looked at Mo Chen, scratched the back of his head a little embarrassed, and said with a smile. Actually, I want to fight with Lord Mo Chen. Chapter 15. That's right. Sun Wukong just wants to fight Mo Chen now. In fact, to be precise, he wanted to try it with Machin after he solved the one-star dragon. It's just that he couldn't say it at the time. But now, his physical appearance has returned to normal, and he finally can't resist saying this. Although he knew very well that his strength could not be Mo Chen's opponent. But Monkey King is such a person. Even if Mo Chen is an unimaginably strong existence, he is not afraid, but instead shows an extremely excited look, wanting to fight with him with all his strength. He looked at Mo Chen with anticipation and excitement, hoping that Mo Chen would agree. Is this really possible? Jebet scratched his head, a little worried. After all, the gap between Sun Wukong and Machin is too big to be comparable at all. However, the old realm king god on the side had a different opinion. He put his hands behind his back and said, Goku, it's okay if he fights with Lord Machin. This will make Goku more aware of his strength. Besides, don't you know the character of this guy Goku? When encountering a strong person, he can't control himself at all. Oh, too. God Jebet patted his head and reacted immediately. So he looked at Mo Chen and waited for Mo Chen's answer. Do you just want to fight me? Of course you can. Mo Chen agreed with a smile and reminded, just treat this battle as part of your cultivation. Great. Sun Wukong was even more excited, and put on a fighting posture. He didn't think about anything now, he just wanted to fight with Mo Chen in front of him with all his strength. Seeing this, the two realm king gods withdrew a lot. Because the two of them knew very well that once the battle began, such a close distance would be affected, and their small bodies could not withstand it. Anyway, no matter how far they stand, they can see clearly, so that's it. Then I'm coming, Lord Machin. Sun Wukong put on a posture, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and said to Mo Chen. And Mo Chen just stood in place, completely unguarded, and said with a smile, you can attack me when you are ready. Then I'm welcome. As soon as the voice fell, Sun Wukong stepped on his legs hard, and the whole person instantly rushed to Mo Chen from a few meters away. He is just the norm now, and he hasn't even transformed into a Super Saiyan. Because this is the habit of the Monkey King, little by little improve his strength to test the gap between himself and his opponent. Even if the opponent is Mo Chen, an angel with unfathomable strength. He still chose to use this habit of his own to fight. As soon as he came to Mo Chen, the punch that gathered huge power swung towards Mo Chen's body. Seeing this, Mo Chen only dodged the attack with a slight shake. But this was also expected by Sun Wukong. He pointed his left hand to the ground, his body lifted his right leg and smashed heavily towards Mo Chen's head from top to bottom. "It's still not fast enough," Mo Chen said lightly, and it was still easy to dodge this attack. Sun Wukong landed on the ground, clenched his fists and looked at Mo Chen. "If this doesn't work, then do it again." Boom! In an instant, golden flames exploded from his body, and Sun Wukong reached the form of Super Saiyan 2. While completing his transformation, Sun Wukong attacked Mo Chen again and launched a fierce attack on him. For a while, that fist kept falling like a violent storm. But even so, Mo Chen still dodged easily, and he didn't even need to look at it to dodge the attack. That's right, let all parts of the body go beyond their instinctive perception of danger to dodge or fight back. This is what the angels master, free and extremely skillful. And this is also the move that Mo Chen wants to teach Sun Wukong. Yikes! Swish! 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 After a while, during this period, Sun Wukong kept attacking Mo Chen. But the result is the same. Every time he attacks, he will be dodged and will not be able to hit Mo Chen at all. Although his movements are simple, he can dodge attacks with unmistakable accuracy. So, Sun Wukong jumped back to pull away some distance, and gasped, "Ha, it's exactly the same as when the one-star dragon fought, and it can't be fought at all." Obviously, Lord Machin didn't do anything, but once you get closer, you will find that it is at all impeccable. Saying that, Sun Wukong clenched his fists. He did not give up the idea, but was more excited and excited. "There is no gap to attack at all. In that case, then I will use all my strength at once. Hey 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 hey! Hey!" He clenched his fists at his waist, and a low roar came out of his mouth. Buzz! Almost instantly, waves of super chi centered on Sun Wukong's body spread out in all directions. The ground under your feet has cracked because it can't withstand this force, and one crack after another is like a spider's web, spreading outward. "It's really right that we're far away, Lord Ancestor." Seeing this scene, Jebit God was relieved in his heart. If this is a little closer, the two of them are afraid that they will be directly shocked out by the aura emanating from Sun Wukong's body. Of course. The old Realm King God glanced at Jebit God. "Matters related to battle, that is not suitable for our Realm King God." After speaking, the old Realm King God's gaze moved back to Mo Chen, as if he was thinking about something, and his expression gradually became solemn. He always felt that Mo Chen had just dodged the attack, and he seemed to have seen it somewhere. "I had this feeling when I watched a star dragon attack Mo Chen through the crystal ball before. And now that I see it again, this feeling is even stronger." Over here, Sun Wukong's aura was rising wildly, and a large amount of golden aura burst out around his body. His body was completely wrapped in this aura, and his appearance began to change at this time. The upper body suddenly grew red body hair, and the eye sockets also turned red. The blonde hair returned to black and grew rougher little by little. Ha! With a loud drink, an extremely violent wave of chi spread out violently. The golden aura wrapped around Sun Wukong's body also gradually dissipated. He has now unleashed all his power and reached the form of Super Saiyan 4. Good, just like I said before. Looking at Wukong, who turned into Super 4, Mo Chen smiled with satisfaction. "Your current Super Saiyan 4 belongs to the middle stage. However, under my cultivation, you should soon be able to master the full stage, which is what I call Super Saiyan 4 full power. Although it sounds like it's just crossing a small realm. But your strength will change drastically, much stronger than it is now." Chapter 16. Super Saiyan 4 full power, just thinking about it makes me look forward to it. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, and he couldn't wait to quickly master the full power form. And Mo Chen mentioned to him and Vegeta before, to give Super Saiyan 4 a new realm, Super Saiyan 5. These two are the powers that Sun Wukong is looking forward to now, and wants to become stronger quickly. But these are also things that we will strive to achieve later. As for now, it is better to concentrate on the battle in front of you and end this battle. At present, Sun Wukong has used all his strength, and he wants to use the power of Super Saiyan 4 to try to change the situation just now and hit Mo Chen. As long as it can hit Lord Mo Chen. Thinking in his heart, Sun Wukong instantly became serious and shouted, "Get ready! Here I am, Lord Ma Chen! Come on!" Mo Chen stood in place and signaled for Sun Wukong to attack. Ha! Sun Wukong struck out instantly, and his speed was several times faster than just now. Yikes! In a flash of his eyes, his whole person had already arrived in front of Mo Chen. At such a close distance, Sun Wukong quickly punched. However, this blow was still dodged by Mo Chen. What? Sun Wukong was a little surprised, but did not stunned, and immediately launched a new attack. The fist expanded infinitely in Mo Chen's eyes. I could feel the gust of fist wind on my face and body. But he was still smiling, and at the moment when the fist was about to fall, his body reacted on its own, and he flew to the side to avoid the attack. Seeing this, Sun Wukong clenched his fists in disbelief. I don't believe it will always be missed, come again. Ha! A! Boom! He clenched his fists and exploded with all his strength, and a large amount of golden flames instantly exploded from his body. This huge aura once again turned into one impact after another and struck outward. Whoops! The already large crack under the foot was affected, and it spread outward again. Seeing this scene, God Jebit couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat on his forehead, and said to himself, "Goku, you still have to pay attention to it. Don't destroy this piece. If it is destroyed, the old realm king God should let him repair this place alone." Thinking about it, God Jebit also secretly glanced at the old realm king God on the side, wanting to see his reaction. It was this look that surprised him to find that the old realm king God actually had a solemn face, and his eyes were fixed in the direction of Mo Chen. I always feel that this is not quite right. Jebit God scratched his head suspiciously, and the old world king's reaction now really surprised him. According to the character of the old realm king God in the past, now that the ground has been split like this, he will definitely be very angry. Even if Lord Mo Chen is here, it is impossible for the old realm king God to be silent. Thinking in his heart, but seeing that the old world king God still did not speak, Jebit God did not think about it. After all, it was still important to see the battle, so he turned his head and looked at Mo Chen again. Ha! A! Sun Wukong jumped up and kicked Mo Chen's head. However, the attack was easily avoided. One more time. Sun Wukong's speed became faster, and his right hand first condensed energy bullets and threw them towards Mo Chen. This attack is useless. Mo Chen dodged the attack with a smile, and Sun Wukong came to Mo Chen at this time. He clenched his right fist tightly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise upward. You should always be able to hit now, Lord Ma Chen. He was very confident, but he didn't dare to delay for a second, so he immediately punched his fist out. But even at such a face-to-face distance, Mo Chen still easily dodged the attack. How so? Sun Wukong was stunned. Obviously such a close distance, how could he still be avoided? And Lord Ma Chen looked like a nobody. Facing himself who has become Super Saiyan 4, he still looks so relaxed that he can't be more relaxed. At this moment, Sun Wukong completely understood the thoughts of the one-star dragon at that time. Mo Chen, this angel, is an opponent who is absolutely impossible to defeat. Even a bad guy like Yuxinglong will fall into despair when facing Mo Chen. Even if you try your best to resist, you can't escape death in the end. Why, aren't you ready to continue attacking me? Seeing Sun Wukong stunned there, Mo Chen asked. Hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately came back to his senses, looked at Mo Chen and said, "No, I was just thinking about something. Now okay, let's continue our battle, Lord Ma Chen, I didn't give up." Sun Wukong once again advanced his spirits, and the Scion blood flowing in his body was boiling. In the face of this invincible angel, Sun Wukong is more excited and excited. "Then come on." Mo Chen shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, "As I said, this battle is also one of the cultivation items." "I know, Lord Ma Chen." Saying that, Sun Wukong rushed towards this side again. When he was about to arrive in front of Mo Chen, the corners of Sun Wukong's mouth turned up, and the whole person suddenly disappeared. But no matter what he did, it did nothing before the angels. Yikes! In the next second, Sun Wukong appeared above Mo Chen's head. I just saw that he raised his hands above his head and merged together, ready to hit Mo Chen's head with a heavy blow. But before the attack fell, Mo Chen disappeared. Boom! The blow completely emptied the ground, knocking out a small crater. What about people? Sun Wukong was stunned, and quickly looked up to observe the surroundings. But because the angel is a god, Sun Wukong can't detect any breath and doesn't know where Mo Chen is. But at this time, there was a sudden suffocating feeling of death behind him. This feeling instantly surged in his heart, which made Sun Wukong subconsciously fly out towards the front. After flying directly more than 10 meters away, Sun Wukong stopped. His face was now terrified, his body trembled unconsciously, and cold sweat kept dripping down his forehead. Even so, he couldn't care about this now, and immediately turned to look at the position just now. That's right, just like he thought, Mo Chen was standing in that position at the moment. What happened just now? How did Gaku run there all of a sudden? And how is Gaku now, looking scared? The Jebit god, who was watching from a distance, did not understand it at all, and looked at the old realm king god with a confused expression. At this time, the old realm king god, who had been observing the battle silently, finally reacted. He first turned his head and glanced at Jebit, then looked in the direction of Sun Wukong and said, "Stupid, just now it was good that Wukong left quickly. Otherwise, the battle would already be over. Will it end?" Jebit was stunned, and after thinking for a while, he asked, "Lord Ancestor, do you mean that Lord Ma Chen will directly defeat Gaku just now? Give me your eyes wide and look carefully. It's not just about being defeated." The old realm king god was speechless, and glared at the Jebit god again, and said in an aggravated tone, "The villain is also a realm king god, how can he not see anything? With Mo Chen's strength, in that situation just now, once he starts, Sun Wukong can be regarded as light if he dies directly." Chapter 17. Well, this reaction is quite fast. Looking at Sun Wukong, who was located more than 10 meters away, Mo Chen praised with a smile. And after saying this, Mo Chen walked towards Sun Wukong step by step, and said, "However, if I have the idea of attacking, your reaction just now will not be fast enough, but you will die directly. But I think even if I don't say it, you should feel that way." Although this is a terrible thing, Mo Chen is not joking. If he wanted to attack just now, Sun Wukong would have no chance to react at all, and he would be killed in an instant. Of course, Sun Wukong also knew that what Mo Chen said was true. Just now, he was completely a physical response to the threat of death. The feeling of death that enveloped the whole body and was so strong that it rushed directly to the head. This made him not hesitate at all, his body reacted autonomously, and immediately fled the position. Sun Wukong nodded his head a little stiffly, obviously not completely relieved yet. However, now he deeply recognizes his weakness and lack of strength. The feeling of death just now, now even just thinking back to it, the body will tremble uncontrollably. This made Sun Wukong completely understand that in front of a truly powerful person, his strength was simply insignificant, so weak that he would die with a light touch. It's not an exaggeration to describe it this way. Well, this belongs to one of the cultivation items, naturally it will not be so easy. Get ready again. Mo Chen reminded, and he had already arrived 2 meters away from Sun Wukong. I know, Lord Ma Chen. Sun Wukong nodded and immediately clenched his fists to perk up again. After all, this is cultivation, where it will be as easy and simple as imagined. He put on a posture, and a hint of fighting intent once again ignited in his eyes. Now it's all about getting stronger. Since he has understood his weakness, how can he continue to be so weak? Good. Seeing this, Mo Chen smiled with satisfaction. Attack me again, with your greatest strength. As soon as his words fell, Sun Wukong clenched his fists tighter. In the next second, his body instantly struck out, rushed to Mo Chen like an off-string arrow, and slammed into his body with a punch. However, such a quick and powerful blow was still dodged by Mo Chen to the right. Sun Wukong didn't think much about it, quickly turned his head and adjusted his body, and his fists clenched and flung from front to back. However, the freedom effort relies on the body's voluntary response, and no matter what kind of attack it is impossible to work. Yikes! Mo Chen smiled and easily dodged the attack again. Seeing that the attack was dodged, Sun Wukong's face showed surprise again. But in just a second, he regained his composure, and 2 fingers merged on his forehead. Yikes! His body began to become illusory and disappeared in the next second. That's right, this is Monkey King's teleportation. Want to attack from where I can't see? Good idea, but unfortunately useless for angels. Mo Chen said with a smile, standing in place without any movement. With the blessing of self-conscious effort, he didn't need to make any moves at all. Yikes! In the next second, Sun Wukong suddenly came to the top of Mo Chen's head. Here, Lord Mo Chen! Ha! He shouted loudly and kicked Mo Chen's head with a sweeping leg. And the latter did not look at all, the body acted autonomously, retreating backwards to avoid the attack. Seeing this, Sun Wukong's right hand stretched forward. Boom! Rumble! 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 For a moment, countless energy projectiles condensed and launched from the palm of his hand. These energy bombs bombarded Mo Chen one after another. He didn't believe it, since the fist couldn't hit, then such a dense and many energy bombs could always hit. However, what Sun Wukong did not expect was that these still had no effect. Mo Chen shuttled through the explosion of that energy bomb, and none of it could hit him, and even the ripples generated by the explosion would be avoided by him. How come? Sun Wukong was completely dumbfounded now. So many energy bombs can't hit Mo Chen. No, at least one blow is required. Sun Wukong shook his head, clenched his fists and struck Mo Chen again. It was clear that he had already exerted all his strength, and he would be satisfied as long as he could hit Mo Chen. Phew! His speed was fast, his body was wrapped in golden flames, and it looked like a golden light in the distance. Almost in the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong rushed to Mo Chen again. Yikes! Swish! Swish! It was the same ending again, and several consecutive attacks were all dodged by Mo Chen. Come again! Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and launched another more violent attack. That fist kept falling towards Mo Chen's body, forming a fist rain. But no matter what, he couldn't hit Mo Chen, and Mo Chen could easily dodge the attack. This level can't hit me. While hiding, Mo Chen said with a smile. Then try this again. Sun Wukong suddenly stopped attacking, jumped far behind, took a deep breath and put on a posture. Just look at his hands in the shape of a calyx on his waist. Buzz. In an instant, azure energy converged in his hands. That's right, this is Sun Wukong's best and his trick, Turtle School Qigong Wave. Try this, Lord Machan. A. Sun Wukong shouted loudly, and a large amount of golden flames appeared around him. And under his full strength, the azure energy in his hand exuded an extremely strong aura, and at the same time became very dazzling. One after another, azure blue beams of light were reflected outward. But he still hasn't stopped exploding, because this is not the most complete form. 10 times. Sun Wukong increased his strength again, and the golden aura suddenly spread outward. At the same time as shouting out, the azure energy in his hand turned into crimson energy. The aura was also further enhanced, and this incomparably huge energy gathered in the hand. Finally, after reaching the peak, Sun Wukong no longer hesitated and looked at Mo Chen's position. The corner of his mouth hooked, and he said with a smile, "It's coming, Lord Machan." 10 times. Turtle Pi Qigong Wave. Ha! With a loud drink, Sun Wukong pushed his hands forward hard. Boom! The energy that had already reached its peak completely exploded at this moment. A crimson pillar of energy light seemed to destroy everything and struck in the direction of Mo Chen. The power of this energy was extremely terrifying, and everything in and around it was affected, unable to stop this tenfold turtle sect Qigong wave. And these tenfold turtle school Qigong waves are now getting closer and closer to Mo Chen. Chapter 18. Very good, this energy released now is quite good. Feeling the energy and breath contained in the tenfold turtle pi Qigong wave, Mo Chen smiled with satisfaction. However, he didn't seem to have any intention of dodging, and watched with a smile as the energy hit him. After all, although this is a very powerful energy, Sun Wukong gathered all the energy in his body to produce the strongest blow. But for Mo Chen, the angel, this energy is still too far behind. When the crimson pillar of energy light was about to impact Mo Chen's body, he jerked his hand up. Bang! In an instant, bright white divine power surged in his hand. As simple as that, the surging powerful energy dissipated little by little, and finally disappeared. If it weren't for the deep and long marks on the ground, the tenfold turtle sect Qigong wave really seemed to have not been released. At Wukong's turtle sect Qigong wave is completely useless, this is also too powerful. Seeing this scene, God Jebet couldn't help but exclaim. This scene is more shocking than what you saw in the crystal ball before. However, the old realm king god on the side began to be silent again. His eyes narrowed into a slit, and he looked at Mo Chen intently, not knowing what he was thinking. In this way, can't it work? Now, Sun Wukong really had no choice, and couldn't help but laugh dryly. These tenfold turtle sect Qigong waves had almost consumed all of his aura and strength. I'm afraid that the form of Super Saiyan 4 will not be able to sustain itself, at most a minute or so. However, if you give up on this, how can you do it? It is clear that they will become stronger. And if you want to go to the time-space, you have to become stronger than now. How can you give up? Thinking in his heart, Sun Wukong once again regained his fighting spirit and clenched his fists. One more time. He rearranged his posture and placed his hands on his waist in the shape of calyxes. The huge energy began to gather, he didn't have to worry too much, and now he just wanted to condense the turtle sect Qigong waves again. In other words, the current Monkey King, he is trying to break through his limits. Mo Chen naturally saw this, and couldn't help but smile. It's almost like this today. Saying that, Mo Chen's whole person disappeared in an instant. Not good. Seeing this, Sun Wukong's face suddenly changed, and a bad premonition surged in his heart. Sure enough, Mo Chen had already appeared beside him. He didn't wait for Monkey King to turn his head or react at all. Mo Chen just gently put his hand on his shoulder. Bang! With such a simple release, the terrifying power burst out instantly, and Sun Wukong's body trembled violently. In the next second, the form of Super Saiyan 4 was automatically lifted. Sun Wukong rolled his eyes, and the whole person had lost consciousness, and his face fell to the ground. Seeing this, Jebet God couldn't help but shout again. Unexpectedly, just put his hand on Goku, and Goku actually lost consciousness. This is also incredible, Lord Machin. Looking at the Monkey King who fell to the ground, Jebet was stunned. And when he shouted, the old Realm King God on the side finally reacted. Just look at him showing an extremely excited look, looking at Mo Chen in the distance and saying, "Physical reaction." Previously, Lord Machin relied on physical reactions to avoid Goku's attacks. There can be absolutely nothing wrong, that is a divine technique that belongs to the divine imperial technique. It's incredible, I can actually see this kind of divine technique in my lifetime. Hey? Ancestor, this is? Suddenly, seeing the old Realm King God so excited, Jebet God was taken aback. Obviously he was silent just now, but now he is suddenly like this contrast is a little too big. Oh, old Realm King God, I didn't expect you to know this too. At this time, Mo Chen's voice came. The two of them immediately turned their heads to see that Mo Chen had already come to them with Sun Wukong. The unconscious Sun Wukong lay on the ground, while Mo Chen looked at the old Realm King God with a smile. This was also a little unexpected to him, he didn't expect that the old Realm King God would know, and the divine imperial skill was at ease. Well, yes, Lord Machin. The old Realm King God nodded and recalled the previous events excitedly. Actually, this is something I knew a long time ago, the divine imperial technique. At that time, I learned in a book that it was said that practicing this trick can avoid all dangers, and require inner peace, free mind, and return to oneself. Speaking of this, the old Realm King God suddenly thought of something, and the old face suddenly turned red, and continued, "Don't hide from you, Lord Machin, at that time, I still tried to cultivate and master this divine imperial technique. I've been trying for years to see if I can touch this divine imperial technique, even a little. But I haven't been able to grasp a single bit of it for the past 1,000 years. This led me to gradually forget about it, and I didn't know where the book was lost. But just when I saw Lord Machin, you dodged Sun Wukong's attack, and the first time you fought against a star dragon in the crystal ball. You rely on your physical reaction when you dodge, and that's what reminds me of it." Saying that, the old Realm King God put his hands behind his back, and couldn't help but sigh. Being able to see the divine imperial technique with my own eyes can be regarded as fulfilling a wish in my life. I didn't expect that Lord Ancestor would have secretly practiced this kind of divine technique. God Jebet leaned his head over and looked at the old Realm King God in surprise and said. He couldn't help but think that if he really let the old Realm King God practice this divine imperial skill, that star dragon, these crises don't need Sun Wukong to solve them, and the old Realm King God alone can easily settle it. You think I've lived so long in vain? Study hard. The old Realm King God replied, but he was a little more proud. Seeing this, Mo Chen smiled slightly. What you said is not wrong, old Realm King God. This is exactly the divine imperial skill that is difficult for even a god to master, and it is easy to do it. We angels have used this divine technique since birth, and my mastery of the freedom extreme skill has long reached the perfection of the extreme. After a little boasting, Mo Chen paused, looked at Sun Wukong who fell to the ground, and said with a smile. And next, I want to give the divine skill of the freedom extreme skill to Sun Wukong to master. The battle just now is also to let him initially realize the freedom extreme intention gong, which will help him in his future cultivation. In addition to the breakthrough in the realm of Super Saiyan, the freedom extreme skill is also something that Mo Chen wants Sun Wukong to master. In this way, after Sun Wukong broke through Super Saiyan 5, he used the posture of Super Saiyan 5 to perform his ultimate skill. It will definitely have power beyond imagination. Chapter 19. Moreover, according to the understanding of Mo Chen, the Traverser, the Monkey King of Chronospace. At the Power Conference, when facing the invincible opponent of the 11th universe, Jillian, he burst out his own potential power, continuously breaking through the limit and mastering the Freedom Extreme skill. Therefore, it is also Sun Wukong. How can Sun Wukong of his GT universe not master the Divine Imperial skill of Freedom Extreme skill? Once you have mastered the Extreme skill of Ease, and mastered Super Saiyan 5. Don't think about it, Sun Wukong's strength will definitely be beyond imagination. This is Mo Chen's idea. Let Sun Wukong perform his ultimate skill in the posture of Super Saiyan 5. As for Vegeta, he certainly wasn't bad. Because like Goku, Mo Chen also had the idea of becoming stronger against him for a long time. Here, after listening to Mo Chen's words, the old Realm King God immediately looked at Sun Wukong, who fell to the ground. After thinking for a while, he slowly spoke, "Well, if this guy Wukong can master the Divine Imperial technique of Extreme Intention skill. If he mastered this divine skill, could Goku really surpass the gods?" Jebit was shocked and looked at Mo Chen expectantly. "Almost, we'll know then." Mo Chen smiled slightly, and summoned the angelic scepter to point at Sun Wukong's body. Buzz! The bright white divine power instantly covered Sun Wukong's entire body. Soon he woke up, and his breath and body were all restored. "Oh, wake up!" Seeing that Sun Wukong woke up, Jebit God couldn't help but exclaim, "Lord Machen's healing ability is really super convenient." Wu! Sure enough, it was easily defeated. Sun Wukong let out a breath, stood up from the ground, put his hands on his waist, and said with a smile, "Now I understand that I am still too far away and must become stronger." The picture of losing just now was clearly recorded in Sun Wukong's mind. Defeated with one blow, there is no resistance at all. He didn't want to wait for himself to go to chronospace, where he would lose so easily. In particular, he also wants to fight another self, the Monkey King of time and space. At that time, if you don't have enough strength, you won't be able to do it, maybe you will be laughed at by Vegeta there. Therefore, Sun Wukong now wants to improve his strength quickly, the sooner the better, and change his current self. Whether it's Super Saiyan 4 full power or the stronger Super Saiyan 5, he has to master it. Thinking of this, where could he endure it, he directly asked, "Master Machen, if the battle just now can be regarded as cultivation, then when will we start the next step of cultivation?" It can be seen that Sun Wukong can't wait to quickly improve his strength. And this is exactly the effect that Machen wants to achieve. So, he smiled and pointed to the divine realm above his head with his scepter, and said, "You can start now, let's go to my divine realm." "Hey? Lord Mo Chen, God realm?" Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment, and then looked in the direction pointed by the scepter. This look is to see the divine realm at the top. Wow! What a big planet! Why don't I remember that there was such a planet above the King God realm in the former realm? Sun Wukong opened his mouth in surprise, looked at the divine realm above and asked, "Hey, Goku, you actually didn't notice the God realm above until now?" God Jebit was surprised. Obviously such a big planet, it is easy to see. However, I think it may be because Goku is too focused on fighting with Lord Machen, so he did not discover the God realm above. After thinking about it in his heart, God Jebit explained to him again, "It is the divine realm created by Lord Machen, and it is said that it can also allow you and Vegeta to cultivate there." It turns out that this is the case, even such a large planet can be created, and Lord Machen is too powerful. Sun Wukong nodded, just couldn't wait to look at Mo Chen, and said excitedly, "Then let's go up and start cultivating now, I can't wait." "Yes." Mo Chen agreed, but turned to look at the place where he had just fought. But before you leave, let's restore this place. After all, affected by the battle just now, that piece was destroyed. And for Mo Chen, restoring the damaged place is just an easy task. Lord Ma Chen. Hearing this, God Jebet suddenly looked at Mo Chen with adoration. With the help of Lord Mo Chen, he didn't have to worry that the old realm king god would let him repair it alone. Buzz! As Mo Chen swung his scepter in the air, the huge divine power spread outward in an instant. In just an instant, the damaged place was restored. Okay, then I'll take Gaku up to cultivate. If you have something, you can contact me through the crystal ball. Mo Chen said to the two realm king gods, of course, if it is a trivial matter, you two can solve it yourself, and there is no need to tell me about that kind of thing. Got it, Lord Ma Chen. The two realm king gods answered together, and they naturally would not disturb Mo Chen casually. After all, whether the GT universe can become famous in one fell swoop in time and space now depends on Mo Chen. Help the two of them improve their strength and reach the point where even the gods have crossed the past. Accomplish this incredible thing. Good. Mo Chen smiled slightly and looked at Sun Wukong. Come, put your hand on my back, I'll take you up. What's like this, Lord Mo Chen? Sun Wukong was stunned, and gently put his hand on Mo Chen's back according to what Mo Chen said. Yes. Mo Chen nodded and put his scepter on the ground a little. Buzz! Suddenly, a brilliant flame of light appeared around the bodies of the two of them. Phew! In the next second, they turned into a ray of essence and flew towards the top god realm, leaving the realm king god realm. Watching them leave here, the old realm king god turned around. He sighed, put his hands behind his back and said, now with Lord Ma Chen, an existence beyond comprehension, just like Shenlong said, our space-time universe can definitely become better and better. It feels like our two realm king gods are useless, so it's better to think about where to go on vacation next. Lord Ancestor, it seems that the two of us have nothing to do without Lord Ma Chen. Hearing this, God Jebet leaned his head over and said to the old realm king god. Ahem. Hearing this, the old world king god blushed again, glared at the Jebet god and said seriously, you know what, the two of us are still very important, but your vision is too narrow to think that we have nothing to do. Forget it, I won't tell you this, it's better to have time to tell you this, it's better to think about where to go for vacation. After that, the old realm king god left. He didn't want to say anything more to the Jebet god. The main thing is that this kid always demolishes his own platform. I'm embarrassed to make myself. Looking at the back of the old realm king god walking farther and farther, Jebet god scratched his head with a puzzled expression. Could it be that I really blame the ancestor? The two of us, did it really matter before? I want to think. God Jebet closed his eyes, put his hand on his chin, and really began to seriously recall what had happened before. A few seconds later, he suddenly opened his eyes and shook his head repeatedly, forget it. Don't think about that. His head hurts a little when he thinks, and he still doesn't know what is important, so he doesn't think about it anymore. Then, he flicked his arm and said with a smile, I can't think of it anyway, it's better than me being like the ancestor. I still want to go somewhere on vacation. After deciding this, God Jebet also left here happily. Anyway, now that there is Mo Chen, the angel, he feels that he really doesn't need to think about anything in the future. After all, no matter what happens, Ma Chen will easily solve it. Chapter 20. At this time, the earth is above. In a super large room, it was a little dark because the lights were not turned on. This room is a hypergravity room that Vegeta specially asked Bulma to build for herself, for cultivation. Buzz! At this time, the lights in the room suddenly came on, and everything inside could be seen clearly in an instant. In the room, Vegeta stood there in a tight combat suit. And behind him, Trunks and Sun Wushan are also here. That's right, these two people were pulled over by Vegeta. Because Vegeta wanted both of them as his fighting sparring, he pulled them both over. After all, if Vegeta was alone here, despite the super high gravity and the many small robots that emit lasers. But these don't add up to enough for Vegeta to fight alone. That's why he called Trunks and Sun Wushan and took them to cultivate together. But besides this, there is actually the most important point. That is, Vegeta felt that the two of them had been too relaxed over the years, their physical fitness had repeatedly declined, and their combat effectiveness was not even as good as before. Where can this Vegeta endure it? Can't watch them go on like this all the time. Because of this, Vegeta asked Trunks to go with Son Goku to find the Dragon Ball. And in addition to the two of them, Vegeta naturally also asked Son Gohan to come over to cultivate. It's just that Son Gohan has something to do, and he can't leave for a while. Otherwise, Vegeta, he would definitely pull Son Gohan over to cultivate too. That guy's current body and combat effectiveness have dropped the most, and his physical potential has been completely buried. Uncle Vegeta, do Trunks and I really want to accompany you in cultivation? At this time, Sun Wushan slowly spoke and said to Vegeta. He was obviously a little reluctant and didn't want to practice here. Trunks on the side did not dare to say anything. But from his gaze, he could tell that he didn't want to stay here either. Besides, listening to what Dad said, isn't there a super powerful Lord Machin here now? We shouldn't have to start cultivating so quickly. Sun Wushan continued, he super did not want to cultivate here. Whether it was him or Trunks, both of them had not practiced for a long time. Even since when they had practiced last time, neither of them could remember the exact time. Of course, Trunks went with Monkey King to find the Dragon Ball, which is not a cultivation. Shhhhh. But after listening to Sun Wushan's words, Vegeta snorted and clenched his fists extremely unpleasantly. Then, he turned his head to stare at Sun Wushan and Trunks, and said coldly, what has the combat effectiveness of you two dropped into now, and you dare to relax so much? Even if there is Lord Mo Chen, what's wrong? Can everything be solved by Lord Mo Chen? If that's the case, what are we going to do? Speaking of this, Vegeta clenched his fist tighter, placed it on his chest, and continued. As a scion, you should always pay attention to your physical condition, constantly improve your strength and find stronger opponents to fight. You guys are good, completely relax your body, so that your strength has not improved over the years, but has dropped a lot. After being taught such a lesson by Vegeta, Trunks and Sun Wushan naturally sobered up a lot and finally reacted. Truly, they've been a little too relaxed over the years. If you think about it, even this evil dragon crisis, they didn't help at all. To be precise, they simply do not have the ability to help. In the face of an enemy as powerful as a star dragon, if they are hard, they may become a burden if they don't get it right. I see, Uncle Vegeta. Don't say it, let's start cultivating quickly. Sun Wushan pulled the corners of his mouth and said to Vegeta with an awkward smile. He also figured out that he really had to improve his strength again. I get it too, Dad. Trunks lowered his head heavily, then clenched his fists, and said very seriously, you are right, I have been too relaxed with Wushan over the years, and I have completely forgotten about cultivation. After this evil dragon incident, now I fully realize how weak is my strength. Besides, if it weren't for Uncle Goku and me at that time, I wouldn't have been able to collect the Dragon Balls alone. Seeing that the attitudes of the two of them were corrected, Vegeta snorted, but the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. In that case, without further ado, start cultivating now. With that, Vegeta turned and walked over to a machine. There's a big red button on it. Vegeta pressed the button, and suddenly there was a mechanical sound in the room. Hypergravity chamber starts. Buzz. As the sound of machinery fell, the room turned red. Moreover, the gravity in this room has directly increased to 100-fold. This is due to the sudden increase in gravity. Sun Wuxian and Trunks were still a little uncomfortable for a while. Of course, this is also the reason why the two of them lack cultivation and their physical fitness has declined. Seeing this, Vegeta couldn't help but smile contemptuously, and directly mocked, "How? Are you two out of this time? Look at your current body, there is no scion look at all." Uncle Vegeta, Dad, was ridiculed by Vegeta like this, and both Sun Wuxian and Trunks were a little embarrassed. But it is also true that it was actually affected by gravity as soon as it came up. And this is only the beginning of gravity, and it has not continued to increase the multiplier. But soon, in about 10 seconds, the two of them were completely adapted to this 100-fold gravity. Whew, after getting used to it, there is nothing to do now. Sun Wuxian breathed a sigh of relief, stretching his legs and moving his arms at the same time. Now his actions are no different from usual, completely ignoring 100 times gravity. Likewise, Trunks is now. He walked up to Vegeta and said with a serious face, "Dad, the two of us have adapted to 100 times the gravity of Wuxian. Just continue to increase the multiple of gravity, this alone is not enough." Now Trunks, the desire in his heart to become stronger has been completely stimulated. He wants to become strong, to become several times stronger than he is now. Only in this way will he have the ability to fight the next time he encounters a crisis. Never again like this time, there is no use at all, only to put everything on Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Chapter 21. Humph, don't be as unbearable as you were just now. Looking at the serious Trunks, Vegeta couldn't help but snort. But his heart is very satisfied and happy. His son Trunks is so determined and serious, Vegeta will naturally go all out to help him and Sun Wuxian cultivate today. Don't worry, Dad. Trunks clenched his fists, in order to become stronger. What is this bit of gravity? Yes, that's right, Trunks is right. Sun Wuxian suddenly jumped up, came to Trunks, and said with a smile, "The bodies of both of us just need more gravity to stimulate it now. Anyway, no matter how many times the gravity is, both of us will adapt. Besides, this is also one of the steps Uncle Vegeta took us to cultivate today, right? If we can't overcome even this step, how can we proceed to the next step?" That's right, Sun Wuxian is not wrong at all. Vegeta brought them to the hypergravity chamber to cultivate, which was not simply to let them adapt to the super high gravity. Instead, let them fight and cultivate with themselves under this super high multiplier gravity. This is the real cultivation today. Only in this way can we improve our physical fitness little by little and improve our strength. Moreover, battle cultivation is carried out in this ultra-high multiplier gravity environment. This will make the bodies of Sun Wuxian and Trunks recover as quickly as possible and regain the feeling of fighting in the past. Now that you're ready, let's get started. Vegeta smiled softly and pressed the multiplier button on the machine 3 times in a row. Buzz! Airplanes! Airplanes! In an instant, 100-fold gravity in the hypergravity chamber began to rise upward. Sun Wuxian and Trunks immediately felt a huge pressure, and their bodies were also a little uncomfortable. But also quickly, the two of them adapted to this elevated gravity again. Seeing this, Vegeta couldn't help but smile, crossed his arms over his chest, and said to the two of them, "Don't be too happy, this gravity is still far behind. Next, if you two can't stand it, you can become Super Saiyan." With that, Vegeta pressed the button to boost gravity several times in a row. An even more terrifying pressure hit the three of them. This time, Sun Wuxian and Trunks were a little unbearable. The two of them couldn't even straighten their waist, their bodies half bent, gritting their teeth and trying to resist the gravity. However, because the gravity multiplier this time is too high, they simply cannot adapt and move freely under normal conditions. Don't hold on, if you can't, become a Super Saiyan. You're going to start fighting me next, and I won't stay even if you two look like this. Vegeta clenched his fists and said to the two of them. He is ready to fight against Sun Wushan and Trunks. Hearing this, Sun Wushan and Trunks also knew that they couldn't look like this, and they couldn't adapt to this gravity in a normal state. So, both of them clenched their fists. Boom! Golden aura erupted from his body, and instantly turned into Super Saiyan 1. After completing the transformation, the two of them also instantly adapted to the gravity in the current hypergravity room and moved freely again. Ready, the battle is about to begin. But at this time, Vegeta did not intend to give the two of them time to relax, and rushed over with a fall. For him, every minute and second must be grasped now. Yikes! In the blink of an eye, Vegeta appeared in front of Son Goten and Trunks. Not good. Seeing his appearance, Goten and Trunks were still a little nervous. This caused the two of them to fail to react at the first time. Bang! Without any hesitation, Vegeta punched Trunks in the body, rolled over and kicked Sun Wushan out. Both of them were just like that, and their bodies were knocked out, and their bodies smashed hard against the wall of the hypergravity room. It hurts, it hurts. Sun Wushan rubbed the place where he was kicked, and there was still a faint feeling of pain. And at this moment, Trunks suddenly shouted, "Goten! Look ahead!" Hey! Hearing this, Sun Wushan was shocked and immediately looked up at the front. At this sight, his face changed drastically, and a purple Qigong wave was booming towards their location at this time. Hey! This is no joke! Looking at the energy that was getting closer and closer, Sun Wushan quickly prepared for defense, and a few drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. It seems that Vegeta wants to help them cultivate with all his might, which is not false at all. This energy. He didn't deliberately retain any strength at all, it was completely reckless and released with all his strength. Get ready, Goten, it's coming! Trunks shouted to remind Sun Wushan. At the same time, he clenched his fists and exploded, and the golden flames around his body became even more turbulent. Sun Wushan did the same, raising his breath to the maximum to resist this energy. Boom! In the next second, there was a loud explosion, and the black smoke completely covered the place. Fortunately, this room was made by Bulma with special materials, otherwise it would not be able to withstand the impact of this energy. Vegeta looked carefully at the smoke, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise even more. That's right, as the smoke cleared little by little, a golden glow pierced outward. It was Sun Wushan and Trunks, who successfully blocked this energy. Well, it's so dangerous. Sun Wushan looked at Trunks with a smile, his hands still trembling slightly. Sure enough, his current body is too bad, just blocking a Qigong wave is a little impossible. Moreover, this is still with Trunks, the two of them resisted together. And Trunks is better than him, after all, Sun Wushan's current strength is not as good as Trunks. I can't relax yet, the battle cultivation has just begun. Trunks did not dare to be careless, and immediately took a fighting posture again, and reminded Sun Wushan. This is just the beginning, and the blow just now is just Vegeta trying the two of them in a small way. Well, I see, Trunks. Sun Wushan nodded, and after shaking his hand sharply, he also took a fighting stance. Both of them were now serious, their eyes fixed on Vegeta not far away, observing his next move. Humph! That's pretty much it. Vegeta snorted, clenched his fists and struck again, approaching Son Goten and Trunks at great speed. In this battle, he will definitely not retain his strength, and he must let Sun Wushan and Trunks regain the feeling of fighting. Chapter 22. Bang! 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 In a row, Vegeta had the upper hand with 1-against-2, punching and punching Sun Wushan and Trunks. Under the attack of Vegeta alone, the two of them kept retreating, and there was no chance to fight back. Or even dodging or defending is difficult, and every now and then you will be hit with a blow, which is very uncomfortable. Although both of them are now in Super Saiyan 1 form. And Vegeta is still just the norm, not even the Super Saiyan has transformed. However, due to this GT space-time, Vegeta and Sun Wukong are often accustomed to using normal to cultivate and improve their foundation and physical strength. So the combat effectiveness of the two of them under normal conditions is already very strong. Naturally, Vegeta used the normal to suppress the two of Sun Wushan and Trunks, who had become Super Saiyan, which was completely easy. That's not going to work. Vegeta said coldly. He was fighting harder and harder, and punched Trunks in the arm. Then, he quickly swung another fist and hit Sun Wushan. The two were knocked out, their legs sliding on the ground for several distances before slowly stopping. No, it's too much worse. Trunks clenched his fists unwillingly. Vegeta was just the norm and could suppress him and Sun Wushan to the point where they couldn't fight back. His current strength is really too weak. Sun Wushan on the side was not in a good mood. He understood how lazy he was before. Just like Vegeta said, his combat effectiveness is not even as good as before, not rising but falling. It must not continue like this. Hey, how long are you two going to stand there stunned? Vegeta suddenly shouted at Sun Goten and Trunks, pulling both of them back from their thoughts to reality. It's better to attack me when you have this time to be stunned. Don't you forget, coming here now is to cultivate, this is to improve your strength. So there's nothing to think about, hurry up and attack. Vegeta said. He didn't want to see Sun Wushan and Trunks continue to be so stunned and negative. Even if you know that you can't defeat yourself, then make a greater effort to defeat yourself, and you really can't hit yourself hard. Hearing this, Sun Wushan and Trunks looked in the direction of Vegeta again. They thought that Vegeta was right. Now he was practicing in order to become stronger. How could he continue to waste time? Thinking about it, the two of them recovered their fighting spirit, and once again put up a posture and prepared to take the initiative to attack. That's pretty much it. Vegeta smiled in satisfaction, and the smile on his lips deepened a lot. Then, he slowly clenched his fists and added, but next, I also have to increase my strength a little. You two have to be careful. After speaking, golden aura suddenly burst out from the body. In an instant, Vegeta turned into a Super Saiyan. If you just look closely, you will find that his golden hair is more erect than Sun Wushan and Trunks. Moreover, there were a large number of electric sparks wrapped around him. That's right. Vegeta, this is the Super Saiyan that surpasses the Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 2. But even after seeing Vegeta become Super Saiyan 2, the current Sun Wushan and Trunks did not have any fear, without the slightest hesitation. Both of them burst into full force towards Vegeta's position. Because they now fully understand that if they want to become stronger, they must fight hard with all their strength. This is exactly what Vegeta wanted, closed his eyes and smiled, and his mood was also excited. Come on! Then, Vegeta opened his eyes with a smile on his face and took a fighting stance. Since Sun Wushan and Trunks have made up their minds, he will naturally respond to them seriously. In this way, the three of them began their cultivation in this hypergravity room. Time returns to this side and destroys the God Realm above the God Realm. Hey! A beam of light suddenly descended. After falling to the ground, this light dissipated little by little, and it was Mo Chen and Sun Wukong who came out of it, and they came to the God Realm created by Mo Chen. Okay, we've resisted the Divine Realm. Now you can take your hand off my back, Goku. Mo Chen smiled and reminded, seeing that Sun Wukong was now attracted by everything around him. Ah, haha, I know, Lord Machin. Sun Wukong reacted, laughed embarrassedly, and also lowered his hand from his back. What attracted him just now was that the size of this divine realm was completely beyond his imagination. Although when you are in the realm King God realm, looking at this planet is already very large. But when you really come here, you will find that it is even bigger than you imagined. And to be able to easily create such a huge planet. This made Sun Wukong feel even more in his heart that the strength of Mo Chen, an angel, was unfathomable, and he could do anything no matter what, which was really outrageous. The most important thing is that the terrain here is very open and flat, which is super suitable for cultivation or fighting here. Pretty good. Seeing that Sun Wukong was very satisfied with this place, Mo Chen smiled and said, "This is the God realm I created, not only as a place where I usually rest. At the same time, it is also a suitable place for you to cultivate. There's no need to worry about destroying anything here, I'll get everything back. And this planet can also withstand your power, no matter how you release your power, it will be fine. So you don't have to think about this when cultivating, you just need to seriously think about cultivation things and work hard to improve and become stronger with the help of my guidance." I know, Lord Machan. Sun Wukong lowered his head heavily. This is really a super suitable place for cultivation. I think Vegeta will definitely be very satisfied and like it after seeing it. But after saying this, Sun Wukong suddenly thought of something, and his face suddenly showed great excitement. He leaned his head in front of Mo Chen, smiled and said, "That, Lord Mo Chen, in fact, I have something I want to ask you." "Understood, you want to ask how I dodged your attacks when we fought, right?" Mo Chen glanced at Sun Wukong, and he naturally knew what Sun Wukong thought now. After all, at that time, even if Sun Wukong exerted all his strength, he couldn't hit Mo Chen. There is also the battle between Mo Chen and a star dragon on Earth, and Sun Wukong also found that the one star dragon can't even touch Mo Chen. So he has long wondered that it is not simply to observe and dodge the opponent's attack. This must be some very powerful move. Chapter 23. Hey, you saw it. Sun Wukong scratched his head and laughed a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Mo Chen couldn't help but smile. Just now, Sun Wukong's look of excitement and expectation, there is no need to guess, you can see it at a glance. So, he introduced Sun Wukong. Just what you think, it is not simply dodging by observing the landing point of the opponent's attack. This is a move that is difficult for even a god to master, and it is called the Freedom Extreme Skill of the God's Imperial Technique. Feel free to do it. Sun Wukong's mouth repeated, and his eyes couldn't help but show an extremely excited look. A move that is difficult for even a god to master, the imperial skill of the god is free to do it. Let you look good again. At this distance between the two of us, I turn around and you hit me as fast as you can. Mo Chen said to Sun Wukong, and as he said, he turned his back to Sun Wukong. Use the fastest speed. Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment. The two of them are only 1 meter away now, so close they must be able to hit. Thinking like this in his heart, Sun Wukong did not have any hesitation in his hand, and punched Mo Chen with the fastest speed. But just when his fist was about to hit Mo Chen, his body acted on its own, and to the right side, he dodged Sun Wukong's fist. "How come, didn't you hit so close?" Sun Wukong looked at his fist in disbelief, and then looked at Mo Chen. He felt that this blow was inevitable, but he was dodged when he was so close. That's what freedom effort is like. Mo Chen said with a smile, "This is a different way of fighting from sensing breath, relying on various parts of the body to carry out movements similar to conditioned reflexes. To put it simply, when you dodge an opponent's attack, you first think through your brain, and then your body takes action. Brain thinking." Sun Wukong scratched his head twice and listened carefully to what Mo Chen said. And this self-conscious effort is to skip this step. There is no need to go through the brain's thinking, the body and consciousness are separated, beyond the instinctive perception of danger and dodge or fight back. This will also maximize movement speed and reflexes. Mo Chen looked at Sun Wukong, raised a finger and continued, "In short, avoid thinking in your brain, then your speed will be disturbed. Only by letting every part of the body sense and act, that's it. But it is very difficult to do this, so the freedom extreme skill will be called a divine skill that is difficult for even a god to master. So it is. Sun Wukong showed an excited look. He understood now. It turns out that Lord Machin, you dodged my attack like that, no wonder I can't touch you at once. If that's the case, I'm free to do it. I must master this divine technique. Don't think about that for now. Mo Chen smiled slightly and reminded, the most important thing is to raise your current strength first. Then let's hurry up and start cultivating, Lord Mo Chen. Sun Wukong stretched his legs and said to Mo Chen with an excited face, then what cultivation we are going to start now, I can't wait. You first transform into the form of Super Saiyan 4. Mo Chen said to Sun Wukong. Is it now Super Saiyan 4? Sun Wukong didn't know what he was doing for, but he did it anyway. With both fists clenched, golden aura gushed out from the body. And all the strength of the body condensed towards a point. In this way, he instantly completed the transformation of Super Saiyan 4. And then, Lord Machin. Sun Wukong looked at Mo Chen, obviously not understanding what to do next. Let's put it this way, because your cultivation under normal conditions is already very good, and you have a strong basic combat power. So you don't have to cultivate in a normal state yet, but you need to keep the form of Super Saiyan 4 to cultivate all the time. Although the consumption and burden of this form are relatively small, once a long time has passed, your body will slowly be unable to bear it. What I want is for you to insist on maintaining the form of Super Saiyan 4 after you can't bear it, which is also one of cultivation. Mo Chen said to Sun Wukong little by little. He did this in order to make Sun Wukong completely adapt to this form. Try to push the limits little by little as much as you can afford. Of course, Mo Chen will also add other cultivations to Sun Wukong to help him master Super Saiyan 4 full power early. Almost got it. Sun Wukong held his chin and nodded twice, and asked, so whether I eat or sleep, I have to maintain the form of Super Saiyan 4, right, Lord Machin? Exactly. Mo Chen smiled and said, then let's move on to the next step of cultivation. What's next? Hearing that this Monkey King could come to the spirit, he quickly asked. Get ready, I'll change you into a training suit. Mo Chen said to him with a smile, and the scepter in his right hand summoned a gentle wave. Buzz. Bright. White divine power emerged, covering Sun Wukong's body. And Sun Wukong still didn't understand a little, scratching his head and saying, practice uniform? What else do I need to prepare for changing clothes? But he had just finished speaking, the light on his body dissipated, and a set of practice clothes had been put on his body. Wow! Sun Wukong suddenly shouted, and his waist was directly bent, unable to stand up straight. And, looking down, he will see that his feet are now directly sunk into the ground. And I can't stop at all, my feet are still sinking down little by little, sinking deeper and deeper. This. What's going on? This practice suit. Good. It's so heavy. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and first forced his body to straighten. Give me out, a. Then he shouted loudly, trying to pull out his leg that had fallen into the ground. Because of too much force, Sun Wukong's face turned red, and this was reluctantly pulling out one foot. However, he pushed hard again and had just taken a step forward. Buzz! This time it was good, as soon as this foot hit the ground, it sank into the ground again. Ha! How so? Sun Wukong gasped with exhaustion. He finally understood what this training suit was doing now. And, why did Lord Machin prepare him just now? What kind of immortal training uniform is this? This is just a step, and it already makes him tired. On top of that, he's still in Super Saiyan 4 form. That's it, but he was so given by this practice uniform that he couldn't even understand the road, and he couldn't straighten his waist. I can't believe it. If it is the norm, this practice uniform cannot take my own life. Chapter 24. Now you understand, it's not hurting you to prepare you. Mo Chen stood aside, looking at Sun Wukong's appearance and couldn't help laughing. But the effect of this exercise suit is very good, which is much better than I thought. There's a strong gravity on it, and now you can move freely by adapting to it. At that time, you will wear this training uniform to fight and cultivate with me. Mo Chen said to Sun Wukong, it is only the beginning of cultivation, and the later ones will be even more difficult. And what he said less was that the gravity of this training suit was not only that, but Mo Chen had not yet raised the gravity to the maximum. Now this level is already the limit that Sun Wukong can bear. Naturally, the matter of cultivation cannot be rushed, and it is better to increase it a little after he adapts a little. In short, it is necessary to let Sun Wukong completely stimulate the full power of Super Saiyan 4 and master Super Saiyan 4 full power. Ha! Got it, Lord Machin. Sun Wukong said with a dry smile, beads of sweat kept dripping down his head. He was now very hard, moving his legs little by little, first pulling out of the ground and then stepping forward. But the gravity brought by the exercise suit made him very uncomfortable, and every action was very difficult. This thing is much more powerful than Bulma's gravity chamber. Sun Wukong said, pulling his left foot out again forcefully and taking a step forward. After taking this step, he was just about to raise his arm to wipe the sweat beads on his forehead, only to find that his arm couldn't lift up. How so? Sun Wukong was very helpless, and he could only grit his teeth and lift his arm up forcefully. And in order to make it easier and less laborious, he leaned his head towards the position of his arm and rubbed away the sweat one by one. Because the gravity of the training suit was only attached to the body, and the head was not affected here, he thought of such a method. Ha ha ha, thinking of wiping sweat like this really saves some effort. Looking at Sun Wukong's clever appearance, Mo Chen couldn't help but laugh. Then he came to Sun Wukong's side, pointed to a far-away place and said, see there, you now use all your strength to get me there. After that, Mo Chen's scepter touched the ground, and he appeared there directly. Seeing that Mo Chen had passed, Sun Wukong clenched his fists and cheered himself up, let's just walk over in one breath. In order to be able to become stronger, he had to grit his teeth and persevere in this cultivation. So, Sun Wukong used all his strength and took a step forward step by step. His face was flushed, and every step he took would leave a footprint tens of centimeters deep on the ground. After a while, Sun Wukong had just walked halfway, but he was already tired. Ha! 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 Sun Wukong straightened up and stood there gasping for air. He doesn't even have much strength left to speak, and the strength in his body has also consumed a lot. I thought I could walk over in one breath, but when I looked up, I found that there was still half a distance. I was so tired, I really thought it was too simple. Looking at the Mo Chen in the distance, and the distance that was still half there, the corner of Sun Wukong's mouth slowly pulled out a smile. Super Saiyan 4, although this form has no effect and burden on the body. And the control and consumption of breath is also very low. But now, just walking such a little in a practice uniform, he is already tired, and the strength and breath consumed are far beyond imagination. In other words, if this continues, Sun Wukong will soon be unable to maintain the transformation of Super Saiyan 4. This is very serious, not an exaggeration. Wearing this training uniform, Sun Wukong exerted all the strength of his body with every step. As a result, Super Saiyan 4, which could have been able to last all day, is now almost dead. It's okay. Mo Chen smiled slightly, this is already good, take your time. That's right, it's really good that Monkey King can do this. This is cultivation after all, naturally it will not be so easy. However, after Mo Chen finished speaking, he put his scepter on the ground a little. Buzz! A light flickered, and a chair and a table appeared on the ground. On the table were juices and lots of delicacies. Whew, it's still so comfortable. He sat comfortably in a chair, one hand behind his head, the other picking up a bottle of juice and about to taste it. And seeing those delicacies, Sun Wukong, who had consumed a huge amount, instantly felt hungry. Even the stomach made a grunt sound. There are a lot of delicacies, Lord Machan can even conjure up delicious food, this is also too powerful. Looking at the delicacies on that table, Sun Wukong was completely fascinated, and he now really wanted to go over and eat them all quickly. If you want to eat, then come over, these are yours. Mo Chen said with a smile, this is what he thought. Knowing that Sun Wukong is delicious, I just used this to stimulate him. Sure enough, Sun Wukong is now full of spirit, how can he stand the food in front of him? Very good. This time I really walked over in one go. Sun Wukong cheered himself up, only the table of food in his eyes, and continued to walk forward with all his strength. Step by step, although he was too tired to do it, the food gave him the motivation to keep going. Seeing Sun Wukong walking towards this side so hard, Mo Chen thought secretly in his heart. Sure enough, Sun Wukong is a super foodie. But to be able to get him to come over, these delicacies did make a difference. According to his feelings, there was not much breath left in Sun Wukong's body, and it was now in a state close to the limit. This also means that if Sun Wukong's body is restored, his strength will become stronger. At that time, you can move on to the next step of cultivation and help Sun Wukong master Super Saiyan 4 full power as soon as possible. At this time, after Sun Wukong took a step, perhaps because of his lack of strength, it was difficult for him to pull out the legs that were stuck in the ground. So he glanced at the food, then clenched his fists and began to explode. More and more golden aura appeared around his body, and as his strength increased, that leg also lifted up little by little and stepped out. The power of foodies is indeed infinite. Seeing this, Mo Chen couldn't help but sigh. But this is good, Sun Wukong is advancing step by step, and he is getting closer and closer to himself. He is slowly breaking through his limits little by little, unconsciously. Chapter 25. Ha! 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 Finally, Sun Wukong successfully walked to Mo Chen. He stood at the table where the food was served, panting heavily, but with a happy smile on his face. Perhaps because the food was in front of him, his hunger felt even stronger, and his stomach kept making cooing sounds. Finally got here. Lord Mo Chen, I can eat these delicacies now, right? Sun Wukong turned his head expectantly to look at Mo Chen sitting on the back chair. Having consumed a lot of physical strength and breath, he now wants to eat these delicacies, and he can't wait. Of course you can now. But help you recover before eating, and remove the exercise clothes. Otherwise, you can't eat delicious food in practice clothes. Mo Chen said with a smile, and the scepter lightly tapped on Sun Wukong's body. Buzz! Bright white divine power emerged, and I only felt a warm current swimming everywhere in my body. In the next second, Sun Wukong's body recovered well, and the training clothes disappeared. Wow, recovering! Sure enough, it's still the easiest way to look like this. Looking at the recovered body, and without the suppression of the training uniform, Sun Wukong's mood is now very excited. Clenching his fists, he immediately disarmed the Super Saiyan 4 form, jumped into the air and kicked and punched, moving his body at will. After all, I had just been suppressed by the practice uniform for so long, and it became so difficult to even walk. Now that there is finally no suppression of that gravity, Sun Wukong naturally wants to move well. But after a few moves, he suddenly noticed something, and after falling back to the ground, he said to Mo Chen. It's so strange, after the recovery just now, it feels. My breath and strength seem to have improved a lot. Only found out now. Mo Chen smiled and pointed at Sun Wukong's body with his finger. Unconsciously, you were already breaking through your limits just now. And after recovering your body, it's normal to feel stronger. Oh. So it is. Sun Wukong suddenly realized, clenched his fist and said with a smile, then it proves that I am one step closer to Super Saiyan 4 full power, it's really good. He just wants to improve his strength and become stronger now, and he can't wait to take a look at the time and space he has never been to. Whether it's seeing another self in Vegeta, or fighting the powerhouses of chronospace. These are the things he is looking forward to now. However, have you forgotten what I said? At this time, Mo Chen reminded with a smile. Ah, I accidentally forgot about this in a moment of excitement. Sun Wukong reacted immediately, clenched his fist and directly exploded and changed back to the form of Super Saiyan 4. After all, listening to what Mo Chen said, he must always maintain the form of Super Saiyan 4 now, no matter what he does. It's okay now, Lord Machin. Then I'll fill my stomach quickly, and after filling up, I can continue to cultivate. Sun Wukong touched his stomach and turned to look at the table of delicacies. Eat, after eating, continue to cultivate. Mo Chen looked at Sun Wukong, feeling that his gluttonous saliva was about to flow out of his mouth, so he smiled and said. He himself sat comfortably back in his chair, put away the angelic scepter, and summoned a piece of fruit cake in his left hand to taste. Although angels are not hungry and do not need to eat, they can still eat some food occasionally to taste the taste. Besides, a delicious fruit cake, where can you refuse this? And here, Sun Wukong couldn't wait. After sweeping these delicacies on the table, he immediately grabbed a piece of chicken leg and stuffed it into his mouth. After chewing a few mouthfuls and swallowing into his stomach, Sun Wukong's face suddenly overflowed with a happy smile. Delicious! It's delicious! Then, Sun Wukong shouted loudly. Maybe it's because I'm too hungry after cultivation, or maybe the food Mo Chen conjures up is more delicious. Sun Wukong thinks this chicken leg is the best chicken leg he has ever eaten. So, he turned his head to look at Mo Chen, and said with a big smile, Lord Mo Chen, these delicacies you made are really delicious, I feel that they can be compared with what Kiki made. Just like it. Mo Chen smiled and reminded, let's eat again, after eating, you will start cultivating. Then you're welcome. Sun Wukong answered, his happy eyes narrowed into two upside-down U's, and he immediately gobbled up. Just watch him grab a piece of meat in his left hand and stuff it into his mouth, and his right hand uses chopsticks to hold the noodles and send it to his mouth. After a while, the meat and noodles were all eaten, and he picked up other delicacies and sent them to his mouth, bite after bite without stopping. Here, seeing him eat so happily, Mo Chen also tasted a bite of fruit cake. Close your eyes and feel the taste of the cake on your tongue. After eating into his stomach, Mo Chen nodded his head, opened his eyes and smiled, well, it's really delicious. After a praise, Mo Chen turned his head to look at Sun Wukong's position. It's just that. This look surprised Mo Chen, the angel. He just ate a bite of fruit cake, and the original table of delicacies on Sun Wukong's side was wiped out by half. Science! It's really a super invincible foodie. Mo Chen sighed from the bottom of his heart, and saw it with his own eyes that it was indeed even more shocking. But at the same time of surprise, seeing Sun Wukong's mouthful after mouthful, wolf gobbling appearance also felt a little joyful. And just like that, another minute passed. Hiccup! After a loud burp, all the food on the table has been wiped out by Sun Wukong. He touched his stomach, his eyes narrowed into two upside-down U's, which showed that he was very satisfied and happy to eat. It was so comfortable to eat such a delicious meal after cultivation. And seeing that he finished eating, Mo Chen got up and walked towards Wukong, smiling, how about it, since we have finished eating, let's continue to cultivate. Ha ha ha, no problem. I'm ready, Lord Machan! Son! Wukong jumped up, clenched his fists and put them on his waist, and golden aura exploded from his body. After eating, I feel that the strength is also flowing. Let's hurry up and start cultivating. Lord Machan! Sun Wukong is very excited now, and he is naturally full of energy after filling his stomach. Seeing his appearance, Mo Chen was also very satisfied and smiled and said, "Okay, let's continue to cultivate." Chapter 26. Come on! Sun Wukong is now full of confidence, and he feels that the practice clothes he just had made it difficult for him. Because he could obviously feel that his current breath and strength had improved a lot. Although it was a little incredible, the effect of this kind of improvement was something that he could not achieve no matter how he cultivated before. This made Sun Wukong believe even more that now with the existence of Mo Chen, an angel, he must be able to reach a realm he never thought of. Super Saiyan 5. Don't be too confident. This time it's going to be more difficult. Mo Chen smiled slightly, and with a grip in his right hand, he summoned the angelic scepter again. Then, he clicked the scepter on Sun Wukong's body. Buzz! A ray of light flashed on Sun Wukong's body, and the practice clothes appeared, putting it on Sun Wukong's body again. But this time is obviously different. After gravity is applied to Sun Wukong's body, he is not as uncomfortable as the first time. Because of the increase in strength and the filling of his stomach, he just bent over, clenched his fists a little harder and straightened his body, which was relatively relaxed. Look, Lord Machan! I just said, it's totally fine, now I've adapted to this gravity. Sun Wukong looked at Mo Chen, and his words revealed confidence and some pride. Of course, this is exactly proof that his current strength has improved, and it is indeed worth rejoicing. However, the cultivation that Mo Chen set for him would not be so simple, and the road to becoming stronger was always difficult. Wait a minute, I didn't say the current gravity, let me adjust the gravity for you. Mo Chen said with a smile, using the angelic scepter to wave lightly in the air. Buzz! In an instant, the gravity of the training suit increased by an unknown number of times. Wow! Sun Wukong shouted, and he instantly felt a terrible gravity pressing on his body. That's right, under the pressure of this lifted gravity, his body bent down again, and it was difficult to stand up straight. At the same time, his legs also sank into the ground, already sinking into a depth of more than 20 centimeters. How is it now? It's not as easy as it was just now. Mo Chen walked to Sun Wukong's side and said to him. If you want to break through Super Saiyan 4 full power by strength, cultivation will naturally not be so easy and simple. This is indeed not easy, Lord Mo Chen. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and answered Mo Chen while resisting the gravity on his body hard. His face turned red from too much force as it had done at the beginning, and some bruises bulged on his forehead and arms. It's not easy. Mo Chen smiled, come on. This time it's a little more difficult, you wear a training suit to walk around this planet. Such a big planet, you have to walk in a circle. A smile pulled out at the corner of Sun Wukong's mouth. Although it was a tough thing, in order to become stronger, he had to do it. Then come on. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, using all his strength to step outward step by step. Each step has to bear the terrible gravity on the body, and each step leaves a footprint tens of centimeters deep on the ground. I don't know how far after walking, Sun Wukong couldn't stand it anymore, stopped and bent over and gasped. Beads of sweat kept falling from his forehead and dripping on the ground. Behind him were countless footprints, in short, he had walked a far, long distance. During this period, Mo Chen was naturally not idle, and he always followed behind Sun Wukong. Of course, this can also be regarded as supervision, in case Sun Wukong will be lazy. So tired. How far do you have to go to circle this planet, Lord Machan? Sun Wukong was already tired and turned back to ask Mo Chen. Although the strength has improved a bit, no one can stand this sudden increase in gravity. Soon, hold on a little longer. Mo Chen smiled and roughly added, it's almost a tenth of the distance you've walked by now. Ah! This is just tenth. Sun Wukong opened his mouth wide, and his face suddenly showed an extremely surprised look. Although he doesn't know much about this, he still knows 1/10 of it. In short, there is a super long distance. Sure enough, how could such a big planet make a circle so quickly? No matter what, how far you have to go. Sun Wukong shook his head, clenched his fists, and cheered himself up again. He won't give up on this, and in order to become stronger, he must grit his teeth and persevere. A. Then, a low roar came out of his throat, and the golden aura around his body suddenly expanded outward. Sun Wukong released the remaining breath in his body at one time and raised it to the maximum to complete the remaining distance. Just like Mo Chen told him before, this cultivation is constantly reaching the limit and constantly breaking through the limit. In order to master Super Saiyan 4 full power early, you can travel to Chrono as soon as possible. He had to complete this cultivation no matter what. In this way, the time passed little by little, and soon it was evening. Although there is no black and white in the divine realm, it has always been daytime. But according to the earth, it is indeed night. This means that Sun Wukong has been walking around this god realm all day. Mo Chen followed behind Sun Wukong, watching him still walking forward step by step. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but hook, and muttered. Not bad, it seems that he has gradually adapted to this gravity. It's commendable to be able to do this in a little time. That's right, Monkey King is indeed adapting to this gravity a little bit now. He doesn't feel as tired as he was at the beginning now, and walking step by step is relatively relaxed. However, Goku himself has not reacted yet. Lord Mo Chen, my stomach is hungry again. How long will it take to finish? At this time, Sun Wukong shouted loudly in front. Those delicacies eaten before have long been consumed after the current cultivation, and the stomach of the Saiyan is so powerful. In that case, let's get here first. Mo Chen walked up to Sun Wukong and said to him. Then, he waved his scepter lightly on the ground in front of him. Buzz! Bright white divine power gushed out, and a table appeared out of thin air on the ground. And on this table, there is a super large bowl of seafood fried rice. Oh, seafood fried rice, this is a reward for you just walking so far. Mo Chen pointed to the bowl of rice and said to Sun Wukong. But there is no need to say that Sun Wukong's eyes have long been attracted by this bowl of rice. Chapter 27. That. Then I'm welcome, Lord Machan. Sun Wukong said excitedly, and immediately came to the front of the table. His eyes now only have this bowl of seafood fried rice. However, he did not eat it directly, but first sniffed the smell of seafood fried rice with his nose. After smelling the smell, Sun Wukong's face once again burst into a happy smile. The smell was fragrant, and he felt like his saliva was about to come out. Sure enough, in addition to getting stronger and fighting different powerhouses, the food is also the best. Looking at Sun Wukong's appearance, Mo Chen couldn't help but smile. Eat it, it's not enough, and the food must be enough. Are you sure? Sun Wukong asked excitedly. Angels don't lie. Mo Chen replied with a smile. Awesome. Then I'll get started. After that, Sun Wukong couldn't bear it anymore, picked up the super bowl and dug it with a spoon, and sent it to his mouth one by one. The taste of this bowl of seafood fried rice is super delicious, and Sun Wukong gobbled it up, so delicious that he couldn't stop. Of course, it didn't take long for him to clean the bowl of fried rice. And he still looked unfinished. Obviously he didn't eat enough and wanted to continue eating. After all, the Saiyan appetite is not covered, and the amount of rice is amazing, although this bowl is a super large bowl and cannot be full. So, Sun Wukong scratched his head with a smile, looked at Mo Chen and said, "Hee, I haven't eaten enough, Lord Mo Chen. Bring me 2 more bowls, this is really delicious." "No kidding at all, this is really as delicious as the Bun Mountain food made by Kiki. Just like to eat, when you are full, you have to continue to cultivate." Mo Chen reminded with a smile, and did not forget to wave the scepter to summon 2 super large bowls of seafood fried rice again. Seeing these 2 large bowls of fried rice, Sun Wukong wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth with his hand, and directly picked up the bowl and continued to gobble it up. After a while, Sun Wukong had already eaten these 2 large bowls of fried rice. Yay! When you are full, and you are comfortable. Sun Wukong touched his stomach, his eyes narrowed into 2 upside-down U's, and his face was satisfied. But at this time, Mo Chen came over with a smile. Seeing him coming, Sun Wukong also got up immediately, ready to ask Mo Chen what cultivation he was going to do next. But before he could speak, Mo Chen was the first to speak. "Wait first, now that the meal has been eaten, haven't you found anything yet?" "Hey? What to find? What to find?" Sun Wukong was stunned, he didn't understand what Mo Chen meant, so he asked with a confused look. Seeing this, Mo Chen couldn't help but smile and pointed to Sun Wukong's clothes. "Oh, look at what you're wearing." Sun Wukong looked down at his clothes, and when he saw it, he showed an extremely surprised look. "Ah! This is a practice suit." He didn't react until now, he was still wearing a training uniform. "That's right, by the way, I didn't lift the gravity of the training suit." Mo Chen nodded and said with a smile, "Unconsciously, your body has been improved, and you will naturally adapt to the gravity of the training suit. That's how it is, which means I'm a little stronger." Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head and said with a smile, "Hee, no wonder, I said that I always feel that my body is much easier. Okay, let's go directly to the next step of cultivation now." Mo Chen said, and with a wave of his hand, the table and the 3 bowls disappeared. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, was a little curious and didn't know what his next cultivation was. "This cultivation is..." Mo Chen looked at Sun Wukong, paused and continued, "Pulling grass." "Hey? Weeding?" Sun Wukong scratched his head in misunderstanding, he looked around and asked, "There is no grass around here, where can I pull the grass, Lord Machan? It's all open space all around, not to mention grass, not even a big tree." And hearing Sun Wukong's words, Mo Chen smiled slightly. "Indeed, you can't see the grass yet. But it's not easy to get some grass." Saying that, the divine power of his right hand emerged, and he waved lightly in the air. In an instant, a meadow appeared in front, full of grass, the kind that could not see the end at a glance. "Isn't there grass like this?" Mo Chen pointed to the grass and said with a smile. "Ah, it can still be like this." Sun Wukong was surprised, it turned out to be created with divine power. He really didn't expect this, and now this is indeed grass. "I will continue to increase the gravity of the training suit, and then pull out all these grasses. This is your next cultivation." Mo Chen put his hand behind his back and said to Sun Wukong. "Wu, so much has to be pulled out." Sun Wukong pinched his waist with both hands, looking at the grass in front of him, he didn't know when to pull it out. However, this is also a cultivation item, and he naturally won't say anything more in order to become stronger. And before he could get ready, Mo Chen waved his hand to increase the gravity of the training suit several times. Ah! This sudden increase in gravity caught Sun Wukong off guard, and just like before, he couldn't stand up straight when he was bent over. Hey! Sun Wukong clenched his teeth and increased his strength to straighten up a little bit. After all, if you can't even straighten up, how can you pull out those grasses? This cultivation is not only as simple as pulling weeds, but also breaking through the limits of the body and adapting to overcome this enhanced gravity. Of course we started, let's try to pull out a grass first. Mo Chen said with a smile. Of course, he had something to say in this. But what exactly does Sun Wukong mean? He doesn't know, and he doesn't have the heart to think about it now. After all, now the increased gravity of the training uniform on his body is enough for him to endure, and he has to go to the grass to pull grass. Yay! He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth with great strength before taking a step. This increased gravity made him very uncomfortable, let alone pulling grass, even walking to that grass became difficult. However, Sun Wukong would not give up, and despite the great difficulty, he still exerted all his strength to walk forward step by step, in order to reach the meadow. For him, this is cultivation now. Only by constantly pushing yourself forward and forcing yourself to break through the limit can you become stronger little by little. Still that sentence, the road of cultivation to become stronger, there is no shortcut to take. Of course, except for Mo Chen, who let him come over and become an angel. Chapter 28. HAAA. Here, under the insistence of Sun Wukong's gritted teeth, he finally walked to the front of the grass step by step. After taking a few breaths, he turned his head to look at Mo Chen, and a smile appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, Lord Ma Chen, look at me pulling out these grasses. After that, he bent down and reached out to pull out a grass first. Of course, he also needs to control his strength and body balance while bending over. Otherwise, the huge gravity of the training suit will make him fall directly to the ground. And when his hand grabbed a stick of grass and pulled it out, he realized that something was wrong. Hey! Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment, and looked at the grass in his hand with a puzzled expression. He should have just exerted himself, why didn't he pull out this grass? After thinking about it, Sun Wukong decided to try again, so he once again tried hard to pull out this grass. Unfortunately, the result was still the same, and he still did not pull out this grass. Now Sun Wukong was even more confused. He straightened up hard, looked at the grass in front of him, and said to himself, what's going on, why can't this grass pull it out? Could it be that Lord Mo Chen did something? I guessed right. Mo Chen walked over with a smile on his face and explained, these grasses are not ordinary grasses, but I created them with a little bit of divine power. Like you just tried, they're not that easy to unplug. So that's it. Sun Wukong suddenly realized, he also thought about it, no wonder Lord Ma Chen said before to let him try to pull out a grass first. It turns out that for this reason, these grasses must exert a lot of force to pull out. If you want to pull these grass out, try to concentrate your strength on pulling it with a little force. Mo Chen raised his finger and added another reminder. Concentrate a little. Well, I see. Monkey King nodded and looked at the grass growing on the ground again. He was wearing a training uniform, and now he had a lot of strength to pull out the grass, or so much grass, he didn't know when he would pull it out. Sure enough, Lord Ma Chen's cultivation is not so easy. However, I didn't give up so easily. Very good, let's pull out all this grass now. A smile appeared on Sun Wukong's face, and he was now full of confidence, bending down to reach out to the grass again. And at the same time as he stretched out his hand, he could see the golden flames wrapped around Sun Wukong's body, and at this moment, it was actually concentrated towards the position of his hand. That's right, according to what Mo Chen said, he concentrated his whole body strength on his hands to pull out these grasses. But at this time, the accident happened again. Boom! A loud noise came out, and before Sun Wukong touched the grass, the whole person actually fell directly to the ground. He sat on the ground, raised his arms vigorously and rubbed his head, just when his head hit the ground. Mo Chen, who saw this scene, couldn't help but smile, walked over to this side, and said patiently to Sun Wukong, "Look, this is what you didn't notice. I mean to concentrate your power in your hands, but if you focus too much here, you will cause other places to be missed. Don't forget, you're wearing a training suit. Once you move all your strength to your hands, your body can't withstand gravity and falls like this. No wonder. Hehe, I forgot about it." Sun Wukong smiled embarrassedly, he really forgot this. Then he looked down at the grass again. "This also means that you must take care of both points, and the strength in your body and hands must be evenly distributed. Otherwise, you will either not be able to withstand the gravity of the training suit and fall, or you will not be able to pull out the grass." Sun Wukong calmed himself down, and this time the golden aura on his body was only partially transferred to his hand. "Good, let's try it like this." Sun Wukong felt that it should be okay, controlled his body balance, bent over and plucked the grass with his hand. Really? This time he pulled it out with a little force. And seeing the grass being pulled out, Sun Wukong's face suddenly showed joy. Although only a stick of grass was pulled out of such a large meadow. But he was still very happy, he finally took the first step and successfully pulled out the first grass. Ha ha ha! I knew it would work this time. Sure enough, it worked. Sun Wukong held the grass in his hand, and he was so happy that he was reluctant to throw it away, and he had to turn around to let Mo Chen take a look. It's just that. Because he was too happy, Sun Wukong forgot to control his body balance for a while, and he almost fell again, only a little. Haha, Gaku, you can't be too relaxed now. Seeing this, Mo Chen smiled and said seriously, "It's good to be done, but you can't forget to control your body balance. You need to slowly adapt your body to this gravity as before, and then pull out all the grass, and this cultivation will be completed." "I know, Lord Machin." Sun Wukong nodded, threw away the grass in his hand, and turned his gaze to the endless grass. But just as he was about to continue bending down and pulling weeds, Mo Chen spoke again, "I will create a room for you here, with a bed and a lot of food. You yourself are here to cultivate and pull out these grasses." I'm alone, what about you, Lord Machin?" Sun Wukong was stunned, and asked curiously. "I'm going to take Vegeta to the Realm King God Realm next." "Your side is good, I should naturally help him cultivate." Mo Chen said, and used the scepter to wave it in the air. Buzz! In an instant, with an extremely dazzling bright white light, a large house appeared there. As Mo Chen said, there is a bed and a place to wash inside. At the same time, there is also a thing in it that can infinitely evoke food, and there is no need to worry about Sun Wukong, the king of big stomachs, not having enough to eat. "That's where I eat and rest, it looks very good." Sun Wukong was very satisfied with the house created, and turned his head to look at Mo Chen to thank him. "Thank you, Lord Mo Chen. Then go and help Vegeta cultivate, and the grass here will be handed over to me." Saying that, Sun Wukong clenched his fist again, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. "I feel that the gravity of the training suit will not take long for me to adapt to it as before. I'll speed up and pull out the grass here quickly." Chapter 29. Now Gaku is full of confidence that he will be able to pull out these grasses. However, when he said this, Mo Chen smiled and shook his head. "Don't be too confident, these are not as easy as you think. After I leave, the gravity of your exercise suit will multiply over time, and these grasses will also become more difficult to pull out over time." Mo Chen had long thought about doing this. After all, he also knew that Sun Wukong would soon adapt to gravity. Once he gets used to the gravity of the training suit, then no matter how much grass there is, he will easily pull it out quickly. Therefore, it is natural to increase the difficulty for him, otherwise how can it be regarded as cultivation? In order to quickly improve the strength of Sun Wukong, first master Super Saiyan 4 full power, cultivation will definitely not be easy to complete. It turns out that there is still this trick. Monkey King was taken aback, and thought that he could finish it quickly. If that's the case, it really will take him a while to pull out the grass. Thinking about it this way, it's no wonder that Lord Machin would create a house for himself. Okay, now it's time to start. Mo Chen smiled slightly and waved his scepter lightly in front of him. Buzz! They! Bright white light flickered, and under the influence of divine power, the practice clothes on Sun Wukong's body had increased some gravity, and the grass on the ground had become more difficult to pull. And after feeling the change, where does Sun Wukong dare to continue to stand here to rest? The increase in gravity will not wait for him. So, he quickly controlled his body balance, bent down and began his weed-pulling cultivation. Come on! Mo Chen smiled and left a sentence, and he slammed the scepter on the ground. Phew! In the next second, he turned into a ray of essence and left here. That's right, what he was going to was the realm King God realm below. Sun Wukong has already started cultivation, and now it will be Vegeta's turn to help him cultivate and improve his strength. Soon, a ray of essence descended on the realm King God realm. Seeing this, the old realm King God and Jebit God also rushed over. Lord Mo Chen, why did you come down? Seeing Mo Chen's arrival, the old realm King God asked curiously. Yes, Lord Machin, why are you here? Is it Wukong's cultivation? God Jebit was also curious and asked. And Mo Chen just shook his head, looked at the Jebit God and said, the cultivation is not over yet, but now I want you to help me do something. So, say it, Lord Machin. Hearing that he was needed by angels again, Jebit God was full of energy. However, the old world King God on the side was a little speechless, glanced at the Jebit God, and secretly complained in his heart, this stinky boy. Usually helping yourself is not very positive. This one is replaced by Lord Machin, a good guy, who runs more actively than anyone. Here, looking at the expectant look on Jebit's face, Mo Chen smiled and said, it's not difficult, I asked you to bring Monkey King over before, and this time I let you go down and bring Vegeta over. This way, it's wrapped around me. I'll go now, Lord Machin, I'll be back soon. K. After that, Jebit God did not have any hesitation, and directly cast a teleportation to where Vegeta was. Lord Machin, then please wait here for a while. The old realm King God bowed his head slightly and said respectfully to Mo Chen. It's okay, just wait a minute. Mo Chen didn't care about this kind of thing, and the scepter summoned 2 chairs next to him. Come on, sit and wait, old realm King God. Yes, Lord Machin. The old realm King God nodded and sat down as well. At this time, Vegeta on Earth was still in the hypergravity room, fighting and cultivating with Sun Wushan and Trunks. Boom! 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 The explosions here continued one after another, and the figures of the 3 of them continued to flicker, firing energy bombs at each other without scruples. This hypergravity chamber is also barely able to resist and not be destroyed by these attacks. Try this, Daddy! Trunks shouted, clasping his hands together and making several quick gestures. Ha! A! In the next second, super strong golden yellow energy gathered and launched towards Vegeta's position. Seeing this, Vegeta just chuckled, this level of wanting to cause harm to me is still far from it. After that, he made a gesture ready to block head-on, waiting for the energy to hit him. And at this point, oh! With a sound, God Jebit suddenly appeared here. The boundary. Lord Kaiwang God? Seeing God Jebit, both Monkey Sky and Trunks were shocked. Then the 2 of them became nervous and worried. Because that energy is blasting towards the position of God Jebit. And where can God Jebit avoid this energy? He is now pressed to the ground by the gravity of the hypergravity chamber, and he can't move. This. What's going on here? How could it be so heavy? God! Jebet complained about the gravity here, completely unaware of what was going on here. However, his body was so pressed that he could not move, and he could not climb up. Hey! Lord Jebet, hurry up and dodge, hurry up and dodge. Yes. Lord Jebet, it's dangerous. You hurry up and get out of there. And now, Sun Wushan and Trunks are still shouting at this side. After hearing their shouts, God Jebet was a little puzzled and turned his head hard to look behind him. Just this look scared him, and a wave of energy was getting closer and closer, and it was about to hit him. Ah! This is... Jebet's face changed drastically, which frightened him. Quick! Dying, dying! Fast! Save me! But... now he is pressed by gravity and can't move, and he has no choice but to lie here and shout for help. As for teleportation, he was so scared that he forgot that he could do this move. How could this stupid guy be here? Vegeta looked at God Jebet speechlessly. Of course he couldn't watch God Jebet, the god of the realm, being hit. Yikes! He clenched his fist and burst into anger and rushed directly over, blocking in front of the realm king god. Looking at that energy, he gathered the strength to raise his right hand in front of his face. Then, just when the energy was about to hit him, Vegeta suddenly struck, and the hand that had already accumulated strength was directly pressed on this energy. With only one hand, he is still very confident in his strength. To deal with the energy released by Trunks, Vegeta didn't need to use two hands at all. Chapter 30. Sure enough, after only a 2-second stalemate, the energy was no match for Vegeta and was sent flying out by him. Phew! Now, as the energy was sent out and changed direction, it was hitting the wall in the distance. Just listen to boom! With a loud bang, the wall was blown out of a big hole, and the outside sunlight just came in from here. And, because one of the walls of the hypergravity chamber was destroyed. Just listen to buzz! With a sound, the gravity in the room was automatically lifted, and the room that was originally full of red light was now back to normal. Hey, is this at its limit? Looking at the hypergravity chamber that lifted gravity, Vegeta snorted unpleasantly. Sure enough, although Bulma developed the latest hypergravity chamber, it still couldn't withstand too many of their Saiyan attacks. And here, seeing that God Jebet was saved by Vegeta, both Sun Wushan and Trunks were relieved. Although the hypergravity chamber was destroyed, fortunately, the god of Jebet, the king god of the realm, was not hit by the energy. Woo, it's really scary. It's good to have you, Vegeta. God Jebet stood up, slapped the dust on his body twice, and said to Vegeta. He was really frightened just now, although being hit by that energy would not cause death, but it was certain that he would be seriously injured. Most importantly, he had originally come to pick up Vegeta back to the Realm King God realm at the words of Lord Machin. Such a simple thing, but I didn't expect that I was almost hit by energy as soon as I appeared. In the end, thanks to Vegeta sending the energy out in time, otherwise he would be in danger, really dangerous. But after hearing this, Vegeta still looked unhappy. Then, he turned to look at God Jebet, and said with a cold face, "Why did you guy come over? Of course, you'd better have something important to say when you're here now. After all, the hypergravity chamber was destroyed because of God Jebet. There is no way to continue cultivating. Vegeta's current mood is naturally super unhappy. Actually, in fact, Lord Machin asked me to take you back to the Realm King God realm." God Jebet saw that Vegeta was a little unhappy, so he did not dare to talk nonsense, and quickly said exactly why he came. "Oh, so you want to cultivate me?" Hearing this, the corners of Vegeta's mouth couldn't help but rise upward, and his mood suddenly became happy. Finally, he can be guided by Mo Chen, the angel, and start cultivating. He has been looking forward to this. "Yes, Vegeta." Seeing that Vegeta's mood improved, God Jebet immediately nodded. "Lord Machin asked me to pick you up, I must have taken you to cultivate. And Gaku, he was also taken by Lord Machin to cultivate. What? Kakarot is also there? Hearing this, Vegeta couldn't sit still, clenched his fists tightly, and muttered, boom. Unexpectedly, that Kakarot guy was one step ahead of me again. Then, Vegeta looked at God Jebet, and said in an aggravated tone, hey! You! Hurry up! Take me to the Realm King God realm now! He couldn't wait any longer, especially now that he knew that Sun Wukong was also cultivating at Mo Chen. Originally, Vegeta was determined to break through and become stronger under the guidance and cultivation of the angel Mo Chen, and finally complete the goal of surpassing Kakarot. Therefore, after knowing that Sun Wukong had begun to cultivate, he was very worried that Sun Wukong would widen the gap between the strength of the two of them. So now it is necessary to quickly let the Jebet God bring him to the Realm King God realm, and not a single minute can be delayed. Ah, okay, Vegeta. God Jebet was taken aback by Vegeta's sudden accent, so he quickly put his hand on Vegeta's back. I'll take you back to the Realm King God realm. By the way, wait a minute. At this moment, Vegeta suddenly thought of something, and he turned to look at Trunks. Hey, go and get the things I asked Bulma to prepare. That's it, Daddy, I'll go now. Trunks replied, flying straight out of the big hole. As for what Vegeta wanted, it was naturally the Bruz Ray gun. Only by using the Bruz Ray gun can Vegeta transform into Super Saiyan 4, and naturally he can't forget to take it. So, after waiting a little, Trunks got something and flew in from the big hole. He happily came to Vegeta and handed him a universal capsule. Give, Dad, everything is in the capsule. Good. Taking the capsule in his hand, Vegeta couldn't help but smile. Next, I will go to the Realm King God realm to find Lord Machin for cultivation, and just help me talk after seeing Bulma. Got it, Daddy. Trunks nodded. You can rest assured to cultivate, I will tell my mother. Vegeta was relieved and had nothing else to explain. So, he put the capsule away, looked at the Jebet God and said, okay, now take me to the Realm King God realm. Good. Jebet replied, placing his hand on Vegeta's back. K. Ugh. As the figures of the two of them became illusory. In the next second, the two of them disappeared, casting teleportation and leaving here. In the entire hypergravity room, only Sun Wushan and Trunks were left. Then next, the two of us will also practice from time to time, Wushan. Trunks thought for a while, and took the lead in speaking to Sun Wushan. He was very serious, he just wanted to quickly improve his strength through cultivation. In short, you must become stronger, you can't be as weak as you are now. I know, Trunks. Sun Wushan lowered his head heavily. Like Trunks, he now wants to get stronger. He didn't pay attention to these things before, but now he has completely woken up and must improve his strength. So, after thinking about it for a while, he suggested, don't wait for other times, let's continue cultivating now. But this hypergravity chamber is destroyed, let's go find a place where no one is. What a big idea, Goten. Trunks agreed very much. Then the two of us will go first and find a place where there is no one, and when we get there, we will continue our cultivation. Okay, Trunks, let's go now. The two reached an agreement and were ready to find a place where no one was cultivating. But when they were about to leave, they suddenly saw Bulma. I don't know when she came, just standing in the big hole. Chapter 31. Bulma didn't speak, just stood there with her hands folded. But she looked very angry, and her eyes were glaring at Sun Wushan and Trunks. Mom! Mom! Bulletin, Aunt Bulma! Was stared at by Bulma, and the two of them couldn't help but shiver. Of course, both of them probably guessed why Bulma looked angry. Sure enough, the next second Bulma spoke, and said angrily, Goten, Trunks. My latest hypergravity chamber, how come such a big hole has broken out here? Just now I suddenly heard an explosion, I felt something was wrong, come and see it. What a big surprise! Speak quickly. Goten, Trunks. You two explain to me what this big hole is all about. Ah! This one. The big hole. Seeing that Bulma was really angry because of this, Sun Wushan and Trunks were both nervous and afraid. Both of them knew how much Bulma cared about the things that had been developed. Especially this hypergravity chamber. She was very happy when she created this latest hypergravity chamber, and reminded Vegeta several times in a row, telling him to pay attention when cultivating and not to destroy the hypergravity chamber and blow it up again. But now, seeing the appearance of such a big hole, it is strange that Bulma does not get angry. Mom, you dissipate your anger first, dissipate your anger first, don't be so angry, you will get old when you are angry. Trunks put his hands on his chest and said quickly, wondering if Bulma would control her emotions a little. It's just that. This had no effect at all, but made Bulma even more angry. Gassing. Bulma glared at Trunks, his anger subsiding. She put a hand on the edge of the big hole and said even more angrily, obviously, I reminded me several times when I created this, so you must pay attention when cultivating. You're okay, now make me such a big hole. When she said this, she suddenly realized that there seemed to be one less person here, so she asked in an aggravated tone. That's right. What about Vegeta others? Why is it not here, where is he running now? Ah, Dad, he's gone to the Realm King God Realm, Lord Machin wants to help Dad cultivate. Trunks was startled, and in order not to make Bulma more angry, he quickly replied. But after returning, he secretly glanced at Sun Wushan again. Well, I see, Trunks. Sun Wushan said in a low voice, just a look, he instantly understood what Trunks meant. Then, little by little, both of them moved cautiously towards the large hole where Bulma was standing. I actually ran to the Realm King God Realm. That guy Vegeta, it's good to practice or do anything else, don't think it's okay like this. When he comes back, I'll talk about him. This is the first time. Bulma was still talking to herself here, and Sun Wushan and Trunks had already sneaked past her. Mom! Wushan and I still have cultivation, so I won't accompany you, let's go first. After coming out, Trunks flew into the air, said a word to Bulma and quickly slipped away. If you continue to stay here, you don't know when Bulma will say when they will be, then how will they cultivate? I'm gone too, Aunt Bulma. I'm really sorry about that big hole in the hypergravity room, we will definitely pay attention next time. Sun Wushan also flew in the air and apologized to Bulma. Then, he clenched his fist and followed Trunks with an explosion. The two of them left here, looking for a place where no one was to cultivate. In order to improve their strength, in order to become stronger. Really? These two children. Bulma is also angry nowhere, and Sun Wushan and Trunks have flown away. As for Vegeta, he couldn't say anything he wanted to say in the Realm King God Realm. Alas, it's my turn to clean up again, it's really not giving people time to rest at all. Looking back at this big hole, Bulma was helpless and funny. She has long been accustomed to this kind of thing, in fact, if you think about it carefully, this time is quite good, there is only a big hole. Compared to those hypergravity chambers that were made before, this is already very good. After all, those in the past were generally blown up into a pile of slag by Vegeta, and sometimes there was even no slag left. At the same time, the Realm King God Realm. Yikes! By teleporting, God Jupiter took Vegeta to the realm of the Realm King. They're back. The old Realm King God got up from his chair and looked at Vegeta and Jebet. I brought Vegeta back, Lord Machin. God Jebet came to Mo Chen's side and said to him happily. Good. Mo Chen nodded in satisfaction. Is there anything else I need to do? God Jebit asked. No more. Mo Chen smiled slightly, then you two can go about your own business. Yes, Lord Machen. God Jebit and the Old Realm King God answered at the same time, and the two did not stay longer and left here. Now only Vegeta and Machen are left. Lord Machen, has Kakarot started cultivating now? Vegeta was a little anxious when he thought of the Monkey King, so he stepped forward to confirm it again. On it, I am cultivating in the God realm I created. Mo Chen smiled and pointed to the divine realm above and replied. On top. Cultivation in the God realm? Vegeta was stunned and looked up at the huge planet that appeared above at an unknown time. However, after confirming that Sun Wukong was cultivating, Vegeta was even more anxious. He didn't want to delay a minute now, and he would hurry up and cultivate to become stronger. He clenched his fists, lowered his head slightly, and said respectfully to Mo Chen, I don't want to be distanced by Kakarota, Lord Mo Chen, please cultivate me now. In order to become stronger, Vegeta was willing to put down his self-esteem and asked Machen, an angel, to guide and help him cultivate. After all, in his opinion, this is his only chance, the only chance to surpass the Monkey King again. Whether he can grasp it or not, it depends on himself. Yes. Looking at Vegeta's current attitude, Mo Chen was very satisfied and said with a smile, of course, I asked God Jebit to bring you here just to help you cultivate. I see that you are also ready, so now, your cultivation can be regarded as officially started. Chapter 32. Is this the beginning? Vegeta clenched his fists and the corners of his mouth hooked, this is exactly what I want. That Lord Machen, since the cultivation has begun, what do I need to do in the first step now? He couldn't wait now, speculating in his heart about all kinds of possible cultivations. In short, no matter what kind of cultivation it is, Vegeta will go all out to treat it, and he must definitely seize this opportunity and become stronger. Simple, just like Sun Wukong's cultivation, let's start by mastering Super Saiyan 4. Mo Chen smiled and said to him, slowly, until you have fully mastered the level of Super Saiyan 4 full power. Master Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta was stunned for a moment, then replied, I can already transform into this form, and I want to quickly carry out a cultivation that can become stronger. Or, what kind of cultivation Kakarot has performed, Lord Machen, you can double it all for me. It's hard to succeed if you are in too much of a hurry to improve. Mo Chen shook his head and continued, since you said that you can transform, then you can now turn me into Super Saiyan 4 for me to see. That's easy. Vegeta smiled confidently and took out the universal capsule in his arms. Boom! Throw it on the ground, and a large number of Bruz ray guns appear on the ground. It's just that when he was about to pick up a Bruz ray gun, Mo Chen wiped them all out with a wave of his hand. Lord Mo Chen, are you? Seeing this, Vegeta was a little annoyed, but he still suppressed this emotion. He took a deep breath, looked at Mo Chen and said, you may not know, without these Bruz ray guns, I can't become Super Saiyan 4. Oh, haven't you already mastered it, why rely on this kind of thing? Mo Chen asked with a smile, which also made Vegeta a little overwhelmed. He is indeed able to transform into Super Saiyan 4, but he must use the Bruz ray gun. But now without the Bruz ray gun, he can't transform into Super Saiyan 4 alone. You should have understood. Seeing that Vegeta was silent, Mo Chen continued to say to him, Sun Wukong can transform into Super Saiyan 4 by his own strength, and you have to rely on this thing every time to transform, which is not okay. In other words, this thing belongs to an external force after all. Even if you successfully become Super Saiyan 4 with the help of external forces, the power you improve is still far less than that of Sun Wukong's transformation by his own strength. Just like that, little by little, Sun Wukong continued to increase his strength in cultivation, and before he knew it, the gap between the two of you was naturally opened. Speaking of this, Mo Chen paused, walked up to Vegeta and asked. Let me ask you again, do you think that compared with Sun Wukong, which of you two is stronger? The two of us, Vegeta hesitated, then snorted, humph, although I hate to admit it, that cockroach guy is indeed better than me now. Speaking of this, Vegeta suddenly clenched his fists and added with a serious face. But this is only for now. It won't be long before my Vegeta will definitely surpass cockroach. Very good, then I look forward to the day when you surpass the Monkey King. Mo Chen smiled in satisfaction and reached out and waved in front of Vegeta. Give you something. Buzz. A bright white light gathered on Vegeta's body. He only felt that a warm current seemed to flow into his body, and he felt very comfortable. Then, a furry tail actually opened his pants and appeared behind Vegeta. This is tail. My tail. Vegeta looked incredulously at the tail behind him. What happened was just a wave of his hand in front of himself. The tail that he hadn't grown for so many years actually grew out all of a sudden. Vegeta now also understands that this Machin has more power than he thought. It is even impossible to imagine what kind of power it has. Don't be surprised, feel the power in yourself. Mo Chen reminded with a smile. The tail, in a sense, is actually the source of Scion power. Moreover, the tail can trigger potential buried deep in the Scion body. Of course, Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan V are also forms that must have a tail to reach and master. For this GT spacetime, the Monkey King and others of the GT universe, they do not have the transformation route of the Super Saiyan God here. Therefore, if you want to become strong, this tail is naturally the most indispensable thing. It is precisely because of the lack of this tail that Vegeta is unable to transform into Super Saiyan 4 on his own, and can only rely on the Bruz Ray gun made by Bulma to complete the transformation. Strength. The strength in the body seems to have really improved. Vegeta clenched his fists, feeling the increased power in his body, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise upward. How? Mo Chen asked, now that you have a tail, you should be able to transform into Super Saiyan 4 on your own, right, Vegeta? Absolutely. Vegeta's face was full of confidence. Lord Machin, I will now become a Super Saiyan 4 to show you. With that, Vegeta clenched his fists at his waist. Ha! After an explosion, nothing has changed. Hey! Vegeta frowned slightly, feeling a little surprised. It is clear that the breath has been gathered, but why can't it become Super Saiyan 4? Forget it. You must not have mastered the way, try again. Vegeta didn't believe that he couldn't transform, so he adjusted his posture and closed his eyes to feel the breath inside him. Ha! Suddenly, he suddenly opened his eyes and burst with all his strength. Boom! However, apart from a strong wave of chi erupting outward, nothing has changed. No, it shouldn't be. Vegeta's face became a little ugly, and he clenched his fists and couldn't believe this kind of thing. Obviously he has grown a tail, how can he still not transform into Super Saiyan 4? Obviously, he just said so confidently that he can definitely easily become Super Saiyan 4 after growing his tail. But now I have tried it twice, and even if I gather all the breath, nothing has changed. Still can't become Super Saiyan 4. Chapter 33. Vegeta, even if you explode 100 times like this, you can't transform successfully. At this time, Mo Chen, who was watching on the sidelines, really couldn't stand it, so he came over and said. What do you mean, Lord Machin? Vegeta looked at Mo Chen with a puzzled expression. Could it be that it was wrong for me to explode like that just now, so I couldn't transform into success? You know, Super Saiyan 4 is a form achieved by the Golden Great Ape, further improving its strength. Mo Chen put up a finger and said to Vegeta with a smile. Golden Great Ape. I understand. Vegeta's eyes lit up, and he reacted instantly, excitedly. In this way, after growing the tail again, if you want to become Super Saiyan 4, you must go through the process of ape transformation and control power again. Is that so? I'm not wrong, Lord Machan. That's right, you finally figured it out. Mo Chen nodded with a smile and continued, artificial full moon, you should be able to make it. It's time to rely on your power to complete the transformation of Super Saiyan 4. Leave it to me, that kind of thing. The corners of Vegeta's mouth rose slightly, and he said a little proudly, but a white energy bomb had condensed in his hand. Just mix the oxygen here with this energy bomb. An artificial full moon of more than 17 million Hz that only a few Scions can make. This is made. As soon as the words fell, Vegeta threw the white energy bomb in his hand into the air. Then, when it rose to a very high position, the energy bomb suddenly expanded, instantly expanding several times. The artificial full moon is formed in this way, and the whole looks really like a full moon, emitting dazzling white light, and there is no difference. Next, it's time to complete the process of giant apeization. Vegeta looked up at the artificial full moon above the sky. Buzz! Vegeta's body suddenly trembled violently. Then, just listen to poof, poof, poof sound. That's right, it's Vegeta's heartbeat. At this moment, his body was constantly trembling, and at the same time, his heartbeat was accelerating, and a very loud heartbeat sound was constantly coming outward. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta's eyes turned blood red, and lightning bolts appeared around his body. Vegeta's body floated in the air, and all the power in his body burst out at this moment. His body muscles swelled violently, his mouth bulged outward, and his teeth lengthened and sharpened little by little. Roar! With a sudden roar, Vegeta successfully turned into a black giant ape. And the transformation was not over, and with the gathering breath, a golden light began to appear on Vegeta's body. The body was bathed in this golden light, and all the hairs on the body turned golden, successfully achieving the form of a golden giant ape. It looks good. Mo Chen smiled with satisfaction. Since he smoothly turned into a golden giant ape, Vegeta is not far from Super Saiyan 4. Of course, Lord Mo Chen. Here, Vegeta, who heard Mo Chen's words, was a little proud, and he boasted immodestly. I am a Scion Prince, known as a genius warrior, naturally different from a low-level warrior like Kakarot. I don't lose consciousness like he does after turning into a great ape and become a monster that only knows destruction. Even in the state of a great ape, I can still freely control my behavior. Which is the difference between the two of us? Okay, I already know. Mo Chen obviously didn't want to hear these boastful words, so he waved his hand and said, let's try to gather the breath in your body to a little. This is easy. Leave it to me. Vegeta was now full of confidence and immediately condensed his breath. Buzz! In an instant, a large amount of golden flames appeared around his body, visibly flowing with the naked eye. Hey! Vegeta suddenly clenched his fists and raised his head to let out a low roar. At this moment, the golden aura actually directly wrapped the huge body under Vegeta's golden giant ape. The body was completely in golden light, and Vegeta condensed his breath again. Then, as the golden light dissipated, his body also rapidly shrunk and returned to a normal human size. Finally, Vegeta, who turned into Super Saiyan 4, appeared in view. Finally, reached the form of Super Saiyan 4 with his own strength. Vegeta was now in a very excited mood, raised his hand to look left and right, and looked down at his body. No longer need to rely on the Bruz ray gun made by Bulma, he can complete the transformation of Super Saiyan 4 on his own in the future. It feels good, using your own power to become Super Saiyan 4. Mo Chen came over and said to Vegeta. Yes, Lord Mo Chen. Vegeta nodded, clenched his fists and felt the power in his body again, and couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, this Super Saiyan 4 transformed with a tail is much stronger than the one who relies on the machine to transform. That's nature. Mo Chen pointed to the tail behind Vegeta and said with a smile, the transformation that relies on external forces is naturally not as powerful as the normal transformation. You know, this tail of your Saiyan's is the source of your power, and it is indispensable. Hearing this, Vegeta instantly remembered the picture of his tail being cut off. Boom! That bastard Archie Loeb! Just thinking of that scene made Vegeta clench his fists in anger, even wishing to go to Archie Loeb and beat him up right now. After all, he didn't expect that the knife that cut off his tail back then almost ruined his path to becoming stronger. Control your emotions, Vegeta. Now that the tail has been restored, you don't have to think about the past. Mo Chen said to Vegeta, come on, since you have reached the form of Super Saiyan 4, you go all out to attack me and let me see your current strength. Hearing this, Vegeta was stunned. He looked up at Mo Chen and said in surprise, I came to fight with Lord Mo Chen. Yes. Mo Chen nodded and said with a smile, you only need to hit me once to count you as passing. Of course, he was only doing this to get Vegeta proficient in the power of Super Saiyan 4. Although he had changed into Super 4 before, after all, it was changed through a machine, and now it is better for Vegeta to release his power. Moreover, Mo Chen just wants to move his body, so use this battle to exercise a little. Chapter 34. Just hit it once, then I'm welcome. Vegeta clenched his fists, the corners of his mouth slightly raised upward. He had actually been looking forward to it for a long time, when he would be able to fight with Mo Chen, the angel. Of course, he knew very well that he was definitely not an opponent, but according to what Mo Chen had just said, as long as he hit him, he would be considered a pass. Vegeta felt that under these conditions, he could definitely do it himself. After all, after becoming Super Saiyan 4 on his own, Vegeta is more confident in his own power. He clenched his fists and looked up at Mo Chen, his eyes revealing a bit of fighting intent. It's just to hit Lord Mo Chen, and it's not something that is impossible to defeat him. Anyway, this can definitely be done. I'm going on. Thinking about it, Vegeta suddenly shouted, no longer having the slightest hesitation, and rushed towards Mo Chen at a very fast speed. And when he rushed to Mo Chen, he found that his fist was about to hit Mo Chen, but he didn't have any reaction yet. Seeing this, Vegeta couldn't help but secretly feel proud in his heart. It's just the first attack, I didn't expect to be so easy to win. It seems that Lord Mo Chen is still too relaxed and underestimates himself. However, when his fist fell, he found out. Mo Chen, who was originally motionless, reacted in an instant and dodged his fist without fail. How so? Vegeta landed on the ground, looked at his fist, and looked at Mo Chen with an incredulous expression. This punch is definitely a hit. But at that moment, Mo Chen, who had no reaction, suddenly dodged the attack. Why, keep coming. Mo Chen smiled slightly and beckoned at Vegeta. Boom! Try again. Vegeta snorted, clenching his fists and striking Mo Chen's position again. Yikes! But it was still the same ending, and the fist thrown with all his might was easily dodged. Abominable! At this time, Vegeta was a little upset, clenched his fists and turned sharply to hit Mo Chen again. Yikes! Swish! 2 consecutive attacks were dodged, and looking at Mo Chen who appeared on his right, Vegeta suddenly raised his leg and kicked over. It's useless. Mo Chen just smiled, his body reacted on its own, and easily dodged the attack. Although Vegeta felt incredible, he immediately rushed to Mo Chen and launched an even more violent attack on him. For a while, he kept swinging his fists at Mo Chen, and his fists were even so fast that a phantom formed in the air. He didn't believe it, he couldn't even hit Mo Chen for this kind of thing? But the fact is here, no matter how he attacks, Mo Chen, who has the ultimate skill of ease, can easily dodge it. Even if Vegeta used all his strength, no matter how hard he tried, he could not touch Mo Chen's body. 5 minutes passed like that. Ha! 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 His face was filled with shock, and he couldn't figure out why. Obviously, every time he had the confidence to hit, but every time he was dodged when he was about to hit Mo Chen. How, do you still have the strength to continue? Mo Chen smiled and looked at Vegeta and asked. That's it, of course it's going to continue. Vegeta gritted his teeth, he wouldn't give up so easily. He wants to try again, whether he can hit Mo Chen, just one click. Ha! Eh! He clenched his fists, raised his head and released all the remaining breath in his body with an angry shout. Boom! They! Golden aura gushed out from the body, becoming more and more turbulent. The huge force formed a ripple-like wave of chi, spreading outward in a circle. Then, Vegeta's legs were forceful, and the whole person shot out directly and rushed in front of Mo Chen. Ha! He shouted loudly and hit Mo Chen with all his strength. Seeing this, Mo Chen easily avoided when the attack fell. Vegeta got used to this and immediately launched a new attack. One punch and one leg kept hitting Mo Chen. He thought that as long as his speed was fast enough, there would always be a blow that could hit. But he still thought too simply, not to mention the extreme skill of ease, the speed of the angel itself is also unmatched. Yikes! Swish! 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 Just now, no matter how Vegeta attacked, he couldn't touch Mo Chen. Perhaps unwillingly, Vegeta snorted and suddenly jumped back to open the distance. Then, as soon as he landed, he stood up and put on a posture. Try this, Lord Machin! Vegeta's head raised slightly, and his right hand was also raised to aim at Mo Chen's position. Buzz! A golden light flashed in the center of the palm, and a huge amount of energy quickly converged here. Whoops! The energy quickly condensed into a sphere, and a large number of electric sparks appeared out of thin air around it. Vegeta gathered all his power, and this would be the last and strongest blow he could unleash so far. Now let's see if the energy this time can have a little effect on Lord Machin. After thinking about it for a moment, Vegeta no longer had the slightest hesitation, her expression became very serious, and she opened her mouth and shouted, "Take it, Lord Machin!" Big Bang Attack! The moment the voice fell, the energy condensed in the center of this palm directly burst out. Phew! The golden energy bomb hit Mo Chen in a line, and the violent electric light flickered and jumped around the energy bomb. This contains extremely terrifying and powerful energy, and once hit, the consequences are unimaginable. However, for Mo Chen, the angel, this level of energy is still far from it. In the face of menacing, this Big Bang attack that accumulates all of Vegeta's strength. Mo Chen just smiled slightly and stretched out a finger. Boom! In the next second, the ground around it completely shattered like a collision of powerful forces, forming a huge crater. However, after the impact of that energy ended, Mo Chen was unscathed, still smiling, and completely like a nobody. What's even more incredible is that the energy blasted out a huge crater there, but the ground under Mo Chen's feet was still intact. A rock pillar stood there like this, and Mo Chen stood on it, unaffected in the slightest. Whether it was this, or seeing his all-out blow blocked so easily by Mo Chen with a finger. All of this deeply shocked Vegeta, and his eyes were full of disbelief when he looked at Mo Chen. I really was too confident and proud, and at the same time I thought too simply. The strength of the angel is simply unimaginably strong. Even if he is 1,000 times stronger than now, the chance of hitting Lord Machin is 0, absolutely impossible. Chapter 35. Well, your current strength is not bad, even if you pass. Seeing Vegeta standing there dumbfounded, Mo Chen couldn't help but smile and took the initiative to come over and say to him. But after hearing his words, Vegeta lowered his head and clenched his fists tightly. I'm still too weak. This degree is simply not good. He couldn't accept it, and even he now felt ridiculous, just becoming Super Saiyan 4 dared to be so confident. Obviously, his current strength is still too weak, and even Kakarot can't compare. But just after becoming Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta is uncontrollable confident and proud. Even felt that he could definitely hit Mo Chen, the angel, completely forgetting that the Super 1-star dragon that even he couldn't fight with Sun Wukong before, even he couldn't touch Mo Chen's body, even if it was a moment. And myself, just so proud that I can do it, it's really humiliating to think about it, it's really ridiculous. It's okay, Vegeta, don't be so frustrated. Mo Chen walked up to Vegeta and said. Naturally, he knew and understood Vegeta very well. After all, Vegeta can finally transform into Super Saiyan 4 without relying on machines and using only his own powers. He almost gave up on this, but now he has finally done it, and it is normal to be proud and confident. However, Mo Chen can't watch Vegeta weaken his fighting spirit little by little now. He smiled and continued to Vegeta, it's not just you, Sun Wukong also lost to me like this. Like you, he didn't touch me from the beginning to the end. Hey? Kakarot he also? Hearing this, Vegeta raised his head, and his mood really improved. Of course. Mo Chen smiled slightly, besides, as an angel, if you can hit me, how can I still be worthy of the position of angel? Besides, isn't it that I am now the martial arts master of the two of you to help you improve your strength? So don't care too much about these, if you have this time to be frustrated, it's better to seriously cultivate and improve your strength. I see, Lord Mo Chen. Vegeta nodded heavily, and after adjusting his mood, he said a little embarrassed, sorry, Lord Ma Chen, I just made you laugh. It's okay, these are normal, or what I said, don't care too much. Mo Chen smiled, and his right hand summoned the scepter and gently slammed it on the ground. Buzz! Huge divine power surged and spread out in all directions. The ground that had been shattered by the battle instantly recovered, and Vegeta's body was completely restored under this divine power. My body! Thank you, Lord Ma Chen. Feeling the recovery of his body, Vegeta was stunned at first, and immediately thanked Mo Chen after reacting. It's okay, it's just a hands-on thing. Mo Chen said lightly, but suddenly thought of something again, and added, by the way, Vegeta, you have been here for a while, and there are still some things I haven't told you. At this time, I'll tell you about it. Things? What's the matter, Lord Ma Chen? Vegeta looked at Mo Chen and became a little curious about it. In the space-time universe we are in now, there is actually a time-space. Next, Mo Chen told Vegeta all the things about the space-time as if telling Sun Wukong 12 universes, and the existence of another me, as well as Kakarot, Trunks, and others. I couldn't have imagined that there would be such a thing outside of my knowledge. After listening, Vegeta put one hand on his chin and said thoughtfully. But now he is exactly the same as the Monkey King who listened to this at that time. I am also full of expectations for this time-space, and I want to go to that space-time to take a look after improving my strength and becoming stronger. Whether it is the strong one there or the other one in the 7th universe, Vegeta is looking forward to meeting him and having a competition. Thinking about it, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, looked at Mo Chen and asked, then Lord Mo Chen, when can we go to this time-space? No hurry, now is not the time. Mo Chen smiled and said, if you are more specific, I can take you there when the strength of the two of you improves. Well, that's really exciting. The corners of Vegeta's mouth couldn't help but rise even more. He was now super looking forward to this time-space. However, he also knows now that he still needs to improve his strength quickly. Although fighting with the powerhouse of that time and space or himself and the Monkey King there made him look forward to it. But the last thing he can forget now is his own goal, to surpass the past by the Monkey King, Kakarot. So, Vegeta spoke again, Lord Machin, can you start cultivating me now? I don't want to waste any more time. Of course. Mo Chen was already planning to cultivate Vegeta, and nodded with a smile. First of all, the first point you have to do is the same as Sun Wukong. Always maintain the form of Super Saiyan 4, no matter what you do, you must maintain this form. Keep Super Saiyan 4? Same as Kakarot? Vegeta was stunned for a moment, a little confused about what it was for. That's right, keep the Super Saiyan 4 form. Mo Chen nodded and continued, no need to doubt, because the two of you are already strong physically and physically under normal conditions. So you have to go one step further in the Super Saiyan 4 form and master the full power of Super Saiyan 4. That is to say, it reaches the Super Saiyan 4 full power form that I told you before. As for Monkey King, I said he's in the middle stage of Super Saiyan 4. Saying that, Mo Chen pointed at Vegeta, and you have just achieved transformation by your own strength now. Naturally it is the initial stage, and it is even barely the initial stage. Of course, what I'm talking about is calculated according to the strength and mastery of the two of you. Therefore, you need to maintain the Super Saiyan 4 form, do everything in this form, and cultivate it to stimulate all the remaining power. After all, the Monkey King and Vegeta here are already strong under normal conditions. Therefore, the two of them should now target Super Saiyan 4, and enhance their cultivation and master Super Saiyan 4 full power in this form. In order to travel to Chrono, they also need to at least master and possess the full power of Super Saiyan 4. Because Mo Chen, a traverser who understands Dragon Ball, firmly believes that this form is definitely no less than the Super Saiyan God Blue of Chrono space. After that, Machin naturally had to let them go further to improve and help them reach the final stage of Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4 Limit Breakthrough. Chapter 36. Although they are all Super Saiyan 4, it is by no means as simple as those three more words. In the end, the increase in full power is much more than the ordinary Super Saiyan Final 4, and these two cannot be compared at all. It's like Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan 5. It is clear that it is only one realm behind, but there is an unimaginable gap in strength between them. In the original work, the form of Super Saiyan 4 full power, that is the form that Sun Wukong reached by absorbing the breath of Sun Gohan and others under the Super Saiyan 4 full energy, beyond the limit. Super Saiyan 4 full energy, this is actually the form that bursts out of full power in the form of Super Saiyan 4. And now, Mo Chen wants the two of them to stimulate the potential in their bodies through cultivation, break through the limit to master that power. Of course, this method is naturally much more difficult. But once the Super Saiyan 4 full power is fully mastered in this way, Son Goku and Vegeta can both transform into this form at any time. This can be controlled at will, but that method cannot complete the breakthrough by its own strength, and can only be barely achieved by absorbing the breath of other Saiyans. Just keep it up. I see, Lord Machin. Vegeta thought about it, and it was indeed the same as what Mo Chen said, which made sense. Although Super Saiyan 4 had very little control and consumption of breath, he couldn't keep it for too long now. So it was helpful for him to maintain this form, and it was even more useful to cultivate in the form of Super Saiyan 4. First of all, Super Saiyan 4 full power is the first form Vegeta is currently going to achieve. If you can, aim for the best before Kakarot. Thinking about it, he asked, so what am I going to do next? For Vegeta's problem, Mo Chen has long had an idea. He summoned his scepter and waved it gently at the sky next to him. Buzz! A swirling flow space appears out of thin air. The flow of time in this space will be much slower than outside, and the gravity inside will continue to increase, and it will be difficult for the body to maintain balance. You will enter here next to cultivate. Mo Chen said to Vegeta. Although it sounds relatively simple and ordinary, it is actually much more difficult than Sun Wukong's cultivation. After all, now that Vegeta's strength is weaker than Sun Wukong, Mo Chen naturally wants to make his cultivation a little more difficult, and strive to improve his strength earlier. Of course, the most important thing is that Vegeta himself has a heart that wants to become stronger. Get in here. Vegeta looked at the flowing space and clenched his fists. In order to surpass Kakarot, the next time I come out, I will definitely become 100 times stronger than now. Then you're going to have to work hard. Mo Chen smiled slightly. By the way, there is a room for you inside, which has endless delicacies and clothes that need to be changed. Speaking of this, Mo Chen thought of something, clicked the space with his scepter, and kindly reminded. Also, the enemies you have encountered will be transformed in this. Moreover, their strength will be improved, and if you are not killed by them, you will really die. Of course, I believe you can do it. Now you who want to become stronger, Vegeta, get ready to enter this space and start your own cultivation. As for when to come out, well. Mo Chen thought for a moment and smiled. When the time is right, I will release you myself. Or maybe you didn't survive and die inside. I will resurrect you so that you can continue to cultivate, and then release you when the time is right. Don't worry, without this possibility, I can't die. Vegeta clenched his fists, his gaze extremely firm. No matter who I meet, I will defeat them one by one. What gravity, what balance is not a problem. In order to surpass Kakarot, I will definitely not lose this time. After that, he didn't hesitate anymore, clenched his fist and flew directly into this space. After Vegeta entered, Mo Chen waved his scepter to close the space. Looking at the disappearing space, he couldn't help but smile. Come on, if you want to surpass Sun Wukong, try to win this cultivation. What is certain is that if Vegeta does it, his strength will definitely change dramatically. Perhaps, he will break through the limit in a row, and directly master the Super Saiyan 4 full power. Of course, if you really directly master Super Saiyan 4 full power, whether it is for Vegeta or Machin, this is naturally the best. After thinking about it in his heart, Mo Chen looked up at the sky and said with a relaxed expression, but well, since now Wukong and the two of them have started cultivating. Idle here is idle, there is nothing to do well and boring, it is better for me to go around the earth. Just do what you say. The multicolored flame of light bloomed under your feet, and Mo Chen directly turned into a essence and left here. But in fact, when he said that he was going around the earth, what he really had to do was to find someone. This person is Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wuhan. At this time, Mo Chen did not know that some movement occurred in the space-time because of him. Chrono and space, inside the Temple of All Kings. The great priest entered the Temple of All Kings, walked in front of King Chuan, bowed his head and saluted and said respectfully. Lord King Chuan, after tens of thousands of years, recently, that universe has suddenly undergone unprecedented changes. What universe, Grand Priest, do you need me to erase that universe? Hearing this, the whole king did not take it seriously at all, he did not even know which universe, but replied in a flat tone. After all, erasing the universe was as easy for him as a clap of his hand. As the supreme ruler of all universes in the time and space, all kings. As long as he wants, everything will be erased by it in an instant, even the entire universe. However, there is an exception, which cannot be erased by the whole king. That is where Machin is currently in, GT Spacetime, GT Universe. Lord Chuan Wang, you should have forgotten that this universe I am talking about is the GT Universe. The great priest smiled, approached Chuan Wang a little, and continued to say for him, this GT Universe is the only universe that you can't erase. because of a space-time disorder and became a new independent space-time, GT space-time. And after you were split out because of the GT universe, you created the 7th universe in order to make up for this gap. A parallel universe that is almost identical to the GT universe except for the timeline. Chapter 37. At GT Universe, 7th Universe. The king fell into thought as he listened to the words of the high priest. After thinking for a few seconds, suddenly, he raised his hands excitedly. Wow, I thought of it, great priest. GT Universe, I remember this universe. After that accident, there was a 7th universe replacement, and after a long time, I completely forgot about it. Indeed, Lord Chuanwang. The great priest smiled and nodded. It's true that you haven't remembered this universe for a long time, and so am I. It's just that this time, in the GT universe where only the realm king god exists, an angel named Machin suddenly appeared, which made me notice. Speaking of this, he thought of something and added, Lord Chuanwang, there is another more important point is that the Machin angel, he has divine power far beyond the angels of the universes in our time and space. It is precisely because of this that I clearly feel his presence. What an interesting thing. Chuanwang did not feel strange, but after hearing these words, he was even more excited, and asked expectantly, that great priest, can you contact that GT universe? I want to meet this dust angel, it must be interesting. I see, Lord Chuanwang. The great priest smiled and immediately understood what King Chuan was thinking. I think he will soon take the initiative to come to us. Then I will personally find him and inform him of your ideas. It's really super, looking forward to it. The king put his hands down and said happily. Looking at such a happy king, the great priest couldn't help but smile, and naturally felt happy for it. The last time he saw King Chuan so happy was when he saw the Monkey King of the 7th universe a few days ago. At that time, the 6th universe and the 7th universe privately held a battle competition, and Chuanwang was very interested after discovering it and went there. Therefore, the king recognized the Monkey King of the 7th universe, and also had the idea of summoning the whole universe for a competition. Then, Chuanwang thought of something again, looked at the great priest, and said in a milky voice, that's right, great priest. At that time, can you help me contact the destroyer god and the angels of the 7th universe? I want them to meet with the Machin angels as well. The Monkey King in the 7th universe is a very interesting person, and there must be a Monkey King in the GT universe. So, I want to have their two universes in a battle match that will definitely feel more fun. Saying that, Chuanwang shook his head again and changed his words. No, the GT universe is not under my control. That is to say, this should be asked when meeting with the Machin angel to see if the Machin angel agrees. Yes, that's it, just ask. Leave it to me, Lord Chuanwang. The great priest lowered his head a little, and he would arrange all this everything. After all, he also saw that these things were important to the whole king, and the whole king also cared about and expected them. So no matter what, he has to do his best to complete it, and he will definitely arrange these well. Then trouble you, Grand Priest. It's all right, Lord Chuanwang. The great priest smiled slightly, and then left the Temple of All Kings. At the same time, the 7th universe of the Destruction God realm. Pander 2. Pander 2. Abirus, who was sitting at the table and gulping down the food, suddenly sneezed a few loud times. He rubbed his nose and muttered a little strangely, what's going on, is someone thinking about me just now? Or do you say? Is something big going to happen? For a while, the delicacies in front of him were not fragrant, and Biras's good mood was completely disturbed by these few sneezes. The main thing is that he has an intuition that something may be going to happen. At this time, Weiss noticed something strange, so he walked to Biras's side and said with a smile. Lord Biras, your intuition has always been inaccurate, no matter when. Weiss is saying this is really fine. After all, every time Beerus would say this, it felt like something big was going to happen. But the final truth is, nothing happened. So in Weiss's opinion, Beerus's intuition is now as inaccurate as before. The sneeze just now is probably cold, or some planet is dissatisfied with Beerus, and secretly scolded him. After all, there are many people in the universe who fear and hate destroying God. Thinking about it, Weiss spread his right hand, the light flashed in the palm of his hand, and a warm baby appeared. He handed this to Beerus and said with a smile, "Oh, Lord Beerus, this is what is called a warm baby on Earth. Sticking this warm baby to your body will be super warm. SHHH. Who needs this?" Beerus angrily grabbed the warm baby and threw it out, glaring at Weiss and saying, "And how could my god of destruction freeze?" After that, Beerus crossed his arms over his chest again and twisted his head to the side with an unhappy look. "Humph, my intuition this time is different from before, wait and see, something big is going to happen. Maybe." Beerus suddenly remembered something, and immediately said with a cheerful voice, "Maybe it's the words that Lord Xuanwang said a few days ago, the matter of convening the whole universe competition. Maybe it has something to do with this." "Oh clang! That makes some sense, Lord Beerus." Hearing this, Weiss couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. "Hey, look at your reaction is obviously not to believe my words." Beerus glared at Weiss again, feeling even more upset. I believe." Weiss hurriedly replied, "How could I not believe what Lord Beerus said?" Saying that, the angelic scepter in Weiss's hand suddenly flashed a light. He turned his head to look, his eyes narrowed directly into two upside-down U's, looked at Beerus again and said, "Oh, this is really unfortunate, the time has just come, Lord Beerus. I made an appointment for Bulma to taste a long-reserved meal. So I won't accompany you now, or you're here alone to think about that big thing." After that, Weiss turned around and prepared to pack up his things and head to Earth. He has been looking forward to this delicacy for a long time, and he can't wait to taste it. "Humph, you are obviously very happy now." Beerus snorted and glared at Ves. "Oh, it's okay." Hearing this, Weiss realized that his reaction was too obvious, and he half covered his mouth with one hand and laughed embarrassedly. Go ahead, who is rare for you here?" Beerus shook his hand impatiently, urging Weiss to leave quickly. But after saying this, he still didn't hold back, and added in a low voice. 6. Weiss, remember to bring me a copy when you come back. Don't worry, I'll bring you a copy, Lord Beerus. Weiss smiled slightly, and the scepter turned into a ray of essence and left the God of Destruction realm. Chapter 38. Back to GT Space-Time, the GT Universe. On Earth. Where is a book? I remember that it was obviously placed here, why can't I find it? Son. Gohan was rummaging through a book in his room. You can see that there are several books on the desk next to him, each of which is densely written with words. All of this Son Gohan did was actually to answer a question. Of course, it was because he did not solve this problem that he rejected Vegeta and did not go to the hypergravity room with Vegeta to cultivate. After all, in his opinion, the crisis of the Super One-Star Dragon has been solved, and he learned from Sun Wukong's mouth that there is an additional super powerful Machin angel. So he doesn't worry much about another crisis now. Phew! At this time, a brilliant light landed outside the door, which also attracted Son Gohan's attention. Who is it? Son Gohan scratched his head, but he couldn't detect any breath from the outside. So, he raised his guard a little, took off his glasses and walked out. After the brilliant flame of light dissipated, Mo Chen walked out of it. Who are you? After seeing Mo Chen, Sun Wuhan became more vigilant, and his tone couldn't help but ask heavily. Because he couldn't feel Mo Chen's breath, but he was very sure that the person who appeared in front of him was definitely not simple. Don't be so nervous. I think your dad should have mentioned me to you. Angel, Mo Chen. Mo Chen smiled and revealed his identity to Sun Wuhan. And hearing this name, Sun Wuhan immediately reacted. It turned out that this was the angel Ma Chen mentioned by his father. So, he scratched his head a little embarrassed, and said with a smile, I'm really sorry, I was rude just now, and I didn't recognize you, Lord Ma Chen. Don't worry, after all, you are also meeting me for the first time. Mo Chen waved his hand. He would not be angry about such a small thing. Wu, it's good if you're not angry. Seeing that Ma Chen was not angry, Sun Wuhan patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, this would have made the god Ma Chen angel angry for the first time. That's a super bad thing. However, Sun Wuhan looked at the smiling Mo Chen, and what he thought of, he asked suspiciously. That, Lord Mo Chen, may I ask? You suddenly came to me here? He knows that his father, Sun Wukong, has now gone to find Lord Ma Chen to cultivate. But now, why did this Lord Ma Chen come to find him? This made Sun Gohan a little puzzled. In this regard, Mo Chen did not change the topic, and directly told Sun Wuhan, the purpose of coming to you now is very simple. I'm going to guide you and help you improve your strength. That's right, in other words, Mo Chen is also going to take Sun Gohan as an apprentice. After all, if you really want to say it, Sun Gohan's potential is the most powerful. It's just because of study, coupled with Sun Gohan's own naturally kind and non-combat loving personality, as well as being too relaxed and negligent in cultivation. As a result, over the years, his strength, like Sun Wushan and Trunks, not only has not improved, but has also regressed a lot. Of course, Sun Gohan's regression is much more serious than Sun Goten and Trunks. He can't even transform into Super Saiyan 2 in the mysterious form that belongs to him now, and it can be said that the whole person has completely forgotten how to fight. Therefore, how could Mo Chen watch Sun Wuhan, such a good warrior, continue to fall? And if he improves his strength and becomes stronger, isn't this adding an additional combat power representative to the GT universe? Mo Chen can't turn a blind eye. Help me! Boost your strength? Sun Gohan was stunned for a moment, a little unsure of what to do. He turned to glance at the room. The book he was looking for had not yet been found, and the question had not been answered. But without waiting for him to speak, Mo Chen spoke again and continued to say to him, maybe you think that there will be no more crises in the future. But I'm telling you, that's not right. And don't think that with Son Goku and Vegeta here, or that there will be nothing if I exist. When the next crisis comes, if you want to protect the people around you and protect the planet, well, what is in front of you now is an opportunity. Whether you are sure or not is up to you. Hearing Mo Chen's words, Sun Wuhan fell into deep thought. Indeed, his current decline in strength is terrible, not only his own father, but even Uncle Vic and Uncle Vegeta. And this time the crisis of the evil dragon, he is of no use at all, and he can't help at all. According to what Dad said at the time, if it weren't for the appearance of Lord Ma Chen, the angel, he and Uncle Vegeta might have been defeated. And where he was at that time, even if it really passed, he would die in vain, and he couldn't do anything. Thinking of this, Sun Gohan's fist clenched and clenched little by little. And seeing him like this, Mo Chen knew that it was useful, so he smiled slightly and continued, your current decline in strength is indeed very serious. But I can feel that there is a very powerful power in your body. It's just that because of the long indulgence in a peaceful life, those powers are as if they have been sealed and cannot be exerted. However, it is still time to cultivate now, and you can still master the power in your body, or even become stronger. Eventually you can use this power to protect everything you want to protect and protect. Is it really possible? Sun Wuhan raised his head to look at Mo Chen, and his eyes burned with a hint of fighting intent. Of course. Mo Chen smiled and nodded, "Don't forget, I'm an angel, I can do it when I say it. Lord Ma Chen, please take me as an apprentice too." Sun Gohan shouted loudly and bowed deeply for Mo Chen. He finally figured out that he had to make changes, and he had to improve his strength and become stronger. Only in this way can we protect the people around us and protect this earth. Moreover, only in this way, when the next crisis comes, he can help Sun Wukong and them, and it will not be as useless as this time. There is simply nothing to be done except to watch. Very good, from today I will be your martial arts master. Looking at Sun Wuhan, who bowed to himself, Mo Chen couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The trip was smooth and quick, not as troublesome as expected. Finally let Sun Gohan know that reading can't save the earth. And from today on, with his own guidance and help, Sun Gohan will completely say goodbye to the title of Yebihan. Little by little, he will return to the single strongest. Chapter 39. Thank you, Lord Mo Chen. Hearing that Mo Chen agreed, Sun Wuhan immediately straightened up, and his mood was extremely excited. He firmly believes that with the guidance and help of Mo Chen, the angel, the strength that originally slipped back will definitely recover and become stronger. In short, when the time comes, you can better protect the people around you and protect the earth. Moreover, when the next crisis comes, you can also help your father. Just thinking of this, Sun Wuhan was even more excited, and his clenched fists trembled slightly. Okay, don't think about other things for now, now come and talk to me for a few tricks. At this time, Mo Chen took 2 steps back and said to Sun Wuhan. With Mo Chen sama you? Sun Gohan was a little surprised, thinking that his own strength was worthy of fighting the angel Mo Chen. After all, he had heard Sun Wukong say before that Mo Chen only used 1 blow to wipe out the Super 1-star dragon, and there was not even the kind of slag left. Of course it's with me, could it be that there is someone else here? Mo Chen smiled slightly and continued, okay, don't think about anything, come and go through a few tricks with me. Seeing that Mo Chen mentioned it again, Sun Wuhan was not good not to come, so he nodded, okay, Lord Mo Chen. Of course, he didn't want to fight Mo Chen just because he didn't think his strength was qualified. In addition to this, he was very excited to be able to fight with Mo Chen, the angel. The blood belonging to the scions of the fighting nation in their bodies involuntarily boiled. Even if Sun Gohan is a person who does not like to fight, he is now excited about it, and is full of anticipation for this battle. Even if he knows very well, he has no chance of winning. Then, Sun Gohan also took 2 steps back, getting ready and taking the usual fighting stance. I'm ready, Lord Ma Chen. Sun Wuhan clenched his fists, his voice was slightly louder, and shouted at Mo Chen. Remember, unleash all your power, don't be scrupulous. Mo Chen smiled slightly and reminded, I want to see where you are now. Got it, Lord Ma Chen, I will do my best. Sun Gohan clenched his fists tighter, excited and a little nervous now. After all, it was the first time to fight with an angel, and there would naturally be nervousness. Then attack it, you must use all your strength. Mo Chen said lightly, and tapped the ground with his scepter, which meant that this battle had begun. I know, Lord Ma Chen. Sun Gohan replied loudly, clenched his fists and rushed towards Mo Chen's position. Seeing him attack, Mo Chen easily dodged Sun Gohan's fist to the right lightly. Sure enough, his current strength has dropped too seriously, and the power of this blow is much worse than that of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. But if Sun Wuhan had always improved his cultivation, I am afraid that this blow would only be stronger than the 2 of them, not weaker. Of course, the current Sun Gohan is still only the norm, and has not changed into the form of a Super Saiyan. He didn't forget Mo Chen's reminder, but like Sun Wukong, he habitually improved his strength little by little. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, Sun Gohan quickly turned around and swept over with a kick. Seeing this, Mo Chen didn't have much effort at all, and he still easily dodged it. After dodging, Mo Chen smiled and commented, "This is not okay, the speed is too slow. And the strength is not enough. Don't hesitate, try to throw away all thoughts and attack me, then the attack will become more pure." "I see, Lord Machan." Sun Gohan replied thoughtfully. Then, as soon as he raised his right hand, a cloud of energy condensed in the palm of his hand and bombarded Mo Chen's position. In the face of this blow, Mo Chen still did not dodge, just raised the scepter and lightly tapped it on it. Buzz! In a flash of light, the energy bomb disappeared into the air. And at the moment when the energy disappeared, Sun Wuhan came to the right side of Mo Chen. He clenched his fists, put aside all thoughts as Mo Chen said, and slammed it with all his strength without any hesitation. It's a pity that all his behaviors have long been detected by Mo Chen. Bang! A muffled sound came out, and Mo Chen put the scepter away and blocked Sun Gohan's all-out punch with one finger. Strangely, this attack did not produce any impact, and even the ground under the feet did not crack and was not affected in any way. In fact, this is because while blocking the attack, Mo Chen released some power to suppress the impact and offset it. It seems simple, but in fact, this can only be done if you are extremely skilled in the mastery of breath and power. And this was also discovered by Sun Gohan, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Good! That's awesome!" He jumped out backwards and looked at Mo Chen, who was still standing in place, feeling very incredible. But sure enough, as Dad said, the power of this Lord Machan is unfathomable, far from what he can imagine. In this case, I will definitely not be able to do it to this extent now, and I must exert all my strength. Thinking in his heart, Sun Gohan suddenly clenched his fists and put them on his waist. Ha! H! With a roar, the golden aura instantly exploded from the body and wrapped around the entire body. His black hair turned blonde, and Sun Gohan now took the form of Super Saiyan 1. "Is that all your power?" Looking at Sun Gohan, who turned into Super Saiyan 1, Mo Chen shook his head and said, "No, this can't work yet, try to gather the breath again." Sun Gohan nodded, his fists clenched slightly. Hey. Then, he raised his head and let out a roar, and the golden aura around his body spread outward in this instant, expanding a lot. Sun Wuhan's aura has indeed improved a lot at this moment, but in Mo Chen's opinion, it is far from enough. "Is that your full strength now?" Looking at Sun Wuhan, whose breath had stopped rising, Mo Chen asked again. "Well, yes, Lord Mo Chen, this is all my strength now." Sun Gohan nodded, although a little ashamed, but this was indeed the case. The reason for the serious decline in strength due to a long period of relaxation and neglect of cultivation all day. What he has released so far, this is already his full strength. Sure enough, your current strength has declined too seriously. Mo Chen held his chin with one hand and thought about Sun Wuhan's current breath and strength. Sun Gohan's current strength is indeed too weak, and even Super Saiyan 2 and his exclusive mysterious form cannot transform. You know, Sun Gohan has transformed into Super Saiyan 2 when he was a child, and he is still the first person to transform into this form. But now that he has grown up, Sun Gohan can't even transform into Super Saiyan 2. It is really regrettable that once the head hammer Raditz Qigong wave bombarded Frisia, and singled out Chiru's single strongest, but now it has completely weakened into Wild Bihan, which is really regrettable. Chapter 40. I'm really sorry, Lord Machan. Sun Gohan lowered his head a little, he really felt sorry. For what Mo Chen just said, he heard Vegeta, Uncle Vic and his father Sun Wukong all say. It's just that he himself has never paid attention to it before, and he has never realized it. His own strength has seriously declined, and now he is too weak to protect anyone around him, unable to help anything when the crisis comes. But it's fine. Mo Chen paused, took his hand away from his chin, and said with a smile, as I said, it's not too late to start cultivating. I will help you regain your strength and make you stronger. So don't think about it, now you just need to attack me with all your strength, put aside the thoughts in your head, and don't think about anything. Hearing this, Sun Gohan's body suddenly trembled, and the people he wanted to protect appeared in his mind one by one. He immediately clenched his fists, raised his head and shouted, Lord Machen, me! I'll come on! Because he knew that now with the appearance of the angel Mo Chen, he still had the opportunity to change his current self. As Mo Chen said, it's not too late to start cultivating. He will definitely seize the opportunity this time, change completely, improve his strength, and make himself capable of protecting everything around him and helping when the crisis comes. He made up his mind that there was no failure this time and that he would definitely do it. If you are confused, you can't move forward, so keep attacking and step over this obstacle. Mo Chen raised a finger and said to Sun Wuhan. I see, Lord Mo Chen. Sun Gohan clenched his fists, and the moment his voice fell, he rushed towards this side. Due to the excessive force, the ground directly cracked into dense cracks like spider webs in the position he was in. Sun Wuhan came to Mo Chen and kicked it up. However, although his speed has increased a lot, this is still as slow as turtle speed in Mo Chen's eyes. Yikes! They body lightly dodged the attack on one side, effortlessly. But at this moment, a blue light flashed, and Sun Wuhan's right hand condensed a ball of energy and pressed towards Mo Chen's body. I saw it. Mo Chen smiled slightly, and the scepter was summoned, and it was accurately and unmistakably pointed at the energy bomb in Sun Wuhan's hand. Buzz! In an instant, the energy bomb was erased, disappearing as if it had never existed. And seeing that the energy in his hand was dissolved, Sun Gohan did not stop attacking, but immediately clenched his fists and continued to fight towards Mo Chen. In this regard, Mo Chen did not dodge, and only used one finger to block the attack. And seeing that his attack was useless, Sun Gohan jumped directly into the back air with his strength. And this. His body floated in the air, his hands folded in a calyx-like position placed on his waist. Turtle. Pi. Buzz. They. Azure energy condensed between the hands. This energy became stronger and stronger, and the light emitted outward became more and more dazzling. Gas. Merit. Wave. Here it comes! Sun Gohan shouted loudly, and pushed his hands out in the direction of Mo Chen. Boom! In an instant, a blue pillar of energy light slammed into Mo Chen, and the huge energy seemed to engulf everything. But this can't have an effect on Machen. It's still too much worse. Mo Chen said lightly. Facing the Qigong wave that was about to hit him, he just pointed the scepter at a point. Bang! With a muffled sound, the originally menacing Qigong wave was easily blocked. Gradually, as the energy dissipated, Sun Gohan also completely lost his strength. Buzz! Super! Saiyan 1's form automatically lifted, and he slowly fell from the air to the ground. Let's go here! Mo Chen walked towards Sun Wuhan. Then, he used his scepter to tap on Sun Gohan's body. With the surge of divine power, Sun Gohan's body instantly recovered. Good, so amazing! Sun Gohan looked at his body and couldn't help but sigh. Then, he looked up at Mo Chen and quickly said, Thank you Lord Mo Chen. My current strength is too weak, I can only reach this level. It's okay, I know all this. Mo Chen waved his hand and said with a smile, You are now a result of a decline in strength because you have neglected cultivation for a long time and your body is too relaxed. But to put it another way, that power still belongs to you, but it can't be exerted as it used to be. If you compare the previous full strength to 10, now you can only be counted as 3 after you exert your full strength." Saying that, Mo Chen patted Sun Wuhan's shoulder with his hand. "You don't have to worry too much and worry, you don't have to think about how to become stronger now, the first thing to do is to restore your previous strength. To put it simply, you need to regain the feeling of fighting a little bit by cultivating and fighting, and I believe that then you can regain it. Retrieve the feeling of fighting." This sentence made Sun Gohan fall into deep thought. At this time, Mo Chen smiled slightly, and said to him, "Okay, I'll take you back to me first. I have already thought about what your cultivation is. Come back, Lord Machin, where are you?" Sun Wuhan was stunned, not knowing where Mo Chen was going to take him. "The divine realm I created not long ago. Your father, Sun Wukong, is also practicing there now. Okay, let's not talk about more, let's go back first." After speaking, a brilliant flame of light ignited from under their feet, wrapping the bodies of the two of them. Phew! In the next second, Mo Chen left here with Sun Wuhan turning into a ray of essence. Divine realm. Ha! I'm really tired. Sun Wukong straightened up with difficulty, and forcefully raised his arm to wipe the sweat beads on his forehead. Because the training clothes on his body increase gravity over time, he is not comfortable at all. However, this cultivation did allow him to unknowingly improve a lot. Whether it is physical or strength, he has greatly improved compared to before. Phew! At this time, a ray of essence fell from the sky and landed not far from Sun Wukong. Hey! This breath is Gohan. Sun Wukong was stunned, and after noticing his breath, he was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Sun Gohan would also come here. Of course, he only sensed the breath of Sun Wuhan, and he could not detect the breath of Mo Chen, which belonged to God. However, he could easily guess that to be able to come to this God realm, it was naturally Mo Chen, the angel, who brought Sun Wuhan over. In other words, others do not have this ability, and even if they are capable, they do not have the guts. Here, as the light flame dissipated, Sun Wuhan and Mo Chen walked out of it. Here, is this the divine realm? Looking at such a big planet, Sun Gohan was very surprised. He couldn't help but sigh again that the angel's ability was so powerful that even such a large planet could be created casually. Chapter 41. At this time, Mo Chen and Sun Wuhan suddenly heard Sun Wukong's voice. "Hey, Gohan, Machin-sama!" Sun Wukong shouted happily at them. However, due to gravity, he couldn't lift his arm as usual to wave to Machin and Sun Gohan. "Dad!" Hearing the voice, Sun Wuhan suddenly became excited and turned his head to look in the direction of Sun Wukong. "Hehe, it seems that you are also coming here to cultivate, Gohan." Sun Wukong smiled, and he directly guessed why Sun Wuhan came here. After all, if he hadn't come here to cultivate, Lord Mo Chen would definitely not have brought him over. Of course, for Sun Wuhan to come here for cultivation, Sun Wukong is very happy about this. He had long hoped that Sun Wuhan would cultivate well, but he had never taken cultivation to heart before, and he had been wasting his potential and strength. You guessed it, Dad. Hearing this, Sun Gohan scratched his head twice with some embarrassment. Then, he put his hand down, his expression also became serious at this moment, looked at Sun Wukong and said, "From today onwards, I will cultivate well, and I will also become stronger like you, Dad." "Haha, okay, then you have to work hard, I'm looking forward to it." Sun Wukong laughed, then turned his head to look at Mo Chen, his eyes narrowed into two upside-down U's, and continued, "Lord Mo Chen, Gohan's strength has really declined a lot now. But I believe that with the help of Lord Machin, Gohan will soon become stronger. Let's not talk about this, but you Gaku, it looks like you're pretty good now. After cultivating here for so long, I still have such spirit." Looking at Sun Wukong's current state, Mo Chen smiled slightly, and couldn't help but praise 2 words. He felt the changes in Sun Wukong's body, the improvement of strength and breath as soon as he landed. This was very satisfactory to Mo Chen, and the cultivation arranged for him was indeed very useful. If it continues like this, it is estimated that it will not be long before Sun Wukong can reach the level of Super Saiyan 4 full power. Moreover, Mo Chen brought Sun Wuhan here. In addition to letting him cultivate, there was also a point that he wanted him to fight with Sun Wukong to cultivate. Battle cultivation, this is another way to improve strength in addition to cultivation, and it is also a great help for improving strength, especially for Sun Gohan. After all, the current Sun Gohan urgently needs to regain the feeling of battle because his body has relaxed for too long. And in order for him to quickly regain the feeling of battle and awaken the power in his body, combat cultivation is indispensable, and it is naturally very suitable to let Sun Wukong be his opponent. This is the reason why Mo Chen brought Sun Wuhan to the God realm. Hey, it's okay, it's okay. Sun Wukong laughed twice, said and raised his arm hard, and pointed to the training clothes on his body. It's that the gravity that has been increasing is really uncomfortable. You see, I have to lift my arms very hard. Practice uniform. At this time, Sun Gohan became a little curious after hearing this. When he saw Sun Wukong for the first time, he discovered this strange clothes that he was wearing over his martial arts uniform. And he also found that Sun Wukong's movement is a little inconvenient now, and he seems to be restricted by this clothes. Yes, Gohan. Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wuhan and said with a smile, "This is the practice uniform that Lord Machin conjured for me. It is super powerful, and it will keep increasing gravity over time. Even in the form of Super Saiyan 4, cultivating in this training suit is super tiring. Just like you can see, it's inconvenient for me to move just now. But well, this is cultivation after all. In order to become stronger quickly, it is not a big deal to be tired, ha ha ha." After that, Sun Wukong narrowed into 2 upside-down U's and couldn't help laughing. He himself knows very well that actions and movements affected by gravity are awkward. Besides, although this cultivation seems simple, it is definitely not comparable to those cultivations in his past. However, this kind of cultivation is indeed very effective. In order to achieve Super Saiyan 4 full power as soon as possible, you must also stick to anything. But in the next second, Sun Wukong thought of something, that is, he turned his head to look at Mo Chen and asked, "Master Mo Chen, then you also want Gohan to wear this training uniform to cultivate now?" "No, I have prepared other cultivations for Gohan." Mo Chen shook his head and said with a smile, "With his current body, he still can't withstand this gravity cultivation." "But..." Mo Chen paused, turned his head to look at Sun Gohan, and continued, "Come here, now create a place for your cultivation." After speaking, the scepter is a little on the ground. Buzz! Bright! White divine power emerged, and a room was created. Lord Mo Chen, what is this for?" Without waiting for Sun Wuhan to speak, Sun Wukong was the first to ask. "The room I created is a place of cultivation." Mo Chen explained with a smile. "Inside, he will conjure up a suitable environment on his own according to the body of the person who enters. The most important thing is that cultivating inside will have a multiplier effect with half the effort, which is most suitable for Gohan." It's so amazing." After listening to Mo Chen's explanation, Sun Wuhan and Sun Wukong were surprised. The eyes of the two brushed together to look at the room. Obviously it looked ordinary, but they didn't expect it to be so powerful. "Of course, the two of you can sometimes enter here for battle cultivation. Especially you, Goku." Mo Chen looked at Sun Wukong and instructed, "You need to fight and cultivate with Gohan more. His current body urgently needs to regain the feeling of battle." "I know, don't worry. Lord Machin." Sun Wukong quickly agreed. After all, fighting and cultivating with Sun Gohan was what he originally wanted. Then, Sun Wukong walked towards Sun Gohan's position, laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, Gohan, we have to work together to become stronger. Restore the strength in your body, you could do it before, and now you can do it too." "Well, I'll come on, Daddy." Sun Gohan clenched his fists and lowered his head heavily. No matter what, this time he will definitely do his best to cultivate and improve his strength to make himself stronger. He wants to regain the power to protect the people around him and protect the planet. For him, it's absolutely to be done. Chapter 42. Then you guys just come on here. Mo Chen smiled slightly, turned his head to look at Sun Wuhan and said, "Put aside all thoughts for now and practice well in the room. When you regain the feeling of battle and regain the power in your body, I will come to you to help you master the transformation of Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4. Hearing these words, Sun Wuhan's whole person was stunned, and he looked at Mo Chen with an incredulous face. He never thought about it. After all, he can't even transform into Super Saiyan 2 in mysterious form now. And the Super Saiyan 4 mastered by his father and uncle Vegeta, Sun Gohan didn't dare to think that he could also reach this form. "Gohan, if you hear no, you can also become a Super Saiyan like me." And after hearing Mo Chen's words, Sun Wukong immediately clenched his fists and said to Sun Wuhan very excitedly. He is naturally looking forward to it, looking forward to seeing his son, Sun Gohan, master the transformation of Super Saiyan 4. At the same time, he wants to know how strong Sun Gohan will be after he becomes Super Saiyan 4, and looks forward to competing with Sun Gohan at that time. I didn't even think that I could reach that level myself." Sun Gohan lowered his head a little, obviously not confident in his own strength. "Okay, don't be so unconfident, Gohan," Sun Wukong said with a smile, forcefully raising his arm and putting his hand on Sun Gohan's shoulder, wanting to comfort him. "Ah! So sinking. Here." Feeling the gravity coming from Sun Wukong's hand, Sun Gohan's body fell sharply in this direction. This was not comforted, but he was almost overwhelmed by gravity. "Oops, I'm really sorry, Gohan." Seeing this, Sun Wukong quickly took his hand away and laughed embarrassedly. He had forgotten that he still had the gravity of the practice suit on him, and Gohan's current body would definitely not be able to withstand it. Then, after putting his hand down, he put away the smile on his face and looked at Sun Gohan with a serious face. "You need more confidence, Gohan. But don't forget, you surpassed everyone before, including me and Vegeta. Obviously you did it before, how can you not do it now?" Speaking of this, a smile appeared on Sun Wukong's face again, and he secretly pointed to Mo Chen with his hand, and said with a smile, "Besides, isn't there Lord Mo Chen, what are you worried about? Gohan, don't think about everything, you just need to give yourself more confidence to cultivate well." "Dad." Sun Gohan looked at Sun Gohan. "Well, you can for sure, Gohan." Sun Goku smiled and nodded his head to show his trust and affirmation of Gohan. Seeing this, Sun Gohan couldn't help but clench his fists. "Yes, Dad and Lord Machin believe in me, how can I not believe in myself? I could do it before, and I can do it now." After thinking clearly in his heart, Sun Gohan's gaze was much firmer, and he lowered his head heavily. "I know, Dad. And Lord Machin. I'll come on. In order to better protect the earth and the people around me, I will definitely do my best to improve my strength." "Yes, that's fine." Mo Chen nodded twice and smiled with satisfaction. "When you master the power, I will help you master Super Saiyan 4, rest assured. Then next, the two of you will practice here." "Got it, Lord Machin." Sun Gohan bowed his head and answered, turning to look at Sun Wukong, "Dad. Then I will enter the room and start cultivating." "Go ahead, Gohan." Sun Wukong nodded and said with a smile, "Cultivate well inside, but I will find you for battle cultivation." I'll come on." Saying that, Sun Gohan no longer hesitated and walked towards the room. Before reaching the door, he clenched his fists tightly, took a deep breath, pushed the door open, and entered the room. Here, after seeing Gohan enter the room, Sun Wukong was also very happy. Finally started cultivating. It's really exciting. I don't know what kind of power Gohan will have when he becomes stronger. Well, you should continue your cultivation as well. Mo Chen smiled lightly and kindly reminded Sun Wukong. And at the same time as his voice fell, the gravity of the training uniform on Sun Wukong's body suddenly increased 100 times. Ah! This sudden increase in gravity caught Sun Wukong off guard. It was difficult for him to bear it for a while, but there was no way. He could only grit his teeth and increase his strength to straighten his waist up little by little. Ha! Ha ha! Mo, Lord Machin, suddenly increase gravity, don't you tell me in advance. After finally straightening up, Sun Wukong's forehead was already tired with a lot of sweat, and he laughed a few times and said to Mo Chen. It's not that you're too relaxed now, that's why I've slightly increased the multiplier of gravity. Saying that, Mo Chen turned his head and glanced at the magic ball at the top of the angelic scepter in his hand. After nodding his head a few times, Mo Chen smiled slightly and continued, Remind you, Goku, you may be caught up by Vegeta at any time now. Sun Wukong was stunned. Caught up by Vegeta? Yes. Mo Chen nodded and smiled, I'm not joking. In order to surpass you, he is now desperately cultivating. Is it? Then I'm really looking forward to it. Hearing this, Sun Wukong's whole person was excited and excited. He clenched his fists, and the golden aura around his body suddenly swelled outward. Perhaps because he was too excited and excited, he didn't seem to feel the gravity in his body at this moment. But I won't be overtaken by Vegeta so easily. I'm also continuing to cultivate, Lord Mo Chen. After that, Sun Wukong bent down and began to pull out the grass. Just like what he said, he wouldn't be easily surpassed by Vegeta. Seeing this, Mo Chen smiled slightly. Since there is nothing to do now, why don't I go around the time and space? After all, Machin still doesn't know where the current timeline of chronospace is. Moreover, because he has never been to chronospace, this first trip is even a try. In this way, when you take Sun Wukong and the others to go there later, you don't have to worry about what will go wrong. After thinking about it, Mo Chen waved the angelic scepter in his hand. Bang! With a gentle knock on the ground, the magic ball at the top of the scepter glowed brightly. Buzz! A crack suddenly tore open in the air, and under Mo Chen's huge divine power, this crack expanded outward little by little. In this way, the crack that can travel through time and space was opened and appeared in this air. Chapter 43. What is Lord Machin doing? The movement here caught Sun Wukong's attention. He stopped pulling grass on his hand, straightened up and looked at the space-time crack that appeared in the air, and couldn't help but ask curiously. What is this, Lord Machin? What did you create again? Could it also be related to cultivation? After all, I have seen Machin create a lot of incredible things. So when he saw this time-space crack, this made Sun Wukong mistakenly think that this was also something created by Mo Chen, which might be related to cultivation. This is not for cultivation. Mo Chen shook his head, put the scepter away, and said with a smile, this is the space-time rift that opened to lead to the time-space. Chrono. As soon as he heard that this Monkey King could come to the spirit, he immediately asked excitedly, then, that Lord Machin, are you going to the space-time? No. Without waiting for Sun Wukong to finish speaking, Mo Chen, who knew what he was going to say next, shook his finger and directly rejected it. Isn't it that Sun Wukong also wants to go to space-time together? Although it is possible to take him with you, now is not the time. Nope. I really want to go there. Seeing that he was rejected, Sun Wukong's voice lowered a little and said, obviously a little lost. He was full of anticipation and curiosity about everything in chronospace, and naturally he wanted to see it in person. Looking at Sun Wukong's current appearance, Mo Chen smiled and said to him, okay, if you want to go to the time and space quickly, then you should work harder to cultivate and improve your strength. Wait until your strength seems to me to pass. Speaking of this, Mo Chen thought for a moment and continued, well, to be simple, it will reach the level of Super Saiyan 4 full power. At that time, I will naturally take you to the chronospace. Really? Hearing this, Sun Wukong suddenly came with confidence, clenched his fists and said, then I will continue to cultivate and achieve Super Saiyan 4 full power early. And after speaking, Sun Wukong was just about to bend down and pull out the grass. He thought of something, raised his head and looked at it. Mo Chen, by the way, Lord Mo Chen, when you come back, remember to tell me how powerful the people there are. No problem. Mo Chen smiled slightly, and after agreeing to come down, he turned around and stepped into this time and space crack. This is the first time to open the space-time rift, and the destination is time-space. Yikes! After Mo Chen entered the space-time rift, the opening outside closed little by little. Is this the inside of the space-time rift? Mo Chen looked around, it was pitch black, and extremely terrifying energy flowed everywhere. In other words, fortunately, Mo Chen is an angel, and his current body is covered by divine power and will not be affected by this energy. But if there is no coverage of divine power, ordinary people may be shattered in an instant and completely disappear in this time and space crack. It seems that if you take Goku and them to the space-time, you need to use divine power to cover their entire bodies. Their bodies can't handle the energy. Mo Chen said with a smile, and with a flick of the scepter, he opened a path composed of energy here. Then get ready, go to the time-space. As soon as the words fell, the divine power on Mo Chen's body suddenly flashed brightly. Yikes! In the next second, he turned into a ray of essence and flew along the path of this energy. Buzz! As a time-space crack opened, a brilliant flame of light flew out from within. After this essence came out, the time and space rift slowly closed and closed again. Sure enough, this is the time and space. Mo Chen looked around, he was currently in a cosmic space. Although he confirmed that this was chronospace, he did not know that he was in that universe. Because it was the first time to come, when I came, I only roughly set the destination of the space-time rift to chronospace, and did not say which universe I wanted to go to. Therefore, he summoned his scepter and looked at the magic ball at the top. After reading it, the corners of Mo Chen's mouth rose slightly, and he said with a smile, luck is not bad, I didn't expect the position I am in now is the 6th universe. Brother of Beerus in the 7th universe, the universe ruled by the god of destruction like Pa. Saying that, Mo Chen's gaze moved to a distant planet. This planet is the planet where the scions of the 6th universe live, planet Sherida. Since you are here, let's go see the scions here. Mo Chen smiled slightly, at the same time, go and say hello by the way. As for why Mo Chen said to say hello by the way, this was because he sensed the breath of the god of destruction like Pa and the angel Bardos. That's right. At this time, the two of them are on the planet Sherida. Although Mo Chen was also a little surprised by this, it would be such a coincidence, like Pa and Bardos just happened to be on the planet Sherida. But think about it, let's first meet the destroying gods and angels of the 6th universe. Thinking about it, Mo Chen's scepter was a little empty. Buzz! Brilliant! Flames of light emerged around the body, turning into a ray of essence again and flying towards the planet Sherida. Meanwhile, on the planet Sherida, Bardos, who was tasting food with Xiongpa, suddenly had a meal. After putting down the spoon in her hand, She glanced up at the sky, a smile on her lips. That's right, Mo Chen felt her, and she also felt Mo Chen's divine breath. It's just that Bardos doesn't plan to tell the elephant on the side now. She felt that Mo Chen's divine aura was getting closer and closer, and was moving towards this Sherida planet at faster than the speed of light. So Bardos decided to wait here for Mo Chen's arrival, and before that, she would continue to taste the food as if nothing happened. Of course, Bardos knows about the Angel of Machen. After obtaining the consent of the king, the great priest has told all the gods of the universe about GT time and space, GT universe, and Machen angel. At that time, the great priest had a saying that said, "Everyone, please observe your respective universes, and that Momo Dust Angel will definitely open the rift in time and space and come to our time and space." Although the specific day of the great priest is not clear and cannot be guessed, it is certain that Mo Chen will come, he is very sure. Therefore, the moment Mo Chen came out of the crack in time and space and stepped into the sixth universe, Bardos felt the huge divine power belonging to the angels in his body. After all, Mo Chen did not deliberately hide and suppress the breath of God, he was going to meet Bardos and Xiongpa. Therefore, Bardos, who felt the divine power, was determined in his heart. This must be the angel mentioned by my father, from the GT Spacetime GT Universe, Mo Dust. That's why he waited here for Mo Chen's arrival. Soon, a ray of essence entered the planet Sherida and fell down from the sky. Yikes! Just in a flash, without even blinking time, this essence has already landed on the ground. Chapter 44. However, because the light produced when Mo Chen landed was more dazzling, it attracted several scions to come here. Seeing Mo Chen appear, one of the scions stepped forward and took the lead in asking, "Hey! Who are you? Why did you come to us on the planet Sherida?" After one person spoke, several other scions also spoke, "That's right. Who are you? What do you do when you come to us on the planet Sherida? Suddenly landed with us, who are you? You'd better answer our questions quickly and reveal your identity, otherwise don't blame us for being unkind to you." Of course, the tone of their voice is not very good now. Because they didn't know Mo Chen's identity one by one, they naturally raised their vigilance and did not dare to relax a little, and even they were ready to start at any time. Of course, the reason why they are so vigilant is not only because they do not know Mo Chen's identity. And most importantly, they all know that the god of destruction and the angel Bardos are still tasting their food inside. The two adults are tasting food, and at this time, there must be no mistakes, even the slightest mistake. Otherwise, the entire planet Sherida will be destroyed today. Therefore, the identity of the person in front of them has not yet been determined, and they will definitely not let Mo Chen continue to approach. "My name is Mo Chen, the angel of the GT universe." Mo Chen smiled and introduced his identity. Their arrival was indeed too sudden for them. "Angel, Mo Chen." The scions glanced at each other a few times, then looked at Mo Chen again. But it is clear that they do not believe Machen's words at all. One of the scions couldn't help it, pointed at Mo Chen with his finger, and said in an aggravated tone, "You actually dare to lie that you are an angel lord? I'll ask again, one last time. Hurry up and tell me who you really are. Otherwise, we're really going to be rude to you." After all, in their cognition, there is only one angel in Bardos in the sixth universe in which they live. Now this man who suddenly appeared called himself an angel, who could believe this? It's already very real. Seeing that they didn't believe in themselves, Mo Chen shrugged his shoulders helplessly and repeated, "I am an angel, named Mo Chen." Brothers, it seems that if you don't teach him a lesson, you won't tell the truth. Hearing Mo Chen's words, a scion turned to several other scions and said, "Agreed, let's teach him a lesson." Another scion agreed, and said while stepping forward 2 steps to block Mo Chen's face, "Anyway, this guy definitely has a problem, and you know that you can't let him continue to get close inside. Once you provoke the two inside, I don't need to say what will happen to our planet Sherida. He was ready to start, and after saying this, several other scions followed. They are all now looking ready, about to force Mo Chen back and teach Mo Chen a lesson. Seeing this, Mo Chen was naturally very helpless. Although he didn't want to do anything to these scions, it seemed that words couldn't explain it now. After all, these people don't know about GT spacetime and GT universe, and even if they just said their true identities, they don't believe it. In that case, let's not hurt their lives, just knock them unconscious. Thinking about it, one of the scions had already rushed in front of Mo Chen. He raised his fist and hit Mo Chen's body hard. Phew! Facing the incoming fist, Mo Chen dodged it lightly. Bang! At the same time, in the moment of dodging, Mo Chen pointed a finger at the back of the scion's neck. Ugh! With a scream, he rolled his eyes and fell to the ground, and the whole person had lost consciousness. Hey! Feed! Seeing this scene, the remaining scions shouted at this person twice in worry. Shifting their gaze to Mo Chen again, now they also knew that the strength of this person in front of them was too strong, far from being their rival. Even Mo Chen's movements just now, dodging attacks and shots, none of them could see clearly. Thinking of this, these scions all began to tense up, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. However, even though they were nervous and scared now, they did not take a step back and still stood there. After all, they all have the same idea. Compared to angering the adult behind and causing the entire planet to be destroyed, it is okay for a few of them to die here. In short, now it is necessary to hold out until the stronger fighters arrive here. Before no soldiers arrive, even if you are nervous and scared, you must bite the bullet. Let's go together, brothers. At this time, one of them gritted his teeth, clenched his fists and shouted. This shout also gave the others a little more courage, and responded at the same time, good. Let's go together. In this way, several of them attacked at the same time, clenching their fists and attacking Mo Chen's position. And when they were about to approach Mo Chen, they suddenly spread outward, moved to different positions, and then attacked Mo Chen. They believe that this will always be safer than attacking in one direction, and the chance of hitting Mo Chen will be greater. It's just that in the face of the overwhelming strength gap, this kind of cleverness has no effect at all. Before their fists touched Mo Chen, a sense of powerlessness suddenly surged through their bodies. Bang! 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 In the next second, these scions fell to the ground one after another, face down not lightly. And if you look closely, you will find that several of them have now lost consciousness and are unconscious. This is because, in fact, Mo Chen just came to each of them and lightly tapped his back with his finger. It's just that Mo Chen's speed beyond the speed of light is not at all what their naked eyes can observe and capture. So they fainted before they found anything abnormal. However, after these people fell, Mo Chen was just about to enter inside, but he stopped and looked up at the sky. He felt the breath, and there were stronger scion warriors coming at full speed towards his side. There are only 2 breaths, which means that only 2 people come. And the identities of the 2 scions who came are not simple, but Mo Chen, the Traverser, knows them. Phew! Shout! Soon 2 people fell from the air and blocked a few meters in front of Mo Chen. One of them, a female scion with a hedgehog head and a pink bandeau, dressed like a bad girl, walked towards Mo Chen. And behind her, there was a female scion with a ponytail and bracelet-shaped earrings on her ears, looking cowering and weak. That's right, these 2 people who came are the female scions from the 6th universe who participated in the Power Conference, Califra and Kale. Chapter 45. Califra and Kale, 2 female scions. Mo Chen certainly knew each other. After all, Califra is equivalent to the female version of the 6th universe Monkey King, with genius-like combat talent and potential. And that Kale is even more powerful. Don't look at her current weak and introverted appearance, she is a legendary Super Saiyan. Once angry, she will burst out of terrifying power. Therefore, she is equivalent to the female version of Broly in the 6th universe. Moreover, the two of them also merged through earrings at the original Power Conference, so Mo Chen naturally had a deep impression of the two of them. At this time, Califra had already walked in front of Mo Chen. Only to see her hands on her waist, she asked with an unhappy face, "Hey! Is that you, the guy who killed them all?" "Sister." Kyle cowered and hid behind Califra, worried if Mo Chen would suddenly make a move. "Don't worry, Kyle, no one can touch you with me." Califra turned her head and said to Kale with a smile. She is very confident in her own strength, and she thinks that the Machin in front of her is not her opponent. After all, her strength was enough to knock those Scions unconscious. "Well, it's me." Mo Chen replied faintly, then bent down a little and asked deliberately, "Then, are you also here to stop me from entering?" "Che, do you still need me to say this?" Califra cut unpleasantly. Since she came here, she was naturally ready to fight Mo Chen. Then, Califra turned her head and said to Kale behind her, "Kale, you retreat back first, stay away from here, don't accidentally hurt you." Kyle hesitated for 2 seconds, but still couldn't help but say worriedly, "Then sister, you must be careful." Although she didn't want Califra to fight Mo Chen, she was worried that Califra would be defeated and injured. However, she herself knows Califra's character best, and naturally knows that she can't stop Califra now. Even if she says it, she won't listen to it. Helplessly, there was no way, after she finished speaking, she had to obediently retreat to the back, retreating to a place far away from here. Seeing Kyle leave, the corners of Califra's mouth rose slightly, and her gaze moved back to Mo Chen. Without the junior of Kyle here, she can fight without scruples now, and she doesn't have to worry about hurting Kyle at all. "Are you going to do it?" Looking at Califra, who was full of fighting intent, Mo Chen asked knowingly. Of course, he didn't mean to refuse to fight. He is also an angel, and in the face of disrespectful and rude people, it is better to give a little lesson and punish. At the same time, Mo Chen also wants to see what the female version of the 6th universe, Sun Wukong, has the ability of Califra. What do you think? I shouldn't need to say it. Califra moved her neck and arms, jumped backwards and took a straight fighting stance. Then, she chuckled and said to Mo Chen, "Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you are afraid, it is better to say it quickly now. I will start lightly. Otherwise, you won't have a chance to speak in a while." Speaking of this, Califra pointed at the Scion who fell to the ground not far away, and continued, "Because I will make you fall to the ground unconscious like those guys." Again, Califra is very confident in her own strength. Moreover, she has always walked sideways on the planet Sherida. Except for the god of destruction and the elephant paw and the angel Bardos, she is afraid of no one and no one is convinced. "I'm afraid, but it won't." Mo Chen smiled slightly, "But since you said so, I accept your challenge. No need to keep my hand, let me see your strength." "Yo, it looks like you're pretty confident." Califra raised her arm, the corners of her mouth raised, "Get ready. Don't get knocked down by me too quickly. That would be boring." As soon as the words fell, Califra clenched her fists violently. Boom! An explosion, bright white aura erupted from her body, wrapping around her body. Almost instantly, she stepped the ground with both feet, and the whole person rushed to Mo Chen's position like a missile. Boom! 2. To the huge power, the moment Califra left the ground under her feet directly cracked. But in the blink of an eye, she rushed to Mo Chen, with a confident smile on her face, and her fist was already swinging out and was about to hit Mo Chen. In her opinion, her speed coupled with the current distance, this punch is 100% sure to hit Mo Chen. Even Califra felt that this punch might end the fight directly. But unfortunately, in Mo Chen's eyes, this attack is really slow. Bang! With a muffled sound, Mo Chen effortlessly blocked this attack with only one index finger. How could it be? A look of disbelief suddenly appeared on Califra's face. She couldn't even believe her eyes. The blow he used with all his strength will now be blocked by a finger? This power is not good. Looking at the startled Califra, Mo Chen shook his head twice and said with a smile. It's just that Califra, who is still in shock, she didn't hear Mo Chen's words at all. Sister. At this time, Kair clenched her fists, and she couldn't help but shout at this side nervously. She was now more worried about Califra, and she was more sure. His own worries were indeed correct, and this person in front of him was definitely not a match for Califra. On! Cal! That shout woke Califra up, and she was stunned for a moment and reacted immediately. Although she is usually more arrogant, how could she not know the gap between herself and Mo Chen after this blow? The two are not at the same level at all. In other words, if Mo Chen had the idea of killing her just now, she would definitely not be alive now. It's just that. Even if she understood this, Califra would not allow herself to admit defeat or give up. After all, he first found someone to fight, and he said so many arrogant words before starting. Now give up admitting defeat, such a humiliating thing, Califra can't do it anyway. So, instead of continuing to attack, she withdrew her fist and jumped 3 or 4 meters behind at the same time. After landing on the ground and stabilizing her figure, Califra looked at Mo Chen again and said coldly, "Shhh. You have 2 sets. It seems that I underestimated you just now. But then it's different, I'm going to deal with you seriously." Chapter 46. Come on. Better hurry, because time is precious. Mo Chen stood in place, still smiling. Of course, this can make Califra even more annoyed and upset. Damn, wait for me. I'll definitely make you pay. Hey. Only to see Califra clenched her fists, let out a roar in her mouth, and exploded with all her strength. The white aura swelled a lot at this moment, and even the muscles of the body increased significantly. Califra didn't believe it, and today she must let Ma Chen know how powerful she is no matter what. Even if you can't beat it, you can hit it hard and be satisfied. Thinking of this, Califra became more energetic, and her potential seemed to be stimulated, and she burst out with more powerful power. She felt very magical, as if the switch to control the power in her body was suddenly turned on, and the power far beyond usual was gushing out. But this is exactly what Califra wants now, burst out of strength, and must teach the person in front of her a good lesson. Boom! Affected by this force, the ground beneath Califra's feet could not withstand it and was shattered, forming dense cracks like cobwebs. As the power of her aura increased, the cracks on the ground were still spreading in all directions little by little. When raising her breath to the maximum, Califra smiled confidently and immediately jumped up and kicked Mo Chen from a few meters away. Unpleasant guy. Fall down for me. She's faster and more powerful now. However, even if the strength has increased, for Mo Chen, the angel, Califra's strength is still weak and pitiful. With only one index finger, he easily blocked Califra's attack. Cut. Isn't that okay? Califra was also upset, thinking that her increased strength would make things better. It's a pity that everything is too beautiful for her, and at the same time too simple. Quickly adjusted his figure and jumped out into the air, raising his arm to aim at Mo Chen's position. Try this again. As soon as the sound fell, an energy bomb condensed and was launched towards Mo Chen. Seeing this, Mo Chen's right-hand scepter was summoned, and the energy was dissolved a little. And at this moment, a red light flashed in Califra's hand. She put on a posture, and a huge energy was condensing in her hands. Don't think it's over, I still have this trick. Smash! Cannon! With a loud shout, a terrifying wave of red energy burst out and struck towards Mo Chen's location. This is the strongest move she can unleash, and now this situation can only be used. Boom! Soon, the red energy wave was less than a meter away from Mo Chen. Facing the energy that was about to devour his body, Mo Chen still looked calm and calm. He didn't put this level of energy in his eyes at all. That's pretty much it here. Mo Chen said lightly, and the scepter was lightly pointed at the ground. Buzz! In an instant, the energy seemed to hit an invisible wall, unable to move forward. What? Seeing this, Califra couldn't help but open her mouth wide, completely unaware of what was going on. Why, the energy she released can't continue to move forward now, obviously she is only about to hit her opponent. How is this possible? No kidding. Califra was unwilling, and roared while increasing her strength again. Boom! The golden aura around his body suddenly doubled outward, and the volume of the energy wave also expanded a lot. It's just that the energy she increased with all her strength is of no use here in Mo Chen. That energy wave still can't move forward even a centimeter. And Mo Chen just used a little of the breath of God, forming a wall of breath in front of him. It was as simple as that. Sister, or else, let's give up. At this time, Kale, who had been watching the battle from afar, really couldn't stand it, and quickly ran to the bottom of Califra, and said to her with a worried face. You also see, sister, you can't beat him. Kair thinks that while Machen has not attacked their thoughts yet, she hopes that Califra can take the initiative to stop, and then apologize properly should be nothing. At least that would guarantee that her sister Califra would not be harmed. That's what Kair thinks, and she doesn't want to see anything hurt from Califra. It's just that how could Califra listen to her at this time? Originally, the enemy Machen made her very angry and irritable, but now after hearing Kair's words, she was even more upset, and replied very impatiently. Kair! You just have to go back to where you were and watch. This is my fight with him, you don't care so much. Hurry up and get me back to where you just were. Sister! Sister! Hearing Califra say her words, Kelton froze in place. Those two sentences kept repeating in her mind, and at this moment, Kyle suddenly felt as if she was very useless. At this time, I can't help my sister at all, and even, I will be hated by my sister because of my weakness. Yes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry sister, I'm sorry, it's all my fault, I'm sorry, I can't help you. Tears rolled in his eyes, and Kair, who thought he was useless, kept apologizing. She desperately wants to be stronger now, thinking that if only she hadn't been so weak. If he had the strength now, he would be able to help his sister and would no longer just stand and watch from a distance like he did just now. Just watching, worried. Cal, no, I didn't mean that. Seeing that Kale was crying, Califra suddenly realized that she was really not very good just now. So without thinking, she directly withdrew the energy in her hand, flew down from the air and landed beside Kair. Cal, don't say that, it's not what you think. It's just that I'm bad, I shouldn't say that about you, don't think about Kair. Califra comforted Kyle's emotions and didn't want her to continue crying. Even if it is still time for battle, but the junior sister who was made to cry is here, she naturally can't care about any fighting. However, at this time, Mo Chen discovered the changes in Kair's body. At this time, green flames of light were burning around her body, one after another. I felt very interesting to see this Mo Chen, and at the same time I looked forward to it a little more. Because of emotional breakdown and inner self-denial, as well as the desire to become stronger. The female version of Broly of the 6th universe, the legendary Super Saiyan, is actually about to awaken. Chapter 47. Cal, don't think about Cal, I don't think you're useless. I just worried that you would get hurt and wanted to keep you away, and didn't think you were useless. But my tone just like that is really not good, this is not right of me, I apologize to you, Kyr, you can forgive me. Here, although Califra had been comforting, at this time, Kale could not listen to anything. Just look at her hands holding her head, and more green flames of light appeared on her body. This is... Califra only now realized something was wrong and took a step back to look at Kale. She could see more clearly now, and many green flames of light appeared around Kyr's body at some point. I'm a waste scion. I'm only getting in the way for my sister here, and I can't help it all. A. At this time, Kyr spoke to herself again, but before she could say a few words, she suddenly raised her head and roared. Boom! In an instant, a large amount of golden flames exploded from her body was completely enveloped, and Kel floated into the air little by little. At this moment, her aura is increasing wildly. The earth trembled under the influence of this terrible force, and several places had been cracked, and cracks appeared one after another. What's the situation? Something is wrong. Feed. Cal, what's wrong with you? Califra was stunned for a moment, and after reacting, she instantly became nervous and worried. She had never seen Kyle like this before, and this was the first time. Although she felt that Kel's power was increasing, it was indeed a good thing to be happy about. But in addition to this, Califra also realized that perhaps because of the rapid increase in strength, Kyr couldn't hear her at all, and seemed to be losing her mind a little bit. This can't work, she can't watch her good student lose her mind and become a monster who only knows how to destroy. And at this time, Mo Chen tapped the scepter. Yikes! Califra instantly appeared beside Mo Chen. Hey! What are you doing? Califra clenched her fists and glared at Mo Chen with some annoyance. If she hadn't known that she couldn't beat Mo Chen, she would have attacked again now. It's useless to tell her anything now. Mo Chen naturally did not think about Califra like that, and explained with a smile, the power in her body is awakening and turning into the legendary Super Scion. What? Legendary Super Scion? Seeing that Mo Chen seemed to understand this, Califra was stunned and quickly asked, do you know what is the situation of Kale now? And what is the legendary Super Scion? The simple explanation is that only 1000 years can appear a Super Scion, known as the legendary Super Scion. Mo Chen explained word by word, of course, this transformation is also known as a Demon Scion. Once you awaken this power of transcendence, you will also lose reason and control while gaining great power. That's what Kel looks like now. Califra glanced at Kel and couldn't help but swallow. Her current height has increased a lot compared to just now, and her breath and body muscles are expanding dramatically. Then, she really didn't know what to do, she looked at Mo Chen again and asked, then, what should I do if Kyr looks like this? Unless controlled through cultivation. Otherwise, it will eventually be devoured by its own growing power and lead to destruction. Mo Chen smiled and replied. This power of transmission is not so easy to control. So what now? Is there any other way to stop Kyle? Please tell me. Anyway, I definitely can't watch Kel being destroyed by his own power like this. Even if Mo Chen is still her opponent and enemy, in order to save Kyr, Califra can't care about anything now. She was going to stop Kyle no matter what. And hearing her say this, Mo Chen only smiled slightly and did not answer directly. Seeing this, Califra thought that Mo Chen didn't want to tell her, and her fists couldn't help but clench tighter, and she raised her voice again and asked. Please tell me. What else can be done to stop Cal? Okay. Mo Chen beckoned and said with a smile, I can hear it without having to be so loud. Besides, I didn't say I wouldn't help you. Saying that, Mo Chen took a step forward and said, "You are here to watch." "Almost, it's just to control the power and knock her out without hurting her, it's as simple as that." Speaking of this, Mo Chen glanced back at Calivra and said with a smile, "Of course, with your current strength, you can't do it. So I said, I'll help you." "Humph. Thank you so much." Although Califra was very upset by Mo Chen's words, she didn't have anything to say back. And now, she can only put her hope in Mo Chen. After all, now there is really only Mo Chen here who can subdue the irrational Kair. Then, now just wait for her to fully complete her awakening. It should be right away. Mo Chen moved his gaze back to Kair's body and said with a smile. Here, Kair's breath and strength are still rising wildly. A. There was another roar, and the golden aura turned into a bright green. The impact formed by the breath centered on Kel's body, and spread outward like ripples. The terrifying force had completely shattered the surrounding ground. The awakening is finally complete, and Kyle transforms into the legendary Super Saiyan. This is the legendary Super Saiyan. Califra's face was full of shock, and the Kyle she knew changed completely. The originally thin and small Kel has now become tall and strong, and it cannot even be described as strong, because her current muscles are simply inflated. His hair turned green, his eyes turned white, and his face looked hideous and terrifying. Kair completely turned into a violent appearance, and even the breath revealed the fury and horror, which made people a little untrembling. Ha! At this time, Kyle suddenly clenched his fist and burst out with a powerful aura. The green flames rose high, and the ground that had already cracked was now destroyed, even more invisible. However, such a big movement finally attracted the attention of the god of destruction. "Hey! Hair! What happened?" Xiangpa, who was still eating meat, was startled by this sudden explosion and quickly turned his head to look in that direction. Just like that, he saw the green flame that broke through the sky in the distance. Chapter 48. Oh, it looks like something terrible is going on there. Bardos smiled slightly, pretending he didn't know anything. However, she naturally knows Xiangpa. Disturbed by this sudden explosion, Elephant Paw must have gone there to check on the situation. That's right. Sure enough, as Bardos thought, now Elephant Paw is very upset and annoyed. The meat in his hand instantly became unfragrant, and as soon as the palm was loosened, the piece of meat fell on the table. Then, he stood up with a cold face and looked in the direction where the energy surged. "Over there. What the hell are you doing?" He hates people bothering him when he's tasting his food. "Ah, Lord Xiangpa, there." Seeing that Xiangpa was angry, Gabi suddenly became nervous, and a lot of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He didn't know how to explain it to Xiangpa, and he didn't know what to say because he was nervous to make Xiangpa discourage. Of course, he knew why there was a sudden explosion. While he was taking the food, he heard several Scions discussing there, and a stranger came to their planet Sherida. So he was sure that the explosion just now must have been caused by the battle. But Gabe's task is to be responsible for entertaining Elephant Paw and Bardos here, and must not make these two adults angry or unhappy. But now everything is messed up, and Xiangpa is still angry because he was disturbed. Although there was an explosion from a long distance. But for Xiangpa, who is tasting food and immersed in happiness, it is something that cannot happen and cannot be tolerated. "Hey, Bardos, come with me and take a look. I want to see who made such a big move at this time." Elephant Paw couldn't help it, and said to Bardos and flew to that position. However, where did Gabe dare to let Xiangpa pass? He quickly blocked in front of Xiangpa, bowed his head and said very respectfully. "Lord Xiangpa, you can't leave now, there are still many delicacies that have not come up. Counting the time, those delicacies should be ready, please wait a little longer and taste all the delicacies, Lord Xiangpa." "No matter what you say, now you just need to deflate the elephant paw. However, how could Xiangpa, who had already been disturbed in a good mood, be discouraged? Even if he heard that there were other delicacies, he didn't have any idea of tasting them. Hey, Gabe, hurry up and get out of the way for me. I'll just say this once. Xiangpa's face was cold, and his tone was cold. While speaking, he slowly raised his right hand and aimed it at Gabe. At this time, purple-red energy was gathering in the palm of his hand. That's right, it is the destructive power that belongs to the god of destruction. He is serious now. If Gabe continues to block, Elephant Paw will use the power of destruction to wipe him out. Oh, it seems that Lord Xiangpa is really angry. Seeing this, Bardos said lightly. At the same time, she also reminded Gabe not to try to stop Xiangpa now, and to be careful not to lose his life because of this. After all, there are not many fighters with good strength in their sixth universe, and Gabe is also one of them. It would not be good if it was erased. I see. Gabe was also clever, instantly understanding the meaning of Bardos's words, and even reluctantly, he stepped aside. Let's go, Bardos. After that, Xiangpa flew directly out of here. You follow along. Bardos looked at Gabe and said with a smile. Ah, yes, Lord Bardos. Gabe nodded and flew towards the position of the battle. At the same time, he also silently prayed in his heart that the people who fought there would never provoke Xiangpa again. Otherwise, the entire planet Sherida might be wiped out. At the same time, Mo Chen sighed. Kair suddenly smiled evilly. Then, she raised her arm, pointed at Mo Chen with her index finger, and said coldly, You. I will sacrifice the heavens with your blood. If you can, try it. Mo Chen replied with a smile, then turned his head to look in the direction to the left. He felt the elephants and bardus, as well as a breath moving at high speed towards him. And at this time, Kair was like a beast coming towards Mo Chen. Give me death. She gulped, her fists clenched and gathered all her strength here. Hey, Kair is coming, you hurry up and get out of the way. Seeing that Mo Chen's mind was not here, Califra quickly shouted to remind Mo Chen. However, even if you don't look at it, Kair's power can't pose a threat to Mo Chen. Yikes! Completely. Without looking, the body reacted on its own to avoid Kel's fist. After the attack was dodged, Kel's face bulged, and he was obviously even more angry. Ha! Eh! She shouted angrily, and the green aura around her swelled again. Then, she clenched her fists and kept hitting Mo Chen, launching an extremely violent attack. Phew! Shout! 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 For a while, the fist that attacked was like raindrops, constantly attacking Mo Chen's body. But with the freedom to work hard, how can Kair hit Mo Chen? Without even looking at it, Mo Chen dodged all the attacks, and Kair wanted to run into him, which was impossible. This. Califra, who saw all this in her eyes, was dumbfounded. He reacted now, and the reminder he had just given was ridiculous and redundant. Whether it's facing yourself or Kel, who has become the legendary Super Saiyan. This Mo Chen can deal with it easily, without any effort, his strength is completely beyond imagination. Here, perhaps because he has not been able to hit the dust, Kair is getting angrier and angrier. Yikes! After another punch was dodged, she clenched her fists fiercely. Die! Give me all to die! Haa! Boom! With her roar, terrifying energy gushed out from her body, turning into countless energy projectiles that were launched in all directions. Boom! Rumble! 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 An explosion sounded, and the place hit by the energy was instantly blown out of a crater. This indiscriminate blow destroyed the neighborhood, and craters were everywhere. It's a pity that even such an attack without dead ends can't cause the slightest damage to Mo Chen. His body was surrounded by a barrier composed of divine breath, and energy could not penetrate this protective barrier at all. But Kalivra on the ground was uncomfortable. Without a barrier, she could only keep dodging in the face of so much energy. Because the energy contained in the energy bomb is too powerful, even if she is affected by a little, she will be blown out far away, which is very embarrassing. Chapter 49. After a while, after finding that the attack gradually slowed down, Kalifra quickly shouted in the direction of Mo Chen. "Hey, who is that? Be a little more serious, hurry up and knock Kel unconscious. If this continues, it is estimated that I will not be able to stand it before Kair faints." "Well, no problem." Hearing this, Mo Chen smiled slightly, and lowered his head to reply to Kalifra. Then he looked up and returned his gaze to Kale's body. He felt that Elephant Pa and Bardos were moving at high speed here, and it was actually for this that they had been fighting for so long. Now this goal has been achieved, successfully attracting Elephant Pa and Bardos. In this case, there is no need to continue this battle, and it is indeed time to end. And here, Kair is now staring at Mo Chen, her eyes full of killing intent and anger. So many attacks could not hit once, which made her extremely angry, and she couldn't suppress the desire to kill Mo Chen quickly. Then, only to see her clenched fists, her face bruised, and she couldn't help but roar. "You! Sin deserves death!" With an angry shout, Kair exploded and killed in front of Mo Chen. Buzz! At this moment, an extremely dazzling green light suddenly flashed in the chest area of Kair. The light became brighter and brighter, and in the next second, several green beams were formed and shot out in different directions. This is a trick that every Broly is very good at, chest gas bomb. In an instant, all the energy of the whole body is concentrated in the chest area, and then it explodes at close range close to the enemy. It seems ordinary, but it has a very terrifying power. It's a pity that in the face of Mo Chen, this angel, even if it is 100 million times stronger, it will have no effect. Great, but that's the end of it. Mo Chen smiled slightly, and waved the scepter in his right hand lightly in front of him. Bright white divine power gushed out at the tip of the scepter, enveloping Kyle's body. "Ah!" She roared angrily, struggling hard but finding that she couldn't control her body and couldn't stop in the air and couldn't move. At the same time, even the energy condensed in her chest could not be detonated now. In the next second, that divine power converged inward again, and Kair felt an irresistible pressure. Ugh! An angry and unwilling roar, a sense of powerlessness surged throughout his body, and Kair's struggle slowed down little by little. At the same time, her huge body began to shrink and return to that thin appearance. She had lost consciousness and completely fainted. "Kal!" Seeing this, Kalifra hurriedly ran to this side and grabbed Kale. However, now she is no longer nervous and worried, and looks at the fainted Kair with a smile on her face. Because her junior sister has been out of danger and has mastered super power, she is naturally very happy as a senior sister. But she thought of something, looked up at Mo Chen, and couldn't help but ask again in order to confirm, "Are you sure that as long as Kair masters this power, he will not lose control and fall into self-destruction?" "Yes." Mo Chen affirmed, "Of course, you can't do this alone." "What? So what should we do?" Hearing this, Kalifra was stunned, and immediately asked. And hearing what Kalifra asked him, Mo Chen did not answer directly. "I only saw him raise his head to look at the sky, and after looking at it for 2 seconds, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and said with a smile, 'It's okay, the person who can finish it, it's here now.'" At the moment when the words of Mo Chen fell, phew! A sound of breaking air streaked across the sky, accompanied by a purple and white flame of light, and 3 figures suddenly fell in front of Mo Chen and Kalifra. The people who came were the destruction god of the 6th universe, Pa, and Bardos as an angel, and Gabe, who came with him. "It's finally here." Mo Chen smiled slightly, finally seeing these two gods. Lord Elephant Paw, Lord Bardos. And when Califra saw the arrival of the two of them, she was naturally extremely surprised. At the same time, she also realized that the movement caused by Kai losing his mind just now seemed to be too great. Hey, Califra, Kale, why are you two here? Similarly, Gabe was extremely surprised when he saw the two of them. All he knew, it was obviously the other scions who came here to support. How could it be Califra and Kale now? Why do you ask this? I just thought it was funny. And my strength is much stronger than theirs, and letting them come over has no effect at all. Califra glanced at Gabe and replied with an unhappy look. Ah, that's right. Gabe felt speechless. He really couldn't get along with Califra, it had always been like this. Then, he suddenly remembered why he came here, and instantly became nervous. Elephant Paw, who was next to him, was still very angry at this time, because he was disturbed while tasting the food. Hey, are you guys arguing with me? Xiongpa shouted angrily, and a purple-red energy ball had condensed in his hand. That's right, this is exactly his power to destroy God, the power of destruction. The good mood was completely disturbed, and since he came over, he would definitely not do nothing. Therefore, those who disturb him must accept punishment, accept the punishment of being destroyed and erased. Seeing that Xiongpa was still so angry, how could Gabe just watch Califra and Kale be destroyed? Although Gabe's relationship with the two of them is not very good. But after all, Califra is the sister of Captain Lianso, not to mention that Gabe can't watch their fellow scions being killed. So, Gabe clenched his teeth, he didn't think of anything, he directly blocked in front of Xiongpa, and summoned up enough courage to say to him loudly. Lord Xiongpa, Califra and Kale are not wrong, please dissipate your anger and don't kill them. Although Gabe said this, where would Elephanta, who was in a state of anger, listen to him? Just glared at him with murderous intent. Get out of here! Snap! Without much nonsense, Xiongpa's hand was a slap and Gabe was directly knocked out. Ahem! Although it was just a slap, after all, it was a blow from the god of destruction, and Gabe at this time could not stand it. He spat blood in his mouth, and it was difficult for him to get up again when he fell to the ground. Hey, Cal! Seeing this scene, Califra couldn't sit still. She didn't expect that Gabe would actually act against the gods for them. This is no different from sending to death. Yikes! At this moment, the figure of Xiongpa flashed and came to him in an instant, and the destructive energy in his hand was facing Gabe. Since you intercede for them, then you should also die with them. Saying that, he was ready to use the destructive energy in his hand to erase Kale. Chapter 50. At this time, Bardos suddenly came to Xiongpa's side, smiled and reminded him. Lord Xiongpa, Gabe is one of the combat forces of our 6th universe. If you erase him now, the next time you compete with Lord Beerus's 7th universe, our chances of losing may become a little greater. She naturally didn't want to see anyone erased, whether it was Gabe or Califra and Kale. Moreover, Bardos knows that all three have great strength and potential. It would be too wasteful and bad to be erased like this. As for that Mo Chen, he had carefully observed Bardos when he came just now. This person is indeed the same as the great priest said, obviously an angel who has just been born, but he has a divine power far beyond that of an angel. Therefore, even if Xiongpa wants to destroy Mo Chen, he is far from having this ability. Humph, then I'll let him die. Elephant Paw snorted coldly and turned his destructive energy towards Califra and Kale. Then these two, I can destroy it. In an instant, Califra suddenly felt an invisible pressure, smashing heavily on her body and unable to move, and even breathing became difficult. And when Xiongpa is about to release the destructive energy, Bardos once again speaks out to stop it. Lord Xiongpa, have you forgotten that we are here today just to taste the food? The fighting match a few days ago lost to Lord Beerus's 7th universe, and you came here this time to find out if there are any stronger scion warriors. According to my observations, although these two are female scion, they both have great potential and strength in their bodies." Saying that, Bardas's gaze moved to Kale, and continued with a smile. "Especially the one who fainted, the power she contains is even more amazing. In short, the two of them will definitely become a powerful combat force in our 6th universe after cultivation. Maybe next time there will be hope to defeat Lord Beerus's 7th universe." Hearing this, Elephant Pitaka was shaken, and his heart could not help but think. Bardas is right, this time I really came here not just to taste the food. I lost to the guy from Beerus a few days ago, and now I came to this planet Sherida to find a good fighter like Gabe. And according to what Bardas said, those two female scions will become super powerful if they are cultivated, and they may also defeat the 7th universe of Beerus. Then it must not be easily destroyed and erased. Ahem, there's a little bit of truth. Then I will listen to your Bardas this time and leave them both alive. After figuring it out, Xiongpa deliberately coughed twice and said to Bardas. At the same time, the destructive energy condensed in his hands also disappeared. Great, great! Seeing this, Gabe grinned, finally relieved. At least Kalifra and Kale escaped and would not be erased by Elephant Paw with destructive energy. Yes, saved. After this sense of oppression disappeared, Kalifra also breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. Although she didn't say anything, she was now grateful to the angels Bardas and Gabe in her heart. Otherwise, he and Kyle would definitely be dead by now. It's just that it doesn't end so simply. Although Xiongpa did not kill the three of them, his anger did not dissipate at all. Therefore, he naturally looked at Mo Chen, who was standing not far away, and his right hand once again gathered destructive energy. Then I can always erase this guy. After all, it's because of him that made me quarrel. Because of his anger, this has led to the fact that Xiongpa has not discovered that Ma Chen is an angel until now. Ah, Lord Xiongpa wants to erase it, he. Hearing this, Kalifra immediately turned her head to look at Mo Chen, and couldn't help but worry. After all, just now Mo Chen saved the out-of-control Kyr, and Kalifra didn't think he was a bad person, and naturally didn't want him to die like that. Erase me. Mo Chen was stunned, looking at the destructive energy that was facing him, and was a little surprised by this. To his surprise, Mo Chen himself did not expect that Xiongpa, the god of destruction of the 6th universe, did not recognize himself as an angel. After such a while, Xiongpa didn't even judge the breath of simple judgment. Lord! Xiongpa! Bardas looked at Mo Chen, and then at Xiongpa, and instantly felt very embarrassed. Like Mo Chen, she also thinks that after coming over, Xiongpa will feel the difference in Mo Chen. It's just that. Now it seems that Xiongpa does not feel any difference at all, and actually wants to use destruction to erase the dust. But before Bardas could speak, Elephant Paw could not contain the anger in his heart. 1, 2, or 3 can't be destroyed, this one says that nothing will be destroyed. Thinking about it, Xiongpa did not hesitate and directly released the destructive energy in his hand. It's all because of you, then pay me the price. Sabotage, Hawkeye! The purple-red destructive energy struck towards Mo Chen's location, and the speed was very fast. Seeing this, Mo Chen smiled helplessly, then let's play with you a little, Xiongpa. As soon as the words fell, Mo Chen's body moved towards Xiongpa's position while dodging the destructive energy. Hey! Mo Chen's speed was extremely fast, which surprised Xiongpa, and he didn't expect him to be so fast. But before he could react, Mo Chen had already arrived in front of Xiongpa. He did not attack directly, but said with a smile, "How? You?" Xiongpa was even more angry and glared at Mo Chen through gritted teeth. "Dare to be so arrogant in front of me, it's abominable!" He shouted angrily, instantly condensed all the strength in his body, clenched his fists and shot towards Mo Chen. Bang! A muffled sound came out, under the shocked gazes of several people in Califra. They all saw that Xiongpa's punch with all his strength was easily blocked by Mo Chen with an index finger. One index finger. That man, he actually blocked Lord Xiongpa's attack with only one finger. Gabe sat on the ground, looking at Mo Chen's eyes full of disbelief. Elephant Paco is the god of destruction in their sixth universe, and apart from the angel Bardos, there is no doubt about it. But now, the stranger who came to their planet Sherida actually blocked the attack of Xiongpa with only one index finger. This is really incredible. Even if you see it with your own eyes, you still can't believe it. How is it possible? Who the hell is this guy? Califra was also shocked, and after 2 or 3 seconds of stunned, the corners of her mouth stiffened into a smile. She didn't dare to think about what kind of existence she and Kair had just fought. Moreover, it has been fighting for so long. Oh roar, roar, roar! It seems that Lord Elephant Pa will be taught a lesson this time. Looking at the incredulous Elephant Pa, Bardos couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Of course, she didn't stop it just now because she wanted to make Xiongpa remember a little longer through this time. See if he will do it directly the next time he sees a stranger. Chapter 51. Bardos you. Elephant Pa turned his head and glared at Bardos, speechless and angry. The angel of his sixth universe does not support or worry about himself now, and he is still standing there watching his own jokes like a nobody. But he couldn't help it, after all, Bardos has always been like this. Then, he turned back to look at Mo Chen in front of him again, and Xiongpa still felt unbelievable. He did not deliberately keep this punch, and absolutely exerted all his strength, and it should be reasonable to say that he should directly kill the other party. But this guy not only did not die, there was nothing at all, but he only used an index finger to block his all-out attack. Moreover, he didn't seem to have any effort at all, so relaxed look. Although this made Xiongpa very unconvinced and unhappy, it also made him calm down a little. He finally reacted, the identity of the stranger in front of him is definitely not simple. So, Xiongpa snorted coldly, withdrew his fist and asked coldly. Hey! What the hell are you guy? You can actually block my Xiongpa's punch so easily, who the hell are you? Only now do you think to ask who I am? Mo Chen smiled slightly, and with his right hand, he held the scepter that belonged to his angel. I am an angel from GT Spacetime, GT Universe, Mo Chen. Oh my god! Days. Angel. That guy, it turned out to be Angel. Hearing this, Gabe and Califra, who were not far away, were once again shocked, and even their words became stuttered. No wonder he had such terrifying power, even the god of destruction like Pa could not pose the slightest threat to him. It turns out that this person is also an angel. And here, after hearing Mo Chen's words, Xiongpa was stunned first. Looking at the scepter belonging to the angel in Mo Chen's hand, he noticed the breath at the same time. This. You are an angel. Xiongpa was a little overwhelmed, so nervous that cold sweat kept breaking out on his face. He can't wait to punch himself now, and he actually shot at an angel just now, and even threatened to destroy and erase him. If this kind of thing gets out, where will he put his face like Pa? Then, he turned his head to look at Bardos, lowered his voice and said a little angrily, Hey, Bardos, you must have known for a long time, why don't you stop me? Oh roar, Lord Xiongpa, you started directly, and you didn't give me a chance to stop you at all. Bardos covered his mouth and laughed a few times, then looked at Machen and smiled. First meeting, hello, Machen Angel. We all already know your existence. Not long ago, Lord Great Priest told all the gods of the universe, as well as told us, that you will come to our time and space. Hearing this, Mo Chen was a little surprised. It turned out that the great priest had already felt his birth and existence, and also guessed that he would come to space-time. This is indeed a bit unexpected, but in Mo Chen's opinion, it is also a good thing. At least now all the gods know the existence of themselves and GT space-time and GT universe. Then, the next step is what you want, so that all the gods can see and remember the power of the GT universe. Of course, in addition to this good thing, Mo Chen has now confirmed one thing. The thing is that you will not be punished for opening the time and space rift yourself. Because the gods in time and space are stipulated. It is absolutely not allowed to interfere with time and space and time. Once interfered, it will be punished extremely severely, or even erased. And that he has come here without punishment is enough to determine the matter. Of course, it may also be thanks to the special reason of GT space-time. Since they were not under the jurisdiction of the whole king and the high priest, they naturally had no right to punish themselves. After thinking about it, Mo Chen nodded, then smiled awkwardly, and spoke. This time it did come a little suddenly, and the first time I opened the space-time rift, I didn't adjust the landing point. However, the battle just now did disturb you, and to apologize, I prepared some GT universe delicacies. Saying that, Mo Chen gently waved his scepter. Buzz! As the light flickered, a large pile of snacks and buckets of instant noodles appeared on the ground, and many, many piled up into a hill. You're welcome, Machin Angel. Bardos smiled slightly, and waved his scepter to put away all the summoned snacks. Here, Xiangpa wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, forced a smile at the corner of his mouth, and said to Mo Chen. It turns out that you are the newly born angel of the GT universe. I didn't recognize it just now, that's why I had a little unpleasantness with you, and please don't talk about it. Lord Elephant Pa. First time they saw Elephant Pa like this, Gabe and Calipher were a little unaccustomed to it. Of course, this is precisely because Mo Chen is an angel. Coupled with Xiangpa's hand that moved first, and said that he wanted to destroy Mo Chen, where did he dare to be arrogant now? It's okay, there is no need to mention it when the matter is over. Mo Chen said with a smile, not caring about this kind of thing. What's more, this guy didn't know that he was an angel at the time, and it was normal to be so angry when he was disturbed. But if you don't fight or know each other, we can also be considered acquainted, Destruction God Elephant Pa. Well, it's recognition, it's recognition. Seeing that Mo Chen was not angry and did not calculate with himself, Xiangpa suddenly became happy, and nodded repeatedly. Then, he turned his head and glared at Gabe, immediately changed his tone, and said coldly, Hey! Didn't you say that there are still many delicacies that have not come up? Ah! Yes, Lord Pa. Gabe was startled, quickly stood up from the ground with one hand, and replied loudly. Good. Xiangpa smiled with satisfaction and turned his head to look at Mo Chen. Please Mo Chen Angel go back with us and taste the food on this planet Sherida. No problem. Mo Chen nodded and agreed. Anyway, they are coming, and it is good to taste the food and chat by the way. Then, please come with us, Machin Angel. Bardos smiled, looked at Mo Chen and said, turned around and was about to leave here. But at this moment, when everyone was about to leave, a crack similar to a vortex suddenly opened in the sky. Hey! This situation attracted all the attention, and everyone looked up, not knowing what was going on. In the next second, the crack grew larger and larger, and a figure appeared from it. And when he saw this figure, Xiangpa's eyes widened instantly, his mouth opened wide, and the whole person seemed to be shocked by electricity, and he was sluggish in place like wood. Great! Big! Lord Priest! That's right! The person who appeared in the crack is the great butler and great priest of the supreme ruler of the universe King Chuan Wang. Chapter 52. This is again. After seeing him, Lord Xiangpa seemed to be very nervous and scared. Gabe and Califra did not know the high priest, and their faces showed a thick look of doubt. But looking at Pa's appearance, you can guess that the person who appears is definitely not ordinary. This is the great priest. Bardos smiled slightly, looked at Gabe and Califra and said, "Great, Lord Great Priest." Gabe and Califra were still a little confused, not knowing who the Grand Priest was. But it is certain that he is strong, and not generally strong. At this time, Bardos glanced at the Great Priest and instantly understood his thoughts. So he turned his head to look at Gabe and Califra again, and smiled, "Okay, you two go back first. By the way, those delicacies must be prepared, we still have to entertain the Machin angel." "Yes, Lord Bardos." Gabe replied respectfully, then turned to look at Califra, "Let's go, take Kale, let's go back first." Califra nodded, didn't say anything more, took Kyle in her arms and flew away with Gabe. After all, she also understood that she and Gabe were just human beings, too weak and had no say in front of those gods. However, Califra is very competitive, and she believes that she will become stronger and stronger, even to the point of surpassing the gods. For this reason, she will seriously work hard to cultivate in the future, and she will never waste time all day long like before. And this was also Bardos's idea. She decided to take Gabe and the three of them back to the God of Destruction realm to help them cultivate. Here, after seeing them leave, Bardos lowered his head slightly and said respectfully, "Welcome Lord High Priest." Seeing this, Xiongpa on the side took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down a little. Then he immediately bowed deeply to the Great Priest and shouted, "Great, Lord Great Priest! A warm welcome to you." The Great Priest smiled and nodded, but his gaze moved to Mo Chen's body. "From GT Space-Time, Angel Machin of the GT Universe, welcome to our time-space for the first time." As soon as these words came out, Mo Chen, as well as Xiongpa, and Bardos all understood it clearly. This time, the Great Priest suddenly appeared here for Mo Chen, a newly born angel in another time and space. Of course, after understanding this, Xiongpa was also relieved and slowly straightened up. He had just thought that the Great Priest had come here because of his actions against the newborn angels. Now that I know that it is not, I am naturally less nervous and afraid. "I've seen the Great Priest." Mo Chen bowed his head slightly. "Well, I think you know that I came here for you this time." The Great Priest smiled, did not go around in circles, and said bluntly, "This is the meaning of Lord Chuanwang. Lord Chuanwang wants me to ask you, can you come to the All-King Temple in 3 days? Lord Chuanwang is very eager and looking forward to meeting you." Speaking of this, the Great Priest found that he had missed something, so he quickly added, "By the way, at that time, the 7th universe similar to your GT universe, Angel Weiss and Beerus, the God of Destruction, will also come to the Temple of All Kings together." After listening to the words of the Great Priest, Mo Chen did not answer directly, but thought about this matter. This is naturally good news for him. Not only to be able to directly meet the largest king of the chronospace, but also to meet Beerus and Weiss of the 7th universe. Moreover, listening to what the Great Priest said, the whole king wanted to see himself, and he said so, of course he was going. "Well, I see, Lord Grand Priest." After thinking about it, Mo Chen nodded and agreed, looked at the Great Priest above, and said with a smile, "In 3 days, right, I will go to the All-King Shrine of Lord Chuanwang then. Please remember, then I'll leave first." The Great Priest smiled, turned around and waved his hand, and the crack in the air contracted little by little. "Congratulations to Lord Grand Priest." Seeing the Great Priest leave, Xiongpa bowed deeply again and shouted extremely respectfully. Bardos on the side did not speak, but just watched the Great Priest leave with a smile. After seeing that the crack was completely closed, Xiongpa finally relaxed and exhaled, "Wu. Finally left, Lord Priest. Really, it just scared me to death." "Oh, Lord Xiongpa is afraid that the great priest will come to you." Seeing this, Bardos brought his face closer to Xiongpa, and said with a smile, "After all, you just made a move on Mo Chen, the angel of GT time and space. If it weren't for the fact that your strength was far inferior to the Machen angel, you would have erased an angel right now." After hearing this, Xiongpa couldn't help but shiver, so he immediately turned his head to look at Bardos, kept waving his fist in the air, and said very angrily, "Hey! Bardos, why don't you mention which pot? You! Don't mention this to me." He was afraid that the great priest would suddenly come back to him at this time. Then, he looked at Mo Chen, his attitude changed 316, and he invited with a smile on his face, "Let's go, Mo Chen angel, let's go and taste the delicacy of planet Sherida together." "Well, lead the way." Mo Chen smiled. "Hey! Gone, Bardos!" Elephant. Pa changed his face again, shouted at Bardos and flew away. "Follow me, Machen angel!" Bardos said to Mo Chen, and the scepter flew into the air with a gentle touch on the ground. Seeing this, Mo Chen smiled slightly and followed at the same speed. At the same time, GT space-time, in the god realm of the GT universe. Ha! Sun Wukong pulled out a grass forcefully, and he was already tired and sweating. The gravity on his body has increased many times, and he has been resisting the ever-increasing gravity. Of course, although this cultivation is very tiring, it does allow Sun Wukong's body and strength to be improved, and he unknowingly breaks through the limit. Boom! He took off his practice clothes and smashed it on the ground, creating a huge crater here. Wow! Today's goal is finally accomplished. Sun Wukong stretched his arm, and now he was very happy, his eyes directly narrowed into two upside-down U's. After taking off the exercise clothes, you simply don't feel too comfortable. Even a casual action made him feel relaxed. As for why the training uniform was taken off, this was specially set up for Sun Wukong after Mo Chen left. When he pulls out a certain amount of grass every day, he can take off his training clothes, but if he can't reach it, he can't take it off. This is not only convenient for Sun Wukong to eat and rest, but also so that he can fight and cultivate with Sun Wuhan, who is cultivating in the room at this time. After all, battle cultivation is indispensable, not only to improve the strength of the two of them. At the same time, it will also allow them to find and maintain the feeling of fighting at all times, which is extremely important. Chapter 53. Although the exercise uniform can be taken off after pulling a certain amount of grass. However, the form of Super Saiyan 4 is not allowed to be lifted, which is Mo Chen's rule for Sun Wukong. Of course, there is no need to worry about Sun Wukong automatically dissolving his transformation due to lack of physical strength. Because in the restroom, the food created by Mo Chen for him is not a simple and ordinary food. Not only Sun Wukong alone, but also Vegeta and Sun Wuhan, the three of them are now eating a little bit of divine power in the food Mo Chen. Without affecting the taste, that delicious food can make their physical strength recover more quickly and make their cultivation more effective. And most importantly, these divine powers contained in the food will be stored by their bodies. After they reach Super Saiyan 4 full power, Mo Chen will help them absorb those divine powers at once, so that they can successfully master Super Saiyan 4 boundary breakthrough. This form that truly entered the realm of gods, Super Saiyan 4 limit breakthrough. With the powerful body of Super Saiyan 4, get explosive improvement and step into the realm of gods. In short, there is plenty of rest and these delicacies plus breakthroughs and improvements during the cultivation period. Their physical strength will only increase, and there is no need to worry about their lack of physical strength at all. Yikes! Swish! 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 Now, because he had just taken off his training clothes, Sun Wukong, who was not bound by gravity, was very excited, jumping into the air and constantly waving his fist. In a matter of seconds, he already had an unknown number of punches, so fast that he left countless pairs of fists in the air. Subsequently, after the event, Sun Wukong fell back on the ground. With an excited smile on his face, he clenched his fists, felt the power in his body, and couldn't help but sigh. It's worthy of Lord Machan, it's really super useful to cultivate like this. I can feel that I should not be far from that Super Saiyan 4 full power now. It's not been a long time, I've gotten a lot stronger. Saying that, he couldn't help but look at the room where Sun Wuhan was cultivating in the distance. I don't know how Gohan is cultivating, it just so happens that the practice uniform has been taken off, now go find Gohan and see. After saying that, he flew to the door of the room with a burst of anger, pushed the door open and entered. Inside the room, Sun Gohan closed his eyes and was sitting on the ground meditating at this time. It seemed like he was resting, but in fact he was not idle. This is also one of the cultivations, meditation, a spiritual practice. Buzz. At this time, the sound of the door opening caught Sun Gohan's attention, and he opened his eyes and looked over. Dad. Seeing that it was Sun Wukong who came in, Sun Wuhan immediately stood up from the ground. He walked towards Sun Wukong and asked as he went, "Why are you here, Dad? And what about the practice clothes on you, how did you get rid of them?" "Ha ha ha, that thing can be taken off after pulling a certain amount of grass." Monkey King scratched his head and grinned back. And after saying this, he suddenly put away his smile, his expression became much more serious, and he looked at Sun Gohan and said, "I came here to see how your cultivation is doing. And according to what Lord Mo Chen said when he left, we are not going to engage in battle cultivation." That being said, even if Mo Chen hadn't said this, Sun Wukong himself couldn't help but come in and compete with Sun Wuhan. Moreover, from the moment he entered the room, he could feel that Sun Gohan's current aura was indeed improved compared to when he first came to the Divine Realm. Although it hasn't been a long time since then, the improvement is not very big, but it is a good start to have an improvement. Well, indeed, it would be better if I could fight. Sun Gohan nodded, he knew what he needed now, and at the same time he also wanted to fight Sun Goku. So, Sun Wuhan clenched his fists, his expression became serious, and looked at Sun Wukong and said, "I also want to try my current strength. So Dad, let's try it." "Very good. Then come on, Gohan." Sun Wukong didn't say anything more, the corners of his mouth rose slightly after jumping back, and he half squatted down to take the fighting posture he was used to. "I'll do my best, Dad, you have to be careful." Sun Gohan reminded, and also took a fighting stance. "Come on, Gohan." Sun Wukong is already full of fighting intent, and he is looking forward to Sun Wuhan's strength after cultivation and improvement. "Here it comes!" Sun Gohan shouted loudly, and with both feet, he stepped hard and the whole person hit Sun Wukong like a missile. His speed was extremely fast, and he arrived in front of Sun Wukong in the blink of an eye at a distance of several meters. And the fist that had already accumulated strength was about to fall now, which was fast and smooth. Seeing this, Sun Wukong was also very excited and satisfied, and Sun Wuhan's speed was indeed much higher than before. In the past, Sun Gohan always seemed to have a hesitation, but now he has completely lost that hesitation and acts very firmly. Bang! Sun Goku did not intend to avoid it, and threw a punch head-on to collide with Sun Gohan's fist. Boom! They two fists collided together, and the aura wave visible to the naked eye spread out in a circle around the two of them. A huge shock wave burst out instantly, spreading out in all directions without any scruples. But this blow collided with Sun Gohan was obviously invincible, and he was completely repelled after only holding out for 2 seconds. He stepped backwards several meters in a row before stabilizing his figure. He looked up at Sun Wukong, and there was a faint tingling sensation above his fist. "It's worthy of Dad, it's really super powerful." Haha, it's gone. The main thing is that the cultivation arranged by Lord Machan for me is very useful. Sun Wukong smiled and said to Sun Wuhan, I have indeed become a lot stronger now, even I can't believe it. So I have to work harder. Here I go, Daddy. Sun Wuhan clenched his fists, and a large amount of white qi suddenly erupted around his body, and in the next second, he attacked Sun Wukong again. Here we go. Sun Wukong was also immediately ready and put up a posture to deal with it. Ha! Sun Gohan rushed to Sun Wukong and punched him with all his strength. Bang! The Monkey King raised his arm and blocked the attack. However, Sun Gohan's power this time was great, and he directly took Sun Wukong back. After retreating a meter, Sun Gohan immediately retracted his fist and launched a more violent attack. He knows very well that in the face of his father Sun Wukong, he must not relax in any way, and he must take it seriously with all his strength. Chapter 54. Oh! Sun Gohan kept shouting in his mouth, and at the same time, he kept swinging his fist to hit Sun Wukong. The attacks became faster and faster, and the power contained in each blow was also very powerful. Under this fierce attack, Sun Wukong did not take the initiative to counterattack, but simply defended or dodged. Bang! 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 After blocking several attacks in a row, Sun Gohan knew that this would not work, and this was not enough. If you want to have an effect, you must attack with a force beyond your limit. So, he clenched his right fist and hit Sun Wukong with even greater force. Bang! A loud noise came out, and Sun Wukong also raised his arm to block the attack. However, because the force of this blow was too great, the ground under the feet of the two directly cracked, and a giant crater appeared. But after only a second, the ground came back. After all, this is a room created by Mo Chen, and everything destroyed in it will be automatically repaired by divine power. Therefore, this place is not afraid of being destroyed at all, no matter what kind of battle. In short, it is a super suitable place for fighting and cultivation. Not bad, Gohan. With an excited smile on his face, Sun Wukong couldn't help but praise, now you have also become a lot stronger. In this way, I believe it won't take long for you to fully recover and return to your previous state. Sun Gohan nodded, withdrew his fist, and said with a serious face, I hope to be faster, I want to quickly have the power to protect everyone. And, really as Lord Machan said, if there is any crisis coming. At that time, I didn't want to be like the one-star dragon again, I could only watch, and I couldn't help at all. That kind of thing, I don't want to have it again. Sun Gohan clenched his fists, these 2 points are the reason why he wants to become stronger. In order to achieve these 2 points, he will worship Machan as a martial arts master, and he will want to cultivate hard and return to his former self. Well, that's fine, Gohan. Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wuhan with satisfaction, and said with a smile, but I'm really curious, will you also become a scholar in that time and space? At that time and space? Sun Wuhan, who heard this, was suddenly stunned and looked at Sun Wukong in bewilderment. Ah! It turns out that you still don't know about the time and space, and Lord Machan hasn't told you yet. Seeing Sun Gohan's reaction, Sun Wukong was also a little surprised, and he thought that Sun Wuhan already knew. So, he then told Sun Gohan all about the time and space. How, is it clear now? After speaking, Sun Wukong crossed his hands at his waist, looked at Sun Wuhan, and asked with a smile. Sun Gohan accepted those things, but he was still shocked and incredible. The 7th universe, the 12 universes, the existence of all kings, destroyers, etc. similar to them. That's why I said, I don't know if you over there will also be trained by Kiki to become a scholar. If that's the case, hey. It's a shame. Sun Wukong held his chin and said to himself while thinking. Of course, he was also looking forward to meeting Son Gohan of the 7th universe. Perhaps, he, a person from GT time and space, can also guide Son Gohan there. Okay, don't think about that now, let's go ahead and let's have a competition, Gohan. Sun Wukong jumped back a step and said to Son Gohan after putting up a posture. Anyway, I just think about it now, and everything will have to wait until the time to really go. I know, Dad. Son Gohan nodded, thinking about the matter of chronospace. He couldn't help but clench his fists and said excitedly, if I can go to chronospace, I also want to see me there. But before I go, I still need to get stronger. Saying that, Son Gohan clenched his fists and placed them on his waist. Hey hey hey! A low roar roared out of his throat, and the ground beneath his feet trembled violently. Buzz! Almost. Instantly, a powerful wave of chi centered on Son Gohan's body suddenly spread outward. At the same time, the white chi around the body has now transformed into a golden flame. H-A-A-A. A. Son Gohan was still roaring, and his hair changed from black to golden. Due to the increase of its strength, the waves of chi formed by the breath were like ripples, from small to large, spreading out in all directions in a circle. The huge power gathered in his body, and a series of clearly visible cracks had been cracked under his feet. But under the influence of the divine power of the room, it was repaired again in just 2 seconds. And now, Son Gohan has transformed into Super Saiyan 1 full power, Super Saiyan 1's extreme state. This is the strongest power that Son Gohan can unleash at present. This breath is pretty good, Gohan. Sun Wukong's eyes revealed excitement, and he said with a smile, come on, let me feel your power now. I'm going on, Daddy. Son Gohan said, his fists clenched again, and the golden aura around his body became even more turbulent. Yikes! The next second, he disappeared where he was. And Sun Wukong noticed the abnormality and immediately dodged his body to one side. Sure enough, Son Gohan appeared right behind him, and a hand knife cut down was dodged by Sun Wukong. This time it's a lot faster. Go on, Gohan. Sun Wukong said with a smile, seeing Sun Wuhan's strength increase, he was naturally very happy. After saying that, Sun Wukong's figure flashed and appeared directly in the air several meters. Seeing this, Son Gohan burst into anger and followed and punched Sun Wukong. Boom! Another. 2 punches collided, and both withdrew backwards at the same time. But almost instantly, just listen to "Hui!" Shout! 2 cracking sounds. Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan disappeared into the air at the same time. The speed was so fast that it only left an illegible afterimage in the air, completely invisible to their movements. Bang! 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 In the next second, with the sound of sonic booms and air breaking, circle-shaped waves flashed in the air one after another. The two kept colliding in the air, fists and feet combined, both launching extremely violent attacks on each other. Bang! Boom! 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 One after another, the sonic boom in the air became louder and louder, completely resounding in the sky. At the same time, due to the strength of the two of them, countless circle-shaped chi waves appeared in the air, as if destroying the sky and the earth, and the battle became more and more intense. Chapter 55. Boom! 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 There were a few more explosions, and Son Goku and Son Gohan suddenly flashed to the ground. And they had just appeared, and both of them threw a punch at each other with all their strength. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground where the two were located directly cracked to form a huge crater. Both of them had smiles on their faces, not simply fighting, but enjoying the battle. Very capable, Gohan. Try this again. Son Goku said with a smile, jumped into the air and raised his hand to aim at Sun Gohan's position. Airflow, invisible to the naked eye, hovers in the palm of the hand. Boom! In the next second, the invisible attack was like an air cannon, slamming into Sun Gohan's body. Ahem! Sun Gohan was defenseless, and his face was pained by this blow, and he slid back several meters away. Before Sun Wukong could stop, the air continued to gather in his palm. This time, Sun Wuhan naturally did not dare to be careless, and closed his eyes to detect the flow of aura around him. "It's coming, Gohan!" Sun Wukong also reminded before he shot out the air attack. Boom! With a muffled sound, Sun Gohan sensed the flow of air in front of him and immediately put his arms on his chest to block the attack. But just after blocking the attack, he did not dare to let his guard down. Looking up, Sun Wukong had disappeared and was not in the same place just now. Sun Gohan clenched his fists and looked around him with a serious expression, any position where Sun Goku might appear. "Here it is! Gohan!" Suddenly, Sun Wukong's voice came from above his head. Sun Gohan immediately put his hands in the shape of a calyx and placed them on his waist. Buzz! The azure blue energy was concentrated in just a second, forming a ball of energy. Turtle Sect Qigong Wave. Here it comes! With a loud drink, Sun Gohan turned around sharply and pushed his hands up forcefully. Boom! The azure pillar of energy light burst out and blasted towards Sun Wukong's position, and the huge energy seemed to swallow everything. It's just that in the face of this energy, Sun Wukong's face didn't show a little nervousness at all, but was more excited and excited. Seeing the huge energy coming towards him, Sun Wukong smiled slightly. Just watch him raise his right hand, spread his 5 fingers and aim the palm of his hand at this approaching energy. Bang! The energy bombarded Sun Wukong's palm, but it could not make Sun Wukong move backwards even a little. Then, Sun Wukong closed his 5 fingers little by little towards the middle, making such a gesture of holding his hand tightly. That energy gradually shrank as the fingers closed, and finally disappeared completely. Good, so strong! Seeing this scene, Sun Gohan was deeply shocked, and he could actually dissolve his energy so easily. The current dad is not a little stronger than before. Of course, in addition to being shocked by Sun Wukong's strength, Sun Wuhan also recognized his weakness in strength more. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but clench his fists. He must become stronger. That's right, Gohan! Sun Wukong said with a smile and flicked his arm. Okay, don't be stunned, I'm going to continue to attack. Hearing this, Sun Wuhan dared to think about it, and nodded heavily. I know, Dad. Please be more serious and don't leave your hand on me. Well, it's going to be on. As soon as the words fell, Sun Wukong instantly appeared in front of Sun Wuhan, and a punch with the power of destroying and pulling immortal slammed into him. This! Sun Gohan was startled, and cold sweat broke out uncontrollably on his forehead. He could feel that the power of this blow was very powerful, and it was definitely not something he could block now. Knowing that he could not prove to block this attack, Sun Gohan gritted his teeth, kicked his body hard with both legs and stabbed out to the left front. Boom! He successfully dodged the attack, and Sun Wukong's fist fell into the air. It's just that the position he was in just now was directly hit by Sun Wukong to a deep and large range of craters. Not only did the crater form, but the ground around it was also densely cracked like a spider's web. But the room is special, and it has been automatically repaired when Sun Wukong adjusts his body. Gohan, try to increase your strength a bit. Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wuhan and said, he thinks that the current Sun Wuhan can still break through. In this battle, Sun Gohan is able to unleash his potential again. For this reason, Sun Wukong should be serious and will not deliberately suppress too much power. I'll work hard, Dad. Sun Gohan hesitated, but still affirmed. He clenched his fists and closed his eyes as if to feel the power in his body. A few seconds later, he suddenly opened his eyes and raised his head to roar. Hey! In an instant, powerful energy surged from Sun Gohan's body. The golden flames soared into the sky in a jet shape. The endless aura centered on Sun Gohan's body, and the madness spread out to the surroundings. The ground shook violently, and a burst of breath turned into an impact on Sun Wukong's body. That's it, Gohan. Keep going, your strength is far more than that, you can become stronger. Get back to your previous feelings, get your previous strength. Son Goku shouted at Son Gohan. He had absolute confidence in his son. He firmly believes that Son Gohan will definitely be able to complete the breakthrough today and regain control of the power in his body. Son Gohan was still roaring, and Sun Wukong's words kept repeating in his mind. Find your former self and awaken the power that has been dormant in your body for a long time. Due to the non-stop explosive power, the green tendons bulged on Son Gohan's face and forehead, and he kept squirming like a small snake. Boom! Suddenly, the golden flame swelled sharply, directly expanding several times, and bursting through the sky in a jet shape. The crater on the ground was shaken even more, and Son Gohan's aura was constantly rising upward. The golden aura was like a small mountain, completely covering his body. Immediately afterwards, electric sparks began to appear around his body, and electric arcs were entangled, making a crackling sound. His eyes became sharper, his hair stood up more than just now, and a pinch of golden bangs floated in front of his eyebrows. That's right, Son Gohan managed to awaken some power and reached the form of Super Saiyan 2. Finally done, Gohan. I knew you could. The corners of Sun Wukong's mouth rose slightly, and he looked at Sun Wuhan in the form of Super Sai 2, with a gratifying smile on his face. Although there is no mysterious form that grasps the full potential at once. But that's enough, it's already very good. I really did it. Spreading out his palm. Looking at the lightning flashing in the palm of his hand, Son Gohan's mood was also very excited. Chapter 56. After relaxing for so long, it made his body completely lose the feeling of fighting. And now, just today, he finally re-entered the form of Super Saiyan 2. This means that he is really improving, working hard, and really getting stronger. Son Gohan is very excited now, and if it continues like this, he will definitely completely regain his former strength. Moreover, you can complete a higher breakthrough with the help of Lord Machan, and be a Super Saiyan 4 like Dad and Uncle Vegeta. At that time, you will really have the power to protect the people around you. Got it? Help Monkey King and others when the crisis comes, and protect the power of the earth. However, this also requires hard cultivation, and his current self is far from enough. Thinking of this, Son Gohan couldn't help but clench his fists tighter and tighter little by little, and his mood was not so excited. Then, he raised his head to look at Sun Wukong and said with a serious face, Dad. Please continue the battle we just started. I'm not enough at this level, I still need to get stronger. Ha ha ha, yes, you're right, Gohan. Sun Wukong laughed a few times, his expression gradually became serious, and said to Sun Wuhan, this is not enough, you will become stronger. 100 times more powerful than now. 1,000 times. And so do I. We will all get stronger. After that, Sun Wukong half squatted down again and assumed his fighting posture. Now, the battle cultivation between him and Son Gohan is the real beginning. Ha! In the next second, the two exploded at the same time, and two golden flames rushed straight into the sky. Then, they disappeared in place at the same time, both striking at each other at a speed that was extremely fast and difficult to see with the naked eye. Yikes! With a flash of figure, Son Gohan took the lead in attacking, first punching Son Goku. Sun Wukong easily dodged after observing the landing point of the attack, but Sun Gohan did not stop there, and immediately raised his leg and kicked it after seeing that the attack was dodged. Bang! The corner of Sun Wukong's mouth hooked, and he raised his arm to block it. Sun Gohan jumped out with the force, raised his hand to condense energy, and released several energy bombs in a row. Watching the energy strike, Sun Wukong's hand was in the shape of a hand knife, and he quickly swung it a few times when he was about to hit him. Snap! Syllable! Syllable! It's as simple as that, and the energy bombs that were hit were sent flying. Boom! At the same time that those energy bombs exploded, Sun Gohan also acted again, rushing in front of Son Goku with all his strength. Yikes! Swish! 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 He threw a few more punches, but all of them were dodged by Sun Wukong. Seeing that such an attack was ineffective, Sun Gohan clenched his fists, and a huge amount of energy suddenly appeared in his body. Boom! He released all his energy and created a big explosion centered on himself. And this time, with such a close distance, Sun Wukong naturally couldn't avoid it. However, he used a special ability of Super Saiyan 4. Absorb attacks such as energy into your body and turn them into your own power. Blocking this big explosion head-on, Sun Gohan obviously consumed a lot of strength, but Sun Wukong did not suffer any damage. Instead, he absorbed all the energy, making his breath much stronger. Ha, it's okay. Sun Gohan gasped and looked at Sun Wukong and couldn't help but laugh dryly. Sure enough, fighting Dad in the form of Super Saiyan 2 is still too reluctant. Yourself, you have to become stronger. Thinking in his heart, Sun Gohan also decided to release all his power at once, the final blow. Ha! With a drink, the golden aura suddenly expanded, and he raised his breath to the maximum. Seeing this, Sun Wukong also instantly understood Sun Wuhan's thoughts, and he also clenched his fist and exploded to raise his breath. Here it comes, Daddy! Suddenly, Sun Gohan stopped bursting and shouted out at the same time that the whole person had rushed out. He clenched his fists and struck towards Sun Wukong's position, which would be the final blow that consumed all his strength. Monkey King didn't say much. He understood that as long as he took it seriously now, it was what Monkey Rice wanted. Therefore, he also did not intend to retain his strength and stab forward at a very fast speed. Boom! As the two collided, an incomparably dazzling white light flashed out, enveloping the neighborhood. And that terrifying impact also raised the surrounding area to the ground, destroying everywhere. Perhaps the destruction is too exaggerated, and even the automatic repair is a few seconds slower. And as the light dissipated, Sun Gohan had already fallen to the ground, and Sun Wukong was standing beside him. However, at the last point, Sun Gohan still controlled the power, so Sun Gohan did not faint. He looked at the sky, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise and laugh. Sure enough, I am far from enough now, I have to become stronger. As soon as the words fell, his golden hair turned black, and he could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan form. The constant pain in his body made it difficult for him to get up, and he was afraid that he would have to lie here for a while before he could get up. You're pretty good now, Gohan. Sun Wukong lowered his head, looked at Sun Wuhan with a look of satisfaction, and said with a smile, it won't be long before you become much more powerful than you are now. When the time comes, let's go to Chrono together. Let's go together. At this time, Chronospace, the sixth universe of the planet Sherida. Xiongpa, Bardos, and Mo Chen were already sitting at the table. The table was filled with delicacies that had just come up and belonged to the planet Sherida. Looking at this plate of delicacies, Xiongpa couldn't help it, and his eyes shone brightly. Wow, it looks really delicious. As a very gluttonous god of destruction, Elephant Pa has almost zero resistance to food, just like Beerus. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so angry because he was disturbed while tasting the food. It's already on the table, please Lord Machen, Lord Bardas, Lord Xiongpa, and try it. Gabe was by the side, nodded slightly, and said very respectfully. Well, so many delicacies, it's really hearty. Mo Chen swept these over, and it looked good, but I didn't know how it tasted. Let's taste it together, Machen Angel. Bardas smiled slightly and said to Mo Chen. Well, then I'm welcome. Mo Chen replied with a smile, picking up one of the plates of delicacies with chopsticks and putting it in his mouth. Xiongpa, who was on the side, saw that Machen had already laid down his chopsticks, and he finally didn't have to wait. Picked up the chopsticks and ate them one after another without stopping. The mouth quickly filled up, and as soon as it was swallowed, it sent the food to the mouth again. Seeing this, Bardas couldn't help but smile, and then also used chopsticks to pick up the food and taste it. Chapter 57. Soon, these delicacies were swept away. Elephant Paw ate the most, and Bardas, who was an angel, only tasted a few bites of each. As for Mo Chen, he, like Bardas, simply took a few bites and tasted the taste. However, when it comes to taste, both Elephant Paw and Bardas are very satisfied with these delicacies and feel that the taste is already excellent. But for Mo Chen, who has tasted a lot of food on Earth, the food on this planet Sherida can only be regarded as average. The taste is good, but compared to the food on Earth, this taste is far from good. Lord Xiongpa, Lord Bardas, Lord Machen, are these delicacies satisfactory? Seeing that the food on the table had been eaten, Gabe came over and asked. Nice and good, very delicious, I am satisfied. Xiongpa rubbed his stomach, and his mood after eating the perfect food was naturally much happier. But after saying this, he glanced at the discs again, and added, it's just a little, I've only eaten 6 points full, and I'm still a little hungry. Lord Elephant Paw, you need to pay attention to controlling your body size. Hearing this, Bardas reminded with a smile. Weight loss, this is like Pa took the initiative to let Bardas supervise him. Ahem, then you have to eat enough to lose weight. How to lose weight without strength? Xiongpa cleared his throat and replied with a cheerful voice, which was quite reasonable. Then, since Lord Xiongpa has not eaten enough, let me ask someone to make some food. Gabe said, ready to turn around and leave to ask someone to cook some food again. After all, which of these three gods must be entertained? Since Xiongpa said that he has not eaten enough, then he must be allowed to eat until he is completely satisfied. But without waiting for Gabe to leave, Mo Chen stopped him. Don't bother, since I first came to your 6th universe, let me show a little hand. Of course, he mainly wanted something delicious, and the food on the planet Sherida obviously didn't satisfy that. Moreover, it just happened to let the two people like Pa and Bardas know what real food is, real delicacy. After hearing Mo Chen's words, Xiongpa and Bardas both looked at Mo Chen in surprise. Machen Angel, you can make food? Elephant Paw asked in disbelief, knowing that Bardas couldn't make any food. In Elephant's view, the other angels should be the same, who can't cook anything delicious. Even if it could be made, that kind of thing. Is it really edible? I understand a little. Mo Chen said with a smile, he was very skilled in making various delicacies before crossing over. Although he has not made food with his own hands since he became an angel, he has not forgotten how to do it. Even, Mo Chen can now imagine how Pa will be conquered by the food he makes. Oh, then trouble the Mo Dust Angel. Bardas was also surprised by this. After all, this is not the ability of angels. But now she is still looking forward to what delicious food Mo Chen, the angel, can make. No trouble, no trouble. Mo Chen smiled slightly, turned his head to look at Gabe. Please take me to your place to cook. However, Gabe, who heard this, was very hesitant and did not mean to take Mo Chen forward. After thinking about it, he still felt inappropriate, so he spoke, "Machin angel, you have an angel to cook by yourself, this is a little bad. That kind of thing, still, let us do it here. Don't worry about that." Mo Chen came over with a smile, "It's just a meal, it doesn't matter if it's a human or a god." This. Gabe was still a little hesitant, but thinking about what Mo Chen said, he finally compromised. "Then Mo Dust Angel, follow me, I'll take you to the place where I cook." After that, Mo Chen left here under the leadership of Gabe. And here, Xiangpa was playing with chopsticks in his hand, and he couldn't believe it. "Well, I don't know how the food made by the Machin angel is. Are there really angels who can cook?" Saying that, he suddenly thought of something, looked up sharply at Bardos, and asked, "Hey! Bardos, I remember if Ves cooked for Beerus? Your Weiss's sister, then you should know. How is the meal she cooked, is it delicious?" "Well, this one." "Oh, roar! Roar!" Bardos didn't know how to describe it, so she could only laugh in response. Of course, this kind of Pa almost understood that the food made by Weiss must not taste good. It can be seen that angels can't make food, which makes him start to wonder if the Machin angel can do it. He felt that the food of the planet Sherida was good, in case the food made by the Machin angel was not delicious, and he did not dare to say it in his face that it was not delicious, he would definitely have to endure it. But endure to finish eating. This is an unbearable torture for someone who cares about taste very much. Thinking of this, Xiangpa couldn't help but snort, turned his head to look at Bardos, and said with a dry smile, "Hey, Bardos, or let's find a reason to sneak away." Bardos understood Xiangpa's thoughts, and couldn't help but smile and said to him, "No, Lord Xiangpa, this is even more rude. Ah! If you already know, don't mention hunger." Xiangpa was super sorry now, and at the same time, he didn't think that Mo Chen would make so delicious food at all. However, Bardos is looking forward to the food made by Mo Chen. At the same time, Mo Chen has come to the place where to cook. Gabe told all the scions here, let them all leave first, and now there is only Machin here. Of course, when those scions knew that an angel was going to cook himself, every scion was shocked. But where do they dare to say anything, let alone ask anything? Here, Mo Chen looked at the ingredients here, and the expression on his face was a little complicated. One by one, he doesn't know what it is, it's really hard to start. Let's use things from the earth. After deciding, Mo Chen summoned the scepter and waved it lightly in front of him. Buzz! With a flash of white light, a fish appeared in front of him, as well as some beef, mutton, and vegetables. Looking at these summoned ingredients, Mo Chen took back the scepter and smiled with satisfaction, "That's right, let's use these to make some food. Let Elephant Pa and Bardos taste what is truly delicious." Chapter 58. These ingredients, Mo Chen just glanced at it and had a plan in his heart. He decided to use these to make 5 dishes. The 5 dishes are braised pork, sauerkraut fish, mapo tofu, shredded fish, and fat beef with onions. Thinking about it, Mo Chen no longer wasted time and immediately began to make these delicacies. After a while, the 5 dishes were ready. Good, that's it. Looking at these delicacies and smelling them, Mo Chen showed a satisfied smile on his face. Then, with a gentle wave of his hand, he used his divine power to make these 5 dishes float in the air, and walked towards the place where Xiangpa and the others were. As soon as he came out, he saw Gabe waiting at the door. At this time, after seeing Mo Chen come out, Gabe hurriedly stepped forward and said very excitedly, "Lord Mo Chen, you are really amazing. I really didn't expect you to be able to make such a delicious meal." That's right, he had already smelled the aroma of food at the door. It was a fragrance he had never smelled before, better than any of the delicacies on the planet Sherida. Even, Obviously not hungry, just smelling the fragrance aroused the appetite, super want to taste those delicacies. Haha, it's okay. Mo Chen smiled, let's go back together now. Gabe nodded heavily, and followed Mo Chen. On the other side at this time, the god of destruction was still worried. What if those don't taste good? With the Mo Dust Angel present, I still have to finish eating. It's annoying to think about. He grabbed his ears with both hands, wondering what to do. Oh roar, Lord Xiangpa, don't worry so much, it's not that you haven't tasted it yet. Looking at him like this, Bardos couldn't help but smile and said to him with a smile. That's nice. Xiangpa crossed his arms over his chest and glared at Bardos speechlessly. It's too late when I taste it, and I don't dare to be angry with that Mo Dust Angel. Obviously, you yourself know how an angel can make a delicious meal. Can the angels of GT Spacetime do it? Really, I don't know what you're expecting. Elephant. Pa was completely hopeless now, but after he said this, suddenly, not far away, there was a smell of food. When he smelled this fragrance, Xiangpa was suddenly shocked, and immediately sniffed hard with his nose. Well? This taste. What a fragrance! Bardos on the side also closed his eyes, as if he had been immersed in this strong fragrance. Okay, so that's what I made. Mo Chen said, and with a wave of his hand, he lightly placed the 5 plates containing the delicacies on the table. It's the first time I've smelled such a fragrant smell, it's true. Hearing Mo Chen's words, Bardos came back from his intoxication, looked at the 5 delicacies in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh. It is no exaggeration to exaggerate that this is really the first time she has smelled such a fragrant smell. From this aroma alone, you can determine that these are definitely super delicious delicacies, and her expectations are indeed right. Good. It's so fragrant. It's really fragrant. The elephant on the side is still intoxicated by the scent. He sniffed the fragrance that permeated the air with his nose, unable to extricate himself. After all, this scent was something he had never smelled before, it was too fragrant and tempting. It can be said that now he has forgotten what he just said and is completely attracted by these delicacies. Lord Elephant Pa. Seeing this, Bardos lightly tapped the elephant with his scepter. Ugh! Xiangpa was startled, and only then did he come back to his senses from the scent. Ahem! Seeing that several people in Bardos were looking at him, Xiangpa felt very embarrassed, so he quickly and deliberately coughed twice, and said to Mo Chen with a smile. The taste of these delicacies is really good, Mo Chen Angel. Then let's taste it. Mo Chen smiled and motioned for Xiangpa to move his chopsticks to take a bite and taste. Upon hearing this, Xiangpa was naturally willing, and when he just smelled the fragrance, he couldn't help but taste the food. Then you're welcome. Saying that, Xiangpa directly picked up a piece of braised pork with chopsticks and sent it to his mouth. After chewing a few mouthfuls and swallowing, Xiangpa's eyes widened a lot. Then, he couldn't help but excitedly shout, delicious! It's delicious, isn't it? As soon as he finished shouting, Xiangpa couldn't help but use chopsticks to pick up several pieces of braised pork and send them to his mouth. Such a delicious delicacy, one bite is simply not enough to eat. Seeing his faceless appearance, Bardos looked at Mo Chen and smiled helplessly. However, Mo Chen didn't care about this, and was even very happy. After all, he also understood that the foodie Xiangpa had been conquered by the food he made. You can taste it together, or Xiangpa will sweep away the food. Mo Chen looked at Bardos and saw that she had not yet moved her chopsticks, so he said with a smile. Bardos smiled and nodded, she had actually wanted to taste these delicacies for a long time. Looking at these 5 plates of delicacies, each of them is very delicious, and it is a little difficult to choose. After thinking about it, she selected one of the sauerkraut fish and picked up a small piece of fish meat with chopsticks and put it in her mouth. Just after chewing a few bites in his mouth, Bardas widened his eyes, half covered his mouth with one hand, and said in great surprise, "Oops! This is really..." Saying that, she looked at Mo Chen again and praised, "Mo Chen Angel, this is really a super delicious delicacy. Just like it." Mo Chen smiled slightly, "The taste of several other delicacies is also delicious, please taste them." Bardas nodded, and couldn't wait to pick up other delicacies and taste them. There is no doubt that every delicacy makes her feel delicious, and she has never tasted such delicious food. In the same way, the same is true of Xiangpa, the taste of these delicacies is so good that he can't stop taking bite after mouthful. Even Gabe, who was standing on the side, couldn't help but swallow, super wanted to taste the taste of these delicacies. Seeing this, Mo Chen summoned a pair of chopsticks in his hand, and handed it to Gabe with a smile, "Come on, let's taste it together." Lord Machen, is this really okay?" Gabe was stunned, and immediately asked excitedly. As a human being, he could even dine with the gods. "Of course." Mo Chen said with a smile. "Let's taste it, Gabe." Bardas also spoke at this time, and the elephant over there was concentrating on cooking, completely unconcerned about this. It can be seen that he has now been completely conquered by the food made by Mo Chen. That bite after bite, without delaying a second, kept sending vegetables to the mouth, and couldn't stop at all. Chapter 59. Gabe nodded heavily, very grateful to Mo Chen and Bardas. Then, he walked over and gently picked up a piece of mapo tofu with chopsticks and put it in his mouth. As soon as he swallowed it, his reaction was exactly the same as when Bardas and Elephant Paw swallowed their first mouthful. Feeling this delicacy that I had never experienced before, I couldn't help but widen my eyes, and the whole person was immersed in it. The taste is smooth, but the fresh and spicy taste is addictive, and I want to eat the second bite just after swallowing the first bite. It's really powerful, Machen Angel. Gabe looked up at Mo Chen and couldn't help but praise, "Not only does it smell good, this taste is super good, it's really the best food I've ever tasted." Haha, just like it. Being praised like this, Mo Chen himself felt a little embarrassed, and smiled back, "Let's eat it again, it won't be there for a while." Gabe nodded heavily, then picked up the food from the other 4 plates with his chopsticks and tasted it. He naturally won't eat too much, as long as he can taste each one, then Gabe will be very satisfied. In this way, in just a few minutes, all 5 plates of food were eaten. At this time, because these delicacies are too delicious, Xiangpa is still carrying the plate of braised pork, and a piece of meat is not spared while not even leaving the soup. After licking the plate clean, he put the plate down and touched his stomach to reveal a look of happiness and satisfaction. This is the first time he has tasted such delicious food, so delicious that he wants to eat it every day. And thinking of this, Xiangpa suddenly looked at Mo Chen excitedly. "If only I could change this angel with Bardas, so that I could eat such delicious food every day." However, although this idea is good, it cannot be realized, and Pa-Tha understands this. "Machen Angel, the food you made is also too delicious." At this time, Bardas looked at Mo Chen and said with a smile, "As an angel, I am really envious that I can make such delicious food." That's right, Bardas is right. Really super delicious. It's definitely the most delicious I've ever had. Xiang Parian nodded repeatedly, and now he was super approving. Even, the food made by Mo Chen has become the first place in the food list in his heart. Yes. Gabe also looked at Mo Chen and echoed, "The food made by Lord Mo Chen is super delicious." Okay. Mo Chen smiled, "Such a compliment, I feel that I am going to be proud." Saying that, Mo Chen summoned the scepter, and this time it was long enough. Now that the meal has been eaten and the timeline has been determined, it is time to go back. Moreover, in response to the message of the great priest, he will go to the Temple of All Kings in 3 days. Thinking of this, Mo Chen directly spoke, after the food tasting, my time here is not short, and I will return to our GT universe next. Are you leaving? Dust Angel? Bardos asked. She still wished the Machin Angel could stay in the 6th universe for a while. After all, in her opinion, Mo Chen, the angel, is quite interesting, and her personality and people are very good, but she has a very good impression of Mo Chen. Moreover, Bardos stayed with Xiangpa every day, and it was hard to have a god come to his own universe, so he naturally wanted to talk more. Xiangpa on the side didn't want Mo Chen to leave even more. Especially after tasting the perfect food. He just wants to have a good relationship with Mo Chen now, so that even if he can't let Mo Chen and Bardos swap, he won't be punished by traveling through time and space, then he can often come to their 6th universe to play. At that time, as long as I say please Mo Chen, then can't I eat the food made by Mo Chen? Even, when that time comes, you can also use Machin's food to show off in front of Beerus. Thinking of this, Xiang Pei couldn't sit still, quickly got up, and said to Mo Chen Angel, don't leave so quickly. We've been on this planet Sherida just now, and we haven't been on other planets yet. Speaking of this, Xiangpa looked at Bardos and continued, hey, Bardos, in a moment we will take the Machin Angel to get better and turn our 6th universe. Well, Lord Elephant Pa. Bardos smiled and nodded. But this was something she didn't expect. Xiangpa actually became so smart in order to eat. Then, she looked at Mo Chen to see what his opinion was. Well, since that's said, then okay. Seeing that both gods want to spend a little more time on their own, let's stay a little longer. Yay! That's great! Seeing that Mo Chen agreed, Xiangpa was very happy, and quickly looked at Bardos and said, let's go around now, Bardos. Got it, Lord Elephant Pa. Bardos smiled slightly, but when she was about to wave the scepter, she suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Gabe. When I return with Lord Elephant Pa, I will take you and the two, Kale and Kalifra, to the God of Destruction realm. At that time, I and Master Xiangpa will help you cultivate and improve your strength. Hearing this, Xiangpa pulled the corners of his mouth, and deliberately twisted his head to the side to pretend not to hear. The most tiring thing about cultivation, he just wants to sleep every day and taste the food made by Machin Angel every day. Yes, Lord Bardos. Thank you so much. Gabe bowed his head and said respectfully, his mood was very excited now. In this way, the 6th universe can have 2 more powerful warriors, and these 2 are also scions on his planet Sherida. In addition, Gabe is very confident that under the guidance of angels and destroyers, he will work hard to cultivate and become stronger. In this way, when the next martial arts match with the 7th universe is held, Gabe will let his respected master Vegeta see his strength after becoming stronger. And when Bardos said this, the smile on her face deepened and looked at Mo Chen. Thank you before, Machin Angel. Hey! Being thanked like this, Mo Chen still didn't understand. When Xiangpa and I first arrived with you, you helped Kale and stabilized her who had lost her mind. I haven't been able to thank you properly for this, and it seems a little too late to say it now. Saying that, Bardos laughed a little embarrassed. After all, this was originally a matter that belonged to her 6th universe. She and Xiangpa came to the 6th universe today, because they lost to the 7th universe of Beerus a few days ago. Xiangpa was not convinced and shouted to find a powerful warrior. And Kale and Kalifra, these 2 are the most powerful and potential scion warriors on the planet Sherida, observed by Bardos. So Bardos had long ago decided to take the 2 of them and Gabe back to destroy the divine realm. It's just that Kair's madness was something she didn't expect. And if Mo Chen hadn't taken control of it in time, Kai's end would have been swallowed up by his constantly improving power and death. Therefore, Bardas is very grateful to Mo Chen, which is one of the reasons why she has a good impression of Mo Chen and thinks that Mo Chen people are very good. Chapter 60. Cal. Well, that's what happened. Mo Chen reacted to this, and he really controlled Kai at that time. But that's nothing. Looking at Bardas, who thanked him, he quickly smiled and said, "Don't be so polite, Bardas. At the time, it was just a small thing." After that, he thought about it and immediately changed the topic and continued. "Okay, let's not talk about this, let's take me around your sixth universe now. When I first came to chronospace, I was very interested in the planets that existed here." "Yes, don't waste time, hurry up, Bardas." Hearing this, Xiangpa came over and urged, and he didn't want to stay here any longer. "Well, then please come to me." Bardas smiled slightly and said nothing more. After seeing that Machen and Xiangpa had come over, she used her scepter to lightly tap on the ground. Buzz! As the dazzling flames of light bloomed, completely covering the bodies of the three. The next second, they flew away. At the same time, within the flowing space of the Machen angel scepter. Ha! 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 Vegeta bent over his hands on his knees and gasped. His face was covered with beads of sweat, and drop by drop, it slipped from his face and dripped on the ground. Obviously, he is very, very tired now, unlike Sun Wukong, who has long mastered Super Saiyan 4. Due to the consumption of physical strength and breath, it was already very difficult for him to maintain the form of Super Saiyan 4 now. After all, during the time he had spent here, Vegeta no longer knew how many enemies he had defeated. At this time, the ground of the space suddenly became like water, and gradually transformed into a human form. Bald Naba. Boom! How is this guy again? It's really endless. Vegeta looked up at Naba slightly. The more he looked at it, the more unhappy he became. He had already defeated Naba here several times. However, there is no rule in the transformation of enemies, and every once in a while an enemy that has been encountered and destroyed in reality will be randomly conjured. But there are still some differences. Each of the enemies here is stronger than what Vegeta faced in reality. At this time, Naba shook his right hand, and his body suddenly erupted with a powerful momentum. The corners of his mouth rose upwards and he looked at Vegeta with an evil smile on his face. Next, he presses his index and middle fingers together, clenches the other three fingers into a fist, and concentrates his whole body on the index and middle fingers. This is Naba's best move, destroying a wide area around the body. Of course, Vegeta was also aware of his move, and straightened up after taking a breath. "Don't let me see you again." With a cold sound, Vegeta raised his hand and released a huge amount of energy. Boom! In an instant, this energy hit Naba, completely devouring his body. Just looking at Naba's face showing incomparable pain, his body gradually disappeared into this energy. Fortunately, the enemy conjured up here will not speak, otherwise Naba must have opened his mouth to curse a few words. Cut! Slag, whose combat effectiveness is extremely weak. Vegeta said disdainfully, then he turned and went to his room to get some food to eat. Because he was more careful, Vegeta had already discovered that those delicacies were wrong, and his physical strength and breath would recover faster after eating. But at this moment, not far in front of Vegeta, the road to be walked suddenly changed again. Hey! Vegeta frowned slightly, looking slightly more serious. This appeared a little suddenly, but there was no way, he was still ready to fight. Buzz! Soon! That position conjured up two old acquaintances in a row. Frieza, and his brother Gura. These two are still fresh memories of Vegeta, although they are enemies who have died for many years. After all, these two are very disgusted by Vegeta, especially Frieza. "It's actually the two of you, it's true. Vegeta clenched his fists, and after seeing clearly that it was Frieza and Gura, a smile appeared on his face, and the whole person was a lot more energetic. Yikes! Swish! At this time, Frieza and Gula attacked directly, both of them attacking Vegeta's position. It's coming pretty fast. Vegeta didn't panic at all, raised his hand and first aimed at Frieza and Gula each and released an energy bomb. Snap! Syllable. However, these two energy bombs could not pose a threat to them at all, and they flew out with a backhand shot. And they had already come to Vegeta, both raised their fists and hit Vegeta. Come on! At this time, Vegeta couldn't care about any physical strength and breath. After all, if Frieza and Gula were not defeated, he would definitely not be able to eat delicious food to restore his strength. Now it's war. Either kill both of them or be killed by both of them. Bang! A muffled sound came out, and Vegeta clenched Gula and Frieza's fists in each hand. However, although it blocked the attack, it was somewhat reluctantly blocked. After all, Vegeta's physical strength and breath are consumed very much now, and once against Frieza and Gura, he has strengthened his strength, and it will naturally be very uncomfortable. After a lot of strength, it was finally difficult to resist, and the whole person was repulsed, and his legs slid back several meters on the ground. But that didn't affect anything. Vegeta was still full of fighting spirit, with the idea of killing Frieza and Gura. Looking up, seeing Frieza and Gula strike again, Vegeta immediately clenched his fists. Ha! A! With a roar, powerful energy suddenly surged from his body. The golden aura soared into the sky in a jet shape, covering Vegeta's body. At the same time, a powerful aura spread outward, actually shaking Gula and Frieza back, unable to continue to get close to Vegeta. Buzz! In the next second, Vegeta stopped blowing up, and his eyes were the first to target Frieza. Almost instantly, he came to Frieza. But at this time, Gula reacted in time and punched him directly. Get out of here! Vegeta gulped, his right hand raised and the air surged in his palm. Boom! The invisible airstream slammed into Gula's body and blasted it out. Then, Vegeta punched Frieza in the abdomen with all his might, venting his anger. Frieza still wanted to block the attack, but he underestimated Vegeta's power. Bang! Although he blocked it, he could not completely resist this force. As Vegeta increased his strength again, Frieza finally couldn't hold on, his arms opened, and he was hit hard in the abdomen and flew out. He couldn't control his body at all now, and the whole person flew upside down into the distance. Chapter 61. Of course, Vegeta would not miss this good opportunity to pursue. What's more, the enemy is the one he has long wanted to teach a hard lesson, the evil Emperor, Frieza. Ha! Clenching his fist, he chased after him, and an energy bomb had already condensed in his hand. Yikes! A few meters from Frieza, Vegeta suddenly disappeared, and the next second appeared above Frieza. And Frieza has not adjusted his body shape yet, and he can't react at all. Give me down! Vegeta said, stepping mercilessly on Frieza's face. Bang! The huge force caused Frieza's entire face to sink, and his body smashed towards the ground at an extremely fast speed. Then, Vegeta aimed his hand at Frieza, and an explosion of energy burst towards Frieza. There was no time to dodge, and Frieza was consumed by this energy. However, before Vegeta could catch his breath, Gula had already attacked him. Boom! Vegeta snorted unpleasantly, clenching his right fist to condense his strength to one point. Gula raised his left fist and hit Vegeta. Bang! With a loud bang, their fists collided. Suddenly, the terrifying impact spread out in all directions. When the blow was over, Gula and Vegeta launched a fierce attack on each other. Bang! 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 They two of them combined their fists and feet, constantly hitting each other's bodies, and the battle was very fierce. Bang! Boom! Boom! In several successive encounters, Vegeta failed to gain the upper hand. He didn't have much physical strength left, and now he was even more uncomfortable. Boom! Another punch clashed, and Vegeta quickly withdrew his fist and swung his other fist at Gura. Bang! Gula raised his arm to block it, and then Vegeta's other hand condensed energy bombs and pushed it directly. Although Gula blocked the energy bullet, his whole person was pushed far, far away. Vegeta chased after him again and punched Gula in the face. Boom! Gula was knocked out, and Vegeta moved at high speed above his head and kicked him out with another kick. It's just that this level doesn't seem to hurt Gula much. After flying out some distance, he forcibly stabilized his figure with both hands. Then he turned around and pointed his index finger at Vegeta above. A blood-red glow flashed on the fingertips. Phew! Shout! Shout! In the next second, 3 death beams shot towards Vegeta. The speed of these beams was so fast that Vegeta did not dare to be careless when he saw this, and immediately jumped to the side to dodge. But just after he dodged the past, he suddenly noticed something, but his face suddenly changed. Immediately turned around, only to find that Frieza had actually come behind him. Unable to punch or distance himself, Frieza flicked his tail Vegeta's body. Bang! Vegeta gritted his teeth and was repelled by the blow for a long distance. This is not the end of it, and it does not satisfy Frieza at all. Just look at the corners of his mouth raised, a sinister smile on his face, raised his arm, and pointed an index finger at the sky. Buzz! In an instant, a small blood-red dot appeared above his index finger. Then, the dot began to expand and grow at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into a giant bomb of destruction in just a few seconds. Countless terrifying blood-red energies lingered inside, and at the same time, many electric sparks were wrapped around them, exuding a powerful aura. This is Frieza's masterpiece, Supernova. This bastard! Looking at the giant energy bomb, Vegeta couldn't help but clench his fists and curse in his mouth. Taking advantage of his current poor physical condition, it is indeed very uncomfortable to face Gula and Frieza at once. But I can't help myself, the next thing is death. In order to become stronger, in order to be able to surpass the Monkey King, he must break through his limits. Thinking about it, Vegeta no longer hesitated, and he decided to give it a go. Opening his arms, 2 streams of golden energy instantly condensed above his hands. H-A-A-A. A. As Vegeta roared, an extremely turbulent golden aura erupted from his body. The aura was frantically raised at this moment, and it had reached the limit of what he could currently release. Overhead, Frieza had thrown the supernova, and the powerful wave it formed constantly beat Vegeta's body. But he was not affected in any way, and he was still gathering energy with all his strength. Then, he put his hands together in front of him and aimed at the supernova above. This energy has reached its peak, mixed with a lot of lightning. Give me death, Frieza! The ultimate glitter! With a roar, the energy between his hands suddenly burst out. Boom! The golden pillar of energy burst straight out, and a violent flame rose up into the sky, directly against Frieza's supernova. When the 2 energies collided, they were actually frozen in the air. Phew! Vegeta gritted his teeth, and the golden aura around him swelled even more. And the ultimate flash he released was even stronger, instantly overwhelming Frieza's energy and pushing the supernova back. Seeing that the situation was wrong, Frieza's face became extremely ugly, and he immediately stretched out his hands to try to block the energy from advancing towards him. However, how could his strength alone block these 2 energies? Bang! The terrifying aura kept pounding on his body, causing him to fall backwards continuously. Under the impact of these 2 energies, he couldn't control his body to stop at all. Finally, after withdrawing for an unknown amount, Frisia finally couldn't hold on, starting with his hands, and the energy gradually swallowed his body. Boom! After completely devouring his body, a dazzling white light appeared, followed by a loud explosion. With the explosion of energy, Frisia was also completely killed. Ha! I really deserve it. Looking at the dissipated energy, a smile slowly rose at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. But the crisis was not yet solved. Just smiled, he immediately raised his vigilance and looked not far away. Frisia's brother, Gula, still exists. And Vegeta's current physical strength is already seriously exhausted, and it may be difficult to deal with Gula. At this time, Gula raised his hand and released an energy bomb towards Vegeta. Snap! Vegeta slapped the energy projectile with a hard slap and flew out. Then, he clenched his fists and took a fighting stance again. There's still you guy left, come on, let me send you to Frisia. Even if he wants to die, Vegeta will fight to the end. This is his chance to become stronger, to surpass Kakarot, and he will definitely not admit defeat and give up. No matter who the opponent is, even if it is death, Vegeta is not afraid. Chapter 62. At this time, perhaps he saw that Vegeta was not in good condition, and there was not much breath and physical strength left. Gula actually shook his hand twice in the air, and a contemptuous smile rose at the corner of his mouth, as if he was provoking Vegeta. Seeing this, Vegeta was naturally very upset. But now he will not be impulsive to launch an attack casually, otherwise his end will definitely be death. At this moment, he must plan his physical strength and the remaining breath power, so that there may be a glimmer of hope to defeat Gura. Thinking about it, Vegeta closed her eyes and took a deep breath to relax and calm down. Ha! Then, he suddenly opened his eyes and clenched his fists with full force of explosion. Golden flames erupted from his body, completely covering his body. His gaze was firm, he looked at Gula in the distance, and said mockingly, "Hey, if you have the ability, attack it, scum." Although the conjured enemies cannot speak, they have their own emotions and can hear Vegeta. Naturally, Gula was enraged by this sentence, clenched his fists and rushed over with both feet. Humph, simple-minded idiot. Vegeta snorted coldly, a smile on his face. This was exactly what Vegeta wanted to see, allowing Gula to take the initiative to approach him. Soon, Gula came to Vegeta, and just as he clenched his fist and was about to hit Vegeta. Yikes! Vegeta suddenly disappeared in place, but there was a white spot of light where he had just been. Without giving Gula any time to react, the point of light emits a more dazzling light. Boom! Then there was a loud bang, and a violent explosion at the location, raising black smoke in the air. However, although this attack hit Gura, it could not cause him any damage. Boom! As soon as Gula exploded, the black smoke that filled the air was completely dispersed. And Gula's anger value was also full, only to see that his eyes were full of killing intent and anger, staring at Vegeta not far away. Roar! Then, he threw his head back and roared, clenching his fists again and rushing towards Vegeta's position. Yikes! At this time, Vegeta attacked at a faster speed and instantly came to Gula. Gula didn't expect this at all, and before he had time to react, he was kicked out by Vegeta. Phew! Flying! Out of nowhere, Vegeta appeared above him again. Just watching him clasp his hands together and raise it high to aim at Gula's head is a full blow. Bang! With a muffled sound, Gula smashed towards the ground like a kite with a broken line. Seizing this moment, Vegeta added another energy bomb. Boom! With the explosion of energy, Gura's figure was once again buried in black smoke. Vegeta landed on the ground, warily watching the black smoke that filled the air. He naturally did not dare to relax his carelessness. After all, he also knew that although he had hit Gula's body just now, but with his current strength, those attacks couldn't do much substantial damage at all. Sure enough, in the next second, a furious aura erupted from the smoke, shaking Vegeta back some distance. Boom! Then, Gula, who was furious to the extreme, rushed towards Vegeta with all his might. Cut! What a tough guy! Vegeta immediately took a stand, and the golden aura burst out again, not afraid to fight with Gura. Boom! They two first bumped each other on the knee. Suddenly, the terrifying force stirred up a shock outward. The two disappeared at the same time as this blow, and another punch collided in the air. Then, they kept flickering in the air, one here and the other there. Bang! 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 There was a loud noise, and Vegeta and Gula were colliding continuously. Each collision carried an extremely terrifying force, shaking a circle-shaped wave of air in the air. Yikes! Another flash, only to see Vegeta stopped in the air. He had little strength left. But Gula was the complete opposite, and he still attacked Vegeta with all his might. Watching Gula rush towards him, Vegeta knew he couldn't stand just there. Bastard guy! With a stinky curse, Vegeta grabbed Gura's fisted arm. Then, he suddenly appeared behind Gula, aimed at his neck, and slashed down with a hand knife. But just as he was about to hit, Gula disappeared. What? Vegeta was startled, and suddenly a bad premonition came to his mind. Sure enough, Gula had already come behind his back, and without waiting for him to turn around, he kicked Vegeta in the back. Ahem! Vegeta screamed in pain and flew out uncontrollably towards the front. After flying a few meters away, he rolled over in the air with one hand to get himself back on his feet. However, Gula was like a machine with unlimited physical strength, and once again attacked Vegeta. He quickly raised his hand, and the airflow swirled in the palm of his hand, directly hitting Gula's body. But even after being hit, Gula did not stop and still attacked Vegeta. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer, Vegeta quickly put his arm on his chest. Bang! Gura's fist hit him in the arm, and the huge force knocked Vegeta back. At this time, Gula raised his arm, and blood-red energy began to condense in the palm of his hand. Buzz! Soon, a ball of energy appeared and began to expand and become larger and larger. This is the same move as Frieza, Supernova. Although they are all one move, the power that Gula currently uses is much more powerful than Frieza, and the two cannot be compared at all. This is his killing move. Use this move to kill Vegeta. Buzz! Without any hesitation, when the supernova was at its maximum energy, Gula threw his arm hard and threw the supernova out. Want to solve me with this trick? Boom! Bastard! Maybe it's underestimating my power. Looking at the supernova that was moving towards him, Vegeta clenched his fists in displeasure. However, although he said that, in fact, he has no way to release energy to confront supernovae head-on like he did with Frieza. With the remaining breath power in his body now, there was absolutely no possibility of blocking this blow. However, Vegeta also knew that hiding like this was not an option. Since it is to break through their limits, this road will definitely not be so easy, it will not be so simple. If you don't give something, how can you surpass your limits? Thinking about it, Vegeta gambled and put life and death between this line. Ha! A! With a roar, Vegeta exploded and pressed his hands on the supernova head-on. Sure enough, as soon as his hands came into contact, the energy contained in them made him a little unbearable. The legs kept sliding backwards, and they couldn't stop at all. But Vegeta would not give up easily, his hand tightened, and golden aura erupted from his body. No matter what, he will block this energy today. Chapter 63. Hey! Vegeta kept shouting, he had already burst out all his power. Despite this, the supernova in front of him was still irresistible, only slowing it down a little. But this is not possible at all. What I have to do is push this energy out. Just to this extent, this is far from what Vegeta wants to see. In the distance, Gula always had an arrogant smile on his face, all of which looked meaningful. He just stood there watching Vegeta's constant struggle, completely admiring the image that was beautiful for him. There is no need to continue shooting, just wait here until you see Vegeta using all her strength to be killed by the supernova. But where Vegeta would go as he wanted, he wouldn't give up anyway. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, or there is no hope. Mixed accounts. He cursed angrily, and the golden aura on his body suddenly swelled a lot. At this critical moment of life and death, he actually had the figure of Kakarot in his mind. And time again, Kakarot surpasses his picture. From the time when Namex first became a Super Saiyan, after which Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3. Again and again, he has not really surpassed Kakarot, he has always been in front, and he has never been able to catch up. Thinking of this, Vegeta had a smile on her face. That's it, this time I have to surpass Kakarot. He suddenly shouted, the smile on his face retracted, and at the same time, the golden aura around his body suddenly swelled more, covering his entire body like a hill. Even Vegeta's aura suddenly increased several times. That's right. He completed the breakthrough at this moment, broke through his limits. With a sharp force on both hands, the supernova that was constantly moving forward finally slowed down, stopped little by little, and stopped moving. Seeing this, Gula, who was still arrogant and proud just now, suddenly stiffened. Then, anger and disgust appeared on his face, he couldn't believe and couldn't accept it, and Vegeta actually resisted his energy. But the facts in front of him slapped him hard, and Vegeta had indeed broken through his limits, and his strength had increased too much. I just said it, maybe it's underestimating me. Ha! Vegeta shouted, once again stepping up his efforts to push the supernova. Buzz! Finally! With his full push, the supernova was pushed back. Seeing his energy coming towards him, Gula would not just stand and wait for death. Yikes! He moved at high speed, and in a flash, his figure suddenly came to Vegeta's side from tens of meters away. A heavy punch slammed in, but it was blocked by Vegeta with one hand. Seeing this, Gula was finally afraid, his eyes were full of horror, and cold sweat kept coming out and slipping down his face. Even if he is conjured, he has a fear of death and does not want to die just like that. But at this time, how could Vegeta let him die? Only to see the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing an evil smile, looked at Gula and said, "It's really thanks to you that I broke through my limits. According to what Lord Machin said, I should have stepped into the same Super Saiyan 4 stage as Kakarot. It shouldn't be far from that Super Saiyan 4 full power." Saying that, the smile at the corner of Vegeta's mouth couldn't help but become deeper. He is naturally super excited now, and finally stands at the same stage as Sun Wukong. And it is not far from surpassing him. Continue to cultivate in this flowing space, and I believe it will not take long to reach the Super Saiyan 4 full power form. Vegeta firmly believes that he will definitely surpass Son Goku this time and stand in front of him. And as he thought about it, Gura, who was unwilling to be killed like this, clenched his other fist and suddenly attacked Vegeta. Humph! Dying! Vegeta snorted coldly and easily blocked Gula's fist again. "You guy! Go to hell!" Boom! With a cold sound, a huge amount of energy erupted from the palm of Vegeta's hand, directly engulfing Gula's body. After this energy dissipated, only black smoke was left in the air, and Gula was dead, not even the slag left. Seeing this, Vegeta fell to the ground satisfied, ready to eat some food to recover his strength. Walking towards the room, Vegeta felt something again, and his right hand suddenly raised. Bang! This raised hand actually hit an energy bomb with unmistakable accuracy, knocking the energy bomb out. Boom! The purple energy bomb flew out and exploded on the ground in the distance. Hey! After withdrawing his hand, looking at the smoke from the explosion over there, Vegeta was a little surprised. It is very strange why the speed of transformation in the flowing space is so fast this time. It is usually every other time, and it is strange when the two people of Frisia and Gula appear directly from the beginning. And now, just after solving them, they have transformed into enemies again. Could it be that this is changed according to his own strength, and he has indeed improved a lot now? Thinking in her heart, Vegeta, who was not sure about it, stopped thinking about it. Anyway, whoever transforms himself will defeat it. All this is cultivation, it's all about becoming stronger. So, he slowly turned around to see what happened, and this time he conjured up some kind of enemy. He was not nervous and worried, after all, with his current body, because he had just broken through the limit, his physical strength and breath were still somewhat left, and it was definitely enough to deal with an enemy. But after Vegeta saw the transformed enemy, his face showed surprise. Demon, Majin Buu. He looked at Majin Buu, who was standing not far away with an evil smile. That's right, this is the enemy that the mobile space has transformed this time, Majin Buu. This Majin Buu is the original form, the smallest and most troublesome Majin Buu. As for why Vegeta was surprised, it was because he remembered this little Buu very well. Because of this little puppet, the Earth was destroyed, and even the entire universe was almost destroyed. And in addition, the most important thing that made Vegeta so memorable was the most important point. He clearly remembered that it was on that day that the proud self recognized and admitted in his heart that Kakarot was the real first in the universe. At the same time, feeling the changes in the flowing space within the Angel Scepter, Mo Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. Come on, Vegeta, now is the time for you to cross it over. Don't worry, don't think too much, since Kakarot can become the first in the universe, how bad can you be as a Scion Prince? Here, looking at Mo Chen, who suddenly laughed, Bardos asked suspiciously, What's wrong, Mo Chen Angel? What's wrong, what's wrong? Did something happen? Hearing this, Xiongpa also leaned his head over curiously and asked. Nothing, go ahead and take me to see the next planet. Saying that, Mo Chen looked at the distant planet, smiled, and muttered softly, the first in the universe, let's work hard for this. Scion, but there is no limit. Chapter 64. Within the flow space. Looking at little Buu not far away, Vegeta couldn't help but clench his fists. Just surprised for a second or two, now he has calmed down, and even the whole person began to get excited. Since the last time he faced the little puppet, he was powerless to fight, and he could only watch Sun Wukong solve it. That time, his strength was much stronger than back then, and the little puppet that was transformed into a virtual puppet finally took his turn to solve it with his own hands. Thinking of this, the corners of Vegeta's mouth couldn't help but rise again, revealing an evil smile. His provocative gaze locked on the little puppet's body, and he rubbed his fists and prepared to do a big job. At this time, the little puppet directly raised his hand, and the huge light bullet condensed on his hand. He didn't intend to waste time, only knowing about destruction and killing, he decided to use this energy to kill Vegeta. Roar! With a loud roar, the little puppet threw this energy towards Vegeta. Seeing that energy strike, Vegeta put on a posture, clenched his fists and exploded directly to meet it. Just as he was about to touch the energy, his hands suddenly stretched out in front of him, and a golden light appeared on his hands. Get out of my way! Ha! Boom! Vegeta shouted, and the golden energy burst out, pushing back the energy thrown by Majin Buu. And in the face of this energy, the little puppet does not hide or avoid, and there is still an evil smile on his face. This guy! Vegeta clenched his fists, very upset about this. But in the next second, the little puppet suddenly stretched out his hand, and his arm became much longer in an instant and grabbed Vegeta, Hey! Vegeta was startled and immediately raised his vigilance, reaching out for an energy bullet when the little puppet was about to catch him. Boom! As the explosion sounded, the little puppet's arm was blown out, and its arm was stretched back. It's just that this attack is nothing to him at all. And then, the energy that had just been pushed back directly hit little Bu. Buzz! Countless beams of light shot outward, and that energy was a big explosion in the air. The terrifying energy spread outward, and under this explosion, the little puppet's body was blown into one cell residue after another. He had thought of capturing Vegeta to join him in the attack, but he hadn't. However, even if the body turns into a bunch of cells, the little puppet still does not die. Even if there is one more cell, he can quickly restore a complete body. So when he faced the energy that was pushed back, he was neither afraid nor nervous at all. Phew! Shout! Shout! At this time, the cells actually gathered into the air, forming a large pink ball of meat. Then, the big ball of meat turned into the appearance of a small puppet, and it was not harmed or affected at all. Humph, ugly guy! Vegeta snorted coldly. He naturally knew that the little puppet would not be killed so easily. Of course, he thought he had enough physical strength to defeat an enemy. But if the enemy is a little puppet, I am afraid that it will be a little difficult for him to do it. After all, the little puppet will recover his body indefinitely. If you keep consuming, you must be the one who dies in the end. But at least for now, Vegeta is going to teach the little puppet a hard lesson. Ha! With a loud drink, golden flames gushed out from his body, and Vegeta exploded sharply and rushed towards the position of the little puppet. His speed was extremely fast now, and before the little puppet could react, Vegeta had already arrived in front of him. And, of course, Vegeta's fist arrived. Bang! With a loud bang, the little puppet was hit by this blow, and the whole person flew out upside down like a kite with a broken line. But apparently, Vegeta still didn't feel too addicted, and moved at high speed to instantly come under the little puppet. Ha! He kicked the little puppet on the back and kicked him high into the air with just one kick. Looking up at the little puppet flying higher and higher, Vegeta followed again, came to the little puppet, and condensed super energy in his hands. Boom! Then, without hesitation, Vegeta blasted his energy at the little puppet. At this moment, the golden pillar of energy light slammed from the air to the ground, and the scene was extremely shocking. However, after the energy dissipated, Vegeta did not let his guard down. He kept looking around, because he knew that this attack would not be able to destroy the little puppet. Sure enough, in the next second, a fist came from the right, but Vegeta reacted quickly and turned his head to dodge. Then, Vegeta raised his hand and released an energy bomb towards that position. Snap! Just as the energy bomb was halfway flying, the little puppet suddenly appeared and knocked the energy bomb out. Just look at him with an evil smile on his face, and don't put Vegeta in his eyes at all. Vegeta clenched his fists, both annoyed and upset. Then, with an explosion, he rushed to the position of the little puppet again. But this time, looking at the attacking Vegeta, the little puppet suddenly put away his smile and stared at Vegeta with cold eyes. At the same time as the fist attacked, the little puppet also punched out. Bang! They two forces collided, setting off waves of chi and spreading outward. But after this blow, neither of them had the upper hand. The little puppet suddenly moved its head back, and then jerked his neck into Vegeta's head. Seeing this, although his reaction was slower, Vegeta still blocked the impact with his arm. But blocking the impact, Vegeta was still shocked back by this force. Boom! After adjusting his figure, Vegeta was even more annoyed, and a number appeared on his forehead. And continuing to look in the direction of the little puppet, he kept hammering his hands to his chest, looking very proud. Bastard, don't underestimate me! Vegeta couldn't help it, clenched his fists and shouted angrily and rushed to the position of the little puppet again. At this time, the little puppet also stopped the movement of his hand, looked at Vegeta, and stopped pounding his chest. And Vegeta has already struck, and when his fist is about to hit the little puppet, he himself suddenly changes the trajectory of his attack. The right leg jerked up and swept and kicked the little puppet's head. Seeing this, the little puppet did not panic at all, directly retracted his head into his body, and successfully dodged the attack. What? Seeing this, Vegeta was very surprised. But where did he dare to be distracted? He gritted his teeth in disbelief, clenched his fists again and punched the little puppet. It is clear that he has become much stronger, and in the face of the little puppet. How can he let himself lose again? Even if it is to pay for his life today, it is to pay with his life, Vegeta will defeat this little puppet. Because of this guy, the guy who was eliminated by Kakarot back then. Today it must be destroyed by his own hands by Vegeta. Chapter 65. This time, perhaps he felt Vegeta's momentum, or he sensed the difference in the power of his attack this time. The little puppet didn't plan to continue teasing Vegeta, but really got serious. He stuck his head out of his body, the smile on his face faded, and finally decided to collide with Vegeta head-on. Bang! 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 For a while, both of them kept shaking their fists at each other, attacking like a storm. Even if the fist does not hit the opponent, it will produce extremely strong chi waves through the air. Bang! Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, there were several more collisions, and the terrifying force continued to stir up muffled sounds in the air. Moreover, each collision will produce a circle-shaped wave of air in the air, one after another extremely shocking. Yikes! With a flash of figure, Vegeta suddenly landed on the ground. His gaze swept in the air, and he immediately raised his hands, constantly swinging the prince's battle technique, and released several energy bombs. These energy bombs all struck towards the position of the little puppet, but the little puppet did not care about it. He flipped his body and directly made himself a meatball. Then, he slammed straight into Vegeta on the ground, completely ignoring the energy bombs that were hitting him, and letting them bombard him. Apart from producing bursts of black smoke, these attacks could not do him any damage at all. Boom! Seeing this, Vegeta felt very uncomfortable, clenched his fists and rushed directly towards the little puppet. Looking at the little puppet that turned into a meatball, Vegeta forcefully hugged him directly. Ha! With a loud gulp, Vegeta lifted the little puppet that had turned into a ball of meat and threw it heavily towards the ground. However, just a few meters away from being thrown out, the movement trajectory of the little puppet suddenly changed. Phew! He struck at Vegeta again, and at great speed. What? Vegeta was startled, and his pupils shrank completely unresponsive. Just listen to bang! With a sound, Vegeta was hit hard, and as soon as his eyes were black, the whole person was directly knocked out. But apparently, the little puppet still felt unhappy, and once again rushed towards Vegeta's position. Seeing him attacking, Vegeta naturally would not do nothing, and he immediately stabilized his figure and put his hands together when the little puppet approached him. Boom! Golden energy burst out from his hand, engulfing the little puppet's body in an instant. Under the bombardment of this energy, the little puppet once again split into several cell scum. But under the regeneration of the supercell, these floating cells gathered together again, gradually forming the body of the little puppet again. And he just recovered, jumping back and forth in the air, while hammering his chest with both hands, looking very proud. Vegeta was so angry that he screamed and slammed his fists. Seeing this, the little puppet stopped beating, stretched out his arm and suddenly punched Vegeta. Phew! Vegeta dodged the attack sideways, then came to the little puppet and punched him in the face. The powerful force knocked it out, and the little puppet smashed heavily on the ground. But it seems that he did not suffer any damage, and the moment he hit the ground, he turned into a ball of meat again, and even accelerated by the impact force. In the next second, he rushed to Vegeta's position at an extremely fast speed. This speed surprised Vegeta a little, and he was smashed out before he could react. Ahem! Vegeta fell to the ground, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth and dripping to the ground. He also found that his current speed and strength have been declining. Due to the special nature of the little puppet's body, he simply can't consume it with him. If you continue like this, soon, Vegeta will have no breath and physical strength. Thinking of this, Vegeta couldn't help but clench his fists. He was very unwilling. Once Kakarot solved the little puppet. And now, after so many years, can't he still defeat the little puppet on his own? Don't. Is there really no way to do it yourself? Can't surpass Kakarot? Nope. I'm Vegeta. Suddenly, Vegeta clenched his fists and let out an angry and unwilling roar. At this moment, an even more powerful aura erupted from his body again, and the golden aura wrapped around his entire body, surging and expanding. And this sudden increase in power also startled the little puppet who was attacking him, and his body was shocked and could not continue to move forward. Looking at Vegeta, whose aura power suddenly increased, the little puppet raised his hand, and purple points of light flashed in the palm of his hand. Boom! In the next second, he first released an energy bomb to test it. But before it hit Vegeta, it was affected by the aura on his body and exploded in the air. Then, the little puppet did not stop, but released more energy at one time and catapulted towards Vegeta. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Thundered. They. Explosions continued one after another, but none of that energy hurt Vegeta's body. Under the aura that erupted around him, all the energy bombs could not get close at all, and they exploded in the air. At this time, seeing that his attack could not work, the little puppet also became angry on the spot. He clenched his fists, and the pores on his body kept spewing water vapor, making a sound like boiling water. And looking at the little puppet's angry look, Vegeta's face showed a smile. He slowly clenched a fist, the corners of his mouth raised upward, and looked at the little puppet in the air. You guy, I'll wipe you out no matter what. What Kakarot can do, I Vegeta can do too. Taste my blow. Saying that, in the golden flames that emerged around Vegeta's body, there were actually a few more lightning bolts. A circle-shaped golden halo wrapped Vegeta, and her hair kept fluttering under the influence of the air wave. His aura reached its highest point in an instant, and the powerful air flow spread outward with his body as the center. Perhaps feeling something, the little puppet's face showed a trace of fear. Then he clenched his teeth and clenched his fists and glared at Vegeta. But he didn't do anything, just stared at Vegeta deadly. Majin Buu, disappear! Over here, Vegeta shouted, and his body suddenly erupted with extremely terrifying energy. The golden light spread outward in an instant, enveloping everything here. At the same time, the little puppet did not have time to escape, and was also enveloped and engulfed by this light. That's right, that's Vegeta's final blow. Just like when he faced Fat Buu, he used all his energy to self-detonate and died together. Chapter 66. In order to be able to eliminate the little puppet, Vegeta has nothing to care about now. The enemy that Kakarot once destroyed, now it is his turn to Vegeta, no matter what. If even the little puppet can't be destroyed, how can he talk about surpassing Kakarot? And in the little puppet shrouded in golden light, he wanted to escape from here, but he could not escape this place shrouded in golden light. After finding that he could not escape, he stopped and looked at his hands with a look of horror. At this time, countless small white lights were rising into the air on his hands and body. The same was true of Vegeta's body, with white points of light constantly rising. Humph, just give you the final blow here. Vegeta snorted coldly, but the smile on his face deepened. Looking at the little puppet who was panicking, he smiled with satisfaction and spoke, "Since you are transformed in this flowing space. This level of attack, I think even you can't withstand it. So, die, Majin Bu!" Ha! With a roar, the golden energy directly covered the entire place, and everything in it was destroyed by this energy. The little puppet was just impacted by this energy, and the whole body disappeared little by little. In it, even if it turns into countless cells, the energy will destroy those cells. Perhaps because of the reason for the illusion, as Vegeta guessed, this level of energy puppets is really irresistible. Soon, the energy dissipated and it was covered in a lot of black smoke. The little Muppet was really wiped out. As for Vegeta, phew! A gust of wind blew through, and the smoke was blown away, but Vegeta could be seen among them. That's right, unlike the last time he dealt with Fat Bu, he didn't die from this blow this time. But despite not dying, the consumption of his body has made him unable to stand, and a sense of powerlessness has surged throughout his body. Bang! In the next second, the smoke cleared and he fell heavily to the ground. Looking at the sky, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise upward, and a smug smile appeared on his face. Finally, it's solved, Majin Bu detonated the energy in his body but did not die, and Vegeta probably knows what the reason is now. It was precisely because of the increase in his own strength that his current body could withstand that impact, and he did not die like the last time. But he also has no strength to get up now, so he can only lie down here and rest for a while before he can taste the food and recover his strength. At the same time, time-space. Bardos led with Xiangpa, and Mo Chen had almost walked around the sixth universe. They had already been to every planet here, and during this time Bardos and Xiangpa also told Ma Chen a lot about space-time. Now, since the shopping is also over, and you should know what you should know, Mo Chen naturally will not continue to stay here. So, he turned his head to look at Xiangpa and Bardos, and smiled, "Today is very happy, then I will go back to our GT space-time and GT universe." Hearing this, Bardos and Elephant Pa did not want to stay with him any longer. After all, he has been taking Mo Chen around for so long, and it is not good to continue to invite him to stay. Well, I'm looking forward to the next time the Machin Angel comes to our sixth universe. Bardos smiled and nodded, hoping that if Mo Chen was free, he could come to their sixth universe to see more. Yes, yes. Upon hearing this, Xiangpa also came over and quickly echoed, "When you have time, you must come to our sixth universe more, Machin Angel." "I will." Mo Chen smiled slightly, and the scepter in his right hand slammed lightly on the ground. Buzz! Suddenly, a time-space rift was opened. Entering this time-space rift, Mo Chen disappeared. Looking at the Machin who left, Xiangpa still fantasized in his heart what kind of food he might taste next time. Soon, it took only a minute for Mo Chen to return to GT space-time. It's just that after just returning he didn't plan to go to the Divine Realm. This is because he had new plans when he came. Buzz! After landing on the ground, he slammed gently on the ground with the scepter. The bright white divine power bloomed, and Mo Chen disappeared directly here. In the blink of an eye, he came to a darker place. Looking around, Mo Chen couldn't help but speak, "It's dark everywhere, and the environment is really bad enough. But yes, this environment is very suitable for hell." That's right, he's in hell. As for why he came here, it's because he has one thing to do. At this time, a little ghost found Mo Chen, so he ran over and asked, "So, who are you? Why are you here as a living person?" He was naturally a little confused. After all, seeing a living person appear in hell, who is not confused? But without waiting for Mo Chen to leave, the voice of the King of Yan suddenly came from the ears of the little ghost. "Hey! Don't be rude to this adult. You don't care what he wants to do, hurry up and leave." "Me? It was not difficult to hear from Yan Wang's voice that he was very anxious and nervous. After all, the identity of Mo Chen's angel, these people already know by now. An existence that was more noble and powerful than the realm king god, how dare he be disrespectful as a Yan king? Ah! B. Lord Hades. After listening to Yan Wang's words, the little ghost was suddenly shocked, and he couldn't help but shiver when he looked at the Mo Chen in front of him. He didn't expect that the identity of this person in front of him was so powerful that even Lord Yan was afraid. So, he rubbed his hands nervously and said respectfully, then this adult can do whatever you want, and the small ones will leave first. After that, where did he dare to continue to stay? He pulled out his legs and ran, and quickly left here. Seeing the little ghost running so fast, and disappearing as soon as he slipped through the smoke, Mo Chen smiled awkwardly. Is it that terrible? Then, he shook his head and said, forget it, it's important to get down to business first. After speaking, Mo Chen closed his eyes and felt it a little. Although he only felt it, he felt the whole hell in this instant. Found it. At this time, Mo Chen opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth turned up, and the scepter tapped the ground. Buzz. In the next second, he disappeared and suddenly came to another place. It's just that this place is more noisy, and many monsters are roaring loudly and fighting each other there. Mo Chen stood on a stone and watched quietly. He came here to find someone. Chapter 67. Bang! 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 When I saw those huge monsters fighting together, the scene was very chaotic. Phew! With the sound of breaking the air, a figure suddenly appeared above the heads of those monsters. Just watch him kick down one of the monsters directly with a strong kick. Then, he turned around and slammed a punch into another monster, knocking him back and forth. Roar! At this time, a monster roared angrily and threw himself at the person with both hands. And he was not nervous and worried at all, calmly turned around, and raised his hand without hurrying. Ha! With a loud drink, energy burst out from the palm of his hand, and instantly blasted out the huge monster. With boom! With a loud bang, the monster fell heavily on the ground, and with its head down, it completely lost the power to resist, and directly fainted. Seeing this scene, the several monsters that were originally repelled were also honest and did not dare to continue to act rashly. Seeing this, the man also stopped moving, crossed his arms over his chest and prepared to leave. It's just that at this time, Mo Chen slightly released some of his divine power. This is... In an instant, the man suddenly felt an extremely terrifying pressure, cold sweat instantly broke out from his forehead, and drop by drop kept slipping down his face. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately turned his head and looked around, until his gaze locked on Mo Chen's body. Seeing that Vic found himself, Mo Chen did not have any hesitation, and his figure flashed in front of him. Hello, Vic. He was the first to say hello, but Vic was still nervous. Looking at Mo Chen who came to him, he couldn't even say anything for a while. After a few seconds, Vic knew that it would be too rude to continue without speaking, so he immediately lowered his head and said extremely respectfully. You are the new adult. Hearing this, Mo Chen first smiled and asked rhetorically, you know me? Yes. Vic looked at Mo Chen and nodded again. I heard about you from Lord Hades, Angel, Lord Mo Chen. Even the one-star dragon on Earth was solved by your hand. Not only that, but mainly Vic could feel an invisible pressure from Mo Chen's body. This was even greater pressure than when he first saw the Realm King God, and the two could not be compared at all, which caused Vic to confirm it at once. This one in front of him is definitely the newly born god. I know a lot. Mo Chen smiled and continued to ask, then do you know what I came to hell for this time? Well, this. Vic was stunned, and after thinking about it, he shook his head. I don't know, Lord Machan, I can't think of your purpose in coming here in hell. It's actually quite simple. Mo Chen smiled and said, I came to find you this time. Looking for me? Hearing this, Vic suddenly showed surprise on his face. He really didn't think about it, or couldn't believe it. Such a powerful god came to hell to find him. That's right. I'm here to find you this time, Bike. Mo Chen affirmed with a smile. The person he was looking for this time was Bike. Actually, it's true. Vic muttered, not knowing what he was thinking. Seeing this, Mo Chen continued, I will resurrect you and leave this hell. Resurrect me. Hearing this, Vic clenched his fists slightly, looking very hesitant. Yes, although the resurrection is a good thing. Now he is full of hesitation about it. After thinking about it, he let go of his hand and said to Mo Chen, Lord Mo Chen, I thank you for your kindness in advance, but I can't be resurrected yet. Oh? Can't be resurrected? Mo Chen was a little surprised by Vic's answer. However, as for why Vic refused to be resurrected, he already had an idea in his heart. So, without waiting for Vic to continue, Mo Chen interjected, You're worried that the Black Star Dragon Ball thing will happen again, right? Well, yes. Guessed his thoughts, Vic nodded, he did think this. Don't worry about this matter. Mo Chen looked at Vic and said, the Dragon Ball has been purified by me, so there is no need to worry about the gathering of negative energy. Purified? Purified? Vic couldn't help but widen his eyes and asked in great surprise. Mo Chen didn't answer, just smiled and nodded. This is really thanks to Lord Machan, you have solved a big trouble. Seeing this, Vic was finally relieved and did not have to worry that the negative energy would regroup. Then, thinking of something, he asked, Is it really okay to resurrect me? Vic is worried about Hades, after all, everything in hell is under his control, and I am afraid that the resurrection will be very troublesome. However, hearing Bike's words, Mo Chen waved very easily, and said with a smile, Don't worry, this entire universe is under my management, and the Yan King I want to do will naturally agree. It's just to revive you, it's too easy. Saying that, Mo Chen waved his scepter a little on Bike. Buzz. As the bright white light flickered, Bike's body was enveloped in this light. Then, he found that his physical strength had recovered, and at the same time he had a physical body, and successfully resurrected. Actually, so easy. Seeing such an incredible thing being done easily, Vic was extremely shocked and couldn't help but sigh. Then, after reacting, he immediately looked at Mo Chen and bowed his head, Thank you Lord Mo Chen. It's okay. There is naturally a reason why Mo Chen wants Vic to be resurrected, that is, he said to him, Come with me. Buzz. As soon as the words fell, brilliant flames of light bloomed under the feet of the two. Ugh! In the next second, the two of them turned into a ray of essence and left hell. Their destination now is not the divine realm, but the earth. Phew! Soon, a ray of essence descended from the air and landed on the earth, a relatively wide place. However, on the way here, Mo Chen told Vic about the time and space. So, as soon as he came out, Vic looked thoughtful. He thought about it, looked up at the sky, and spoke, I didn't expect such a thing. It's amazing that there is a space-time outside of us, the same seventh universe. After speaking, Vic clenched his fists, and his face was a little more excited and excited. It's also very exciting to be able to go to this time-space. Of course, what Vic is looking forward to seeing now is not someone else, nor is it Sun Wukong. The thing he was most looking forward to seeing was naturally Sun Gohan in the time and space. He wanted to know how strong Sun Gohan was there. Thinking of this, Vic quickly looked at Mo Chen and asked, Lord Mo Chen, Gohan, how is Gohan now? Chapter 68. Looking at Vic, who was full of expectation, and his sudden question, Mo Chen couldn't help but laugh. It is worthy of being Son Gohan's second father, and it is Son Gohan who thinks and asks this time. After thinking secretly in his heart, Mo Chen smiled slightly and said to him, Gohan, he is fine now. This time is still cultivating in the God realm I created, his body has been abandoned for too long, and he must cultivate well to find the feeling of battle. But this is some time, I will take you back to the God realm directly to take a look later. That's it. Hearing that Son Gohan was cultivating, a smile could not help but appear on Vic Chen's face. Gohan, that kid, if he cultivates for a period of time, we will definitely have one more super warrior in this GT universe. Yes. Mo Chen smiled, the potential in his body is indeed very strong, and I am also looking forward to him becoming stronger. Vic nodded, but only then did he notice where he was, looked around and then looked at Mo Chen and asked. But Lord Mo Chen, this is... He stopped talking, not knowing what Mo Chen had led him here for. It's just a clearing on Earth. I brought you here to help you improve your strength. After staying in hell for so long, although they will help control some dishonest guys every day, their strength is not strong in the first place, and the improvement for you is minimal. Mo Chen walked to Bike's side as he spoke, and the scepter was held in his hand, and said with a smile, so, now I will help you improve your strength. According to my observations, the potential in your body is also very large. Me, my potential. Vic was startled and looked down at his hands and body in disbelief. He never thought that he also had a lot of potential. Moreover, he will actually have the opportunity to improve his strength. Thinking about it, Vic couldn't help but clench his fists, and the whole person couldn't suppress his excitement. I don't know how long ago, watching Sun Wukong and the others become stronger one by one, Vic has completely given up the idea of becoming stronger. Because he felt that no matter how he became stronger, it was useless, and it was impossible for him to catch up with Sun Wukong and the others. Even his favorite apprentice, Sun Wuhan, he is not comparable to the martial arts master. With time, even if Sun Wuhan stopped cultivating, he was being pulled apart little by little, and the gap in strength between him and him was getting bigger and bigger. That's why he gave up and no longer had the idea of getting stronger. And unlike Vegeta, Vic completely gave up cultivation and completely handed over the protection of the earth to Sun Wukong and others. And now, knowing that he can still become stronger, Vic is naturally uncontrollably excited and excited. Seeing his appearance, this is also expected. So, Mo Chen smiled slightly, I will maximize the potential in your body and turn it into a force that you can control. After that, he waved his scepter and lightly tapped it on Bike's body. Buzz! Bright! White divine power emerged, burrowing into Bike's body, and at the same time this light enveloped his entire body. This! Vic looked at his hands with a shocked face, and he could feel a warm current flowing into his body, a very comfortable feeling. However, he could also feel that the switch that sealed the power hidden deep in his body seemed to be directly turned on. A steady stream of power filled the entire body in an instant, and a golden aura gushed out from the body, covering the entire body like a hill. At this moment, due to the reason that his potential was stimulated, Bike's originally green skin turned yellow-green. This is... My strength can reach this point. Vic looked at his hands and body, still looking incredulous. He never thought that the power of potential in his body would be so powerful. This power made him very sure that his current self was no less than Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 4. You've completed the upgrade, the new form after the potential is unleashed, and the new power. Mo Chen put the scepter away, looked at Bike, and said with a smile. Thank you so much Lord Mo Chen. Hearing this, Vic immediately bowed deeply to Mo Chen to thank him. This angel finally allowed him to catch up with the footsteps of Sun Wukong and others. This is something Vic has been looking forward to but never dared to think about. It's okay. Mo Chen smiled, feeling Bike's current breath, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, your strength has improved too much now. Even, to your current level, it is indeed much more powerful than Super Saiyan 4, close to the level of full power. This is good, and if you continue to cultivate in this form, you can upgrade stronger. I know, Lord Machin. Bai Ke nodded heavily, clenched his fists. I can still become stronger, I can feel it, my strength is more than that. Then, he lifted his full potential. The yellow aura around the body disappeared, and the skin returned to its normal green. After lifting, Vic thought of something and looked at Mo Chen excitedly. Then now, Lord Mo Chen, can you take me to the God realm you created? I want to meet Gohan. Saying that, Vic added excitedly, and son. I want them to see my power now. Of course. Without further ado, go back now. Mo Chen agreed, and waved his scepter to create a large number of multicolored flames around the two. If nothing goes wrong, at this time, Son Goku and Vegeta, as well as Son Gohan, the strength of the three of them should have improved a lot. According to the feeling flow space, Vegeta's current power is almost at the level of Super Saiyan 4 full power. After releasing him, he will naturally fully grasp that power. On the contrary, Monkey King should have mastered the Super Saiyan 4 full power form by now. So it's better to go back now and see how Gohan's cultivation is. Yikes! As a ray of essence streaked across the sky, Mo Chen and Vic flew towards the divine realm. Just now, Vic is already looking forward to it. He has been in hell for a while, and he has not seen Son Gohan during this time, but he has missed it for a long time. Moreover, this time, his strength has been improved, and he has advanced by leaps and bounds to the extent that he is stronger than Sun Wukong Super Saiyan 4. He was naturally very excited, and he couldn't wait to let Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan see it. Belonging to Topic, Full Potential Open Form. Chapter 69. Phew! It took only a minute to streak through the air with a ray of essence. Then this essence fell straight down from the air, extremely fast. Yikes! With a sound, the brilliant flame of light spread outward, and Mo Chen and Vic fell on the God realm. However, they have not seen Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan here now. There was only a lot of grass nearby, and there was a set of practice clothes that had been peeled off on the ground in the distance. Of course, there are also many deep footprints left on this piece of ground that cannot be seen at a glance. Here, this is the divine realm you created, Lord Mo Chen. Looking at such a big place, although prepared in advance. But after seeing it with his own eyes, Vic was still shocked and incredulous. This is much bigger than the earth, what kind of power can be used to create it? He couldn't think of this kind of thing, and he didn't dare to think about it. Mo Chen smiled and nodded. Creating the divine realm is just an easy and simple matter. Now Goku and Gohan should both be practicing in the room. Let's just go straight in. Saying that, Mo Chen took Vic to the door of the room. Looking at this room, Vic still didn't hold back his curiosity, and asked, Lord Mo Chen, this is the room I created for Son Gohan's cultivation. Mo Chen patiently explained, the most suitable environment and gravity will automatically form in this, and the cultivation effect will also be greatly increased. So it is. After listening to it, Vic instantly understood that he now felt that Mo Chen, a god, was even more powerful. Whether it was resurrection or creation, these were things he had never thought of in his Vic's. In other words, these things should be done only by relying on Dragon Ball. But the angel Machin in front of him can even create Dragon Balls, which is simply too powerful to describe in words. Okay, let's come in. Mo Chen pushed open the door of the room and said to Bike. Hearing this, Vic also immediately followed. He is now very much looking forward to meeting Son Gohan, as well as Son Goku. He has been in hell for a while, but he has been looking forward to this day. Buzz. With a flash of light, the two entered the room. Bang! 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 As soon as I entered, there were several muffled noises in the room. The two figures in the air are constantly flickering, colliding with each other. It was Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan, and the two of them were still practicing against each other at this time. Bang! Boom! Boom! There were several more muffled sounds, and their speed grew faster and faster, flickering in the air. And at this time, Sun Gohan in the air suddenly felt something and immediately looked down at the ground. At the same time, Sun Wukong also felt it, and looked down at the ground like Sun Wuhan. Then, Uncle Vic. When he saw Vic on the ground, standing next to Mo Chen, Sun Wuhan suddenly shouted excitedly. Then, he completely forgot about the battle cultivation and flew towards Vic as fast as he could. Actually, Vic. After seeing Bike, Sun Wukong was also very excited and also flew towards here. Soon, the two of them fell in front of Vic and Mo Chen. Uncle Bike. Sun Gohan's eyes flashed with tears, and he looked at Vic with great excitement and joy. Gohan. A smile appeared on Vic and he couldn't help but praise, "You've become so much stronger, Gohan." Sun Wuhan nodded heavily, "All this is the help of Lord Machin and my father, so that I can improve my strength in such a short time." "That's good, I'm glad to see you now." Saying that, Vic looked at Sun Wukong again and said with a smile, "Son. You're a lot stronger now, compared to the last time we met." "Yes, Bike." Sun Wukong smiled and said to Bike, "However, you are also a lot stronger now. Do you feel it?" Vic clenched his fists, "It's all thanks to Lord Machin that I have reached a realm I never imagined." "Uncle Bike, did Lord Machin resurrect you?" At this time, Sun Gohan stepped forward and looked at Vic and asked. "Well, that's right." Vic nodded, "It was Lord Machin who resurrected me from hell." "Sure enough, thank you so much, Lord Mo Chen." Sun Wuhan couldn't help it, and bowed deeply to Mo Chen again. He had long hoped that Vic would be resurrected, and now Mo Chen took the initiative to resurrect Bike, which was fulfilling Sun Gohan's wish. "Well, since the resurrection is there, I won't talk about the others. I learned about the chrono and space from Lord Machin. Now I'm looking forward to traveling to that time and space too." Speaking of this, Vic couldn't help but clench his fists, looked at Sun Gohan and said, "So Gohan, let me see how strong you are now." "Uncle Vic, hey! I won't let you down now." Sun Gohan now also hopes that Vic will see his strength and the results of his cultivation here. He wanted Vic to know that after Vic died, he was now working hard to cultivate and did not continue to waste his potential power. "Vic and Gohan, then you two will have a try." Son Goku crossed his hands at his waist, and he was also looking forward to the battle between Vic and Son Gohan. Of course, he has already seen the increase in Vic power, not by any means. For this Monkey King also guessed, this must also be the help of Mo Chen, the angel, which made Vic much stronger. So, watching Sun Gohan and Vic walk forward, ready to fight. Sun Wukong suddenly stopped Sun Wuhan and reminded with a smile, "Gohan, you should be careful in this competition. Don't think that Vic has just been resurrected and deliberately left his hand. Vic is not as weak as you think. Perhaps, you will not be Vic's opponent with all your strength." "Ha ha ha, son, that's a bit of an exaggeration." Hearing this, Vic couldn't help but laugh. Then, he looked at Sun Gohan and said to him, "Just do what Sun said, attack me with all your strength, Gohan. Don't keep your strength." "I know Uncle Vic." Sun Gohan nodded, set up a fighting posture, and his eyes gradually became sharp. "Just like Dad said, I can feel the difference between you now, Uncle Bike. It should be true, I will not be your opponent with all my strength. So, I will never retain my strength in this competition, Uncle Bike. It's the best, Gohan. Hearing this, Vic smiled and put on a fighting posture and prepared for battle. Chapter 70. Lord Mo Chen, with your help, Vic has improved a lot now. On this side, Sun Wukong crossed his hands at his waist, turned his head to look at Mo Chen, and couldn't help but smile. If I'm not mistaken, it's the Super Saiyan 4 full power I just mastered. It should be difficult to beat the current Vic as well. Haha, almost, it depends on how much Vic masters that power. Mo Chen laughed twice, locked his gaze on Bike's body, and continued, I just maximize the potential in Bike's body, and this power is his own. So, how much can be released and mastered is up to Vic himself. Speaking of this, Mo Chen turned his head to look at Sun Wukong again, and praised unabashedly. However, Wukong, your cultivation speed is also very fast. It's really good to break through and master Super Saiyan 4 full power so quickly. Even I'm a little surprised that you can do this in such a short time. Ha ha ha, it's nothing, the main thing is that the cultivation arranged by you is useful, Lord Machin. Sun Wukong scratched his head with his hand and laughed back, if it weren't for these cultivations you asked me to do, it wouldn't be so simple for me to master Super Saiyan 4 full power. Without these, I'm afraid I won't be able to reach full power for a few months. Saying that, Sun Wukong thought of something again, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Besides, if I don't master this form quickly, maybe I will be surpassed by Vegeta. After all, it's not just Vegeta himself who sees Monkey King as an opponent that he wants to surpass all his life. Sun Wukong, too, also regards Vegeta as his opponent in this life. For this reason, he naturally had to cultivate super hard, and he would never be surpassed by Vegeta so easily. Haha, then keep trying to get stronger. Mo Chen laughed twice, and his gaze turned to Vic Kerr's side. He now set up a posture, not meaning to take the initiative to attack, but waiting for Son Gohan to attack him. Then I'm coming, Uncle Bike. You have to be careful. I won't leave a hand in this battle. Son Gohan reminded again, and golden aura suddenly gushed out from his body. He knew he had to fight with all his might. After all, Vic Kerr's current strength is completely different from what he imagined. Even if he exerts all his strength, he can't say whether he can defeat Vic or not. It's the best. Come on, Gohan. Let me see your power now. Vic said with a smile, and couldn't wait to fight Son Gohan quickly. Not just to observe Son Gohan's current strength. At the same time, he also wanted to see how powerful his current potential could reach after he was fully developed. This battle is his first battle, the first battle to test his strength. Here it comes, Uncle Bike. Son Gohan's voice came into his ears, and he had disappeared in place. In the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Vic at great speed. Moreover, at this time, Son Gohan directly entered the Super Saiyan 1 full power form. Perhaps because he has been with Sun Wuhan for a long time, he is now also used to fighting with a little improvement in aura and strength. Instead of giving it your all at the beginning, Vic also reacted quickly, clenching his fists at the same time as Son Gohan appeared. Bang! A muffled sound came out, and the fists of the two collided together, instantly forming a shock wave that hit all directions. But this is just a simple collision. Not much serious at all. Phew! Son Gohan observed Vic and immediately moved his fist to a position behind him at high speed. Lifting my leg is kicking it hard. Vic did not look back, but he felt Son Gohan's attack, and quickly stretched out his hand to clasp Son Gohan's calf. Humph! Vic turned his head to look at Son Gohan, smiled and began to throw Son Gohan directly and flew out. But he didn't fly far. Son Gohan stabilized his figure with an explosion and stopped in the air again. Turning to look down at Bike, his hands raised at the same time and waving. Ah! Yikes! Swish. 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 4. A while, Sun Gohan's hands continuously released energy projectiles, all shooting towards Bike. This sky-filled energy bomb seems to have nowhere to escape, and it will definitely be affected wherever it is. It's just that there is no need to dodge at all in Bike. Ha! With a loud shout, golden aura erupted on the body, wrapping around the entire body. Vic's skin is now yellow-green. This is the full open potential of Vic. This is the new form of Bike, it looks very powerful. Sun Wukong's eyes widened, looking at Bike's current appearance, and couldn't help but sigh. But having said that, Sun Wukong is very clear that Vic is now very strong and strong. Even if he didn't personally fight Bike, he could clearly feel the aura emanating from Vic just by standing here. His current breath is very powerful. It is definitely not something that the Super Saki full power Sun Gohan can deal with. Uncle Bike's current strength. Really, so strong. At this time, Sun Gohan, who was located in the air, also sighed in surprise. He looked at Vic and couldn't help but think in his heart. This is exactly what Dad said. Even if I use my full strength, I will not be Uncle Vic's opponent now. But this battle, no matter what, at least go all out. Thinking of this, Sun Gohan clenched his fists, and his eyes became firm again. He wanted Vic to see the effect of his cultivation for so long. At this time, the energy bombs that had just spread in the sky had been dissolved by Bike. After reaching the full open potential, that level of energy bomb seemed too weak to him to have any effect at all. Just simply pat it with your hand, and all of them fly out at once. Gohan, I'm giving my all now. Shouldn't you also be serious? Vic was about to say, but stopped noticing what was coming to his mouth. He looked up and saw that Sun Gohan was currently in a posture, with the super energy gathered in his hand. The azure light shot outward, and little by little the gathering became larger and larger. This energy is not compared to those energy bullets just now, and it is easy to judge from the breath alone. Uncle Bike, you have taken this trick. Turtle Pie Kigong Wave, here. Sun Gohan shouted and pushed his hands hard against Big's position. Boom! In an instant, as he pushed out, the energy wave in his hand also shot out, striking towards Vic at an extremely fast speed. Just looking at it makes people dare not take it easily, and it seems that it can engulf and destroy everything. Chapter 71. Sun Gohan did not deliberately leave his hand, and completely condensed all his strength. This turtle sect Kigong wave is the largest and strongest energy he has condensed at present. Although it is released in the form of Super Saiyan 1 full power, this power is not weak at all. In other words, destroying a planet is easy. That's pretty much it, Gohan. Seeing that the azure energy light pillar was getting closer and closer to him, Vic was not panicked at all, but very excited and excited. Sun Gohan can attack himself without scruples, which is what Vic wants. He was originally worried that although Sun Gohan promised with his mouth, he would still be soft-hearted at a critical time, resulting in not being serious or deliberately leaving his hand. But now Sun Gohan is doing it, this is what Vic wants to see. Of course, it is precisely this that Sun Gohan himself can do without being soft on anyone, and he can become stronger. This is something Vic knew a long time ago. The light is getting more and more dazzling, and this energy is getting closer and closer to him. Vic didn't have the slightest bit of nervousness, but the whole person was excited and excited. Come on! With a loud gulp, Vic stretched his legs a little wider apart and stood up hard. It was very obvious that he had no intention of dodging at all, but was ready to block the blow head-on. Then, Uncle Vic. Seeing this, Sun Wuhan was stunned, and he couldn't help but be a little worried. Although he knows that the current Vic is very strong. And he is only a turtle school Kigong wave released with all his strength under the full power of Super Saiyan 1. But it will still be a little dangerous to take this kind of attack head-on. What if the turtle faction Kigong wave hurts Uncle Bike? The idea came to Sun Gohan's mind. But in the next second, he came back from his thoughts and couldn't care about continuing to think about these things. Because now, just as Gohan was thinking, the energy had already slammed into Vic's face. Only to see Vic stretch out his hands and press directly under the energy. Buzz. In an instant, the energy that should have swallowed and destroyed everything, the energy that kept rushing forward, actually stopped directly. Not even Bike's feet slid back a step, not even half a step. From the time his hands blocked the energy until now, he had been in place and did not move the slightest. This means that taking this energy is a breeze for Vic at all. Ha! With a loud shout, Vic pushed up with both hands, and the energy bomb was changed in trajectory and flew towards the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the energy exploded high in the air, scattering a dazzling light outward. At the bottom, Vic looked at Son Gohan with a smile on his face. Go on, it's not your full strength. Vic said to Son Gohan, motioning for him to continue attacking him. In this battle, in addition to testing his own strength, he also has to test the strength of Son Gohan. Ah! I know, Uncle Bike. Son Gohan just recovered from his surprise, clenched his fist and burst out of his body. H-A-A-A. A. A low roar came out of his throat. At the same time as the roar, the golden flame suddenly swelled outward, covering the entire body like a hill. Son Gohan's aura began to increase, several times and several times. His gaze became more fierce at this moment, and his expression became much colder. Moreover, at this time, Son Gohan's hair stood up more than just now, and a pinch of bangs fluttered in front of his forehead. Whoops! Lightning! That appeared out of thin air wrapped around the body, beating and flashing. This is the Super Saiyan who surpasses Super Saiyan 1. Super Saiyan 2 full power form achieved. Oh, just Super Saiyan 2. Vic looked at Son Gohan, and he knew that this was not Son Gohan's full strength. After all, this form is the power that Son Gohan mastered when he was a child. Now using this again is nothing at all. Son Gohan must have more powerful power that has not been used. Back then, the potential stimulated by dealing with Majin Buu, the mysterious power. I'm coming. Uncle Vic. Son Gohan reminded that this time he no longer had anything to worry about. He has already determined that with his current self, he will not hurt Bike, and it will be fine to use all his strength. Phew! Son Gohan disappeared a few meters away. Vic looked around, sensing any change and striking immediately. Here! Vic quickly turned around and punched himself in the back. Sure enough, Son Gohan is here now. The two had a very tacit understanding, and they both punched each other. Bang! They two fists collided, and Son Gohan's strength was still no match for Vic Kerr, and a feeling of pain continued to sound from his fist. Even, Son Gohan's fists and arms began to shake. Realizing that something was wrong, he immediately withdrew his fist and prepared to distance himself from Bikra. But when they all got here, how could they let him escape easily? You can't run away, Gohan. It's late. Vic said, his arm suddenly stretched out a lot, and he grabbed Son Gohan's calf at once. Not good. Son Gohan was startled and looked down at his caught calf. Obviously he was just about to open the distance, but he was pulled by Bike. In the next second, Son Gohan was directly pulled back. But he also wouldn't do nothing, raising his hand and releasing an energy ejection towards Bike. It's just that this energy bomb is of no use. Snap! With a backhand, Vic knocked the energy projectile out, landing on the ground in the distance and exploding. And Son Gohan had already been pulled over. He gritted his teeth and vigorously flicked his other leg to kick at Bike. Seeing this, Vic put his arm up next to his head. Bang! While blocking the attack, Vic threw Son Gohan towards the ground with force with his right hand. There was no way for him to do this, his body was pulled instantly, and he couldn't change anything. Boom! Sun Gohan was smashed to the ground, and severe pain spread from his back all over his body. But this was not over. Vic pulled hard again, lifted Sun Gohan and smashed it to the ground again. Bang! Triple A! Sun Gohan screamed out in pain when he was smashed. This time the force was heavier than the last time. As Vic lifted him back up, Sun Gohan opened his eyes and exploded with both fists. Boom! The golden aura burst out instantly, and a powerful aura struck Vic. Then, Sun Gohan turned around and slashed his hand into Bike's arm in the shape of a hand knife. This time, Vic finally felt a little dangerous, and took the initiative to let go without waiting for Sun Gohan's hand to fall. Finally breaking free, Sun Gohan immediately exploded and distanced himself from Bikra. Chapter 72. However, as soon as he landed, Sun Gohan gasped for a few breaths, and his forehead was also full of sweat. Ha! Uncle Vic is really strong now. Even the form of Super Saiyan 2 is not Uncle Vic's opponent at all. In other words, if it's a real battle now, Vic has just solved Sun Gohan. As far as the current strength gap between the two, Sun Gohan will not have the possibility of continuing to survive. However, he did hide some of his strength, and he had not exerted his full strength until now. Haha, don't talk about me first. You did a good job just now, Gohan. That blow, if it is hit, my arm should be gone. Vic laughed twice and looked at Sun Gohan and said. It is precisely because I felt in advance that my arm would be cut off. That's why Big Tha took the initiative to let go of his hand so quickly. However, seeing that Sun Gohan can make judgments in an instant, and he is determined to do this. So Vic is happy now. Yes, Uncle Bike. Sun Gohan did not deny it, but added, however, even if you cut it off, with your ability, it should take less than 2 seconds to make the arm grow back. Of course, it's because I know that. That's why he concentrated his strength a little and slashed at Bike's arm. Otherwise, just a battle will destroy one of Bike's arms, and Sun Gohan can't do this kind of thing anyway. Ha ha ha, let's continue the battle, it's not over yet. Vic laughed a few times before skipping the topic. Now he still wants to see Sun Gohan's stronger power. Super Saiyan 2 full power, this can't be Sun Gohan's full power at all. Gohan, just do as I say, be serious, don't think that it will hurt me or something. With all your strength, don't you also see it, and I am different from before. Vic said to Sun Gohan, wanting him to give his full strength with confidence. He still felt that Sun Gohan was worried, so he had been refusing to exert his full strength. Ah, no, Uncle Bike. Seeing that he was misunderstood, Sun Gohan quickly shook his head. Then, he laughed embarrassedly and said, actually, I fight with my father a lot these days. I'm also a little used to it now, little by little to increase my strength to fight. Saying that, Sun Gohan also secretly glanced at Sun Wukong. Ha ha ha, it seems that during this period of time, you have made Gohan develop a new habit. Mo Chen also looked at Sun Wukong and teased with a smile. Yes, Sunday. Vic also looked at Sun Goku with a smile, but seriously, this habit is not bad, and it is good that Gohan continues to maintain it. But Vic looked at Sun Gohan again, his expression became more serious, and instructed, remember, Gohan, if you encounter a very strong opponent, you can't slowly improve like this before you don't know his strength. Otherwise, you may have lost or been killed before you exerted your full strength. Well, I see, Uncle Bike. Sun Gohan answered seriously, he would naturally remember Bike's words. Then, he took up his posture again, and a powerful aura spread outward from his body. Get ready, Uncle Bike, I'll use all my strength this time. Sun Gohan said, clenching his fists and closing his eyes. Suddenly, a bright white light flashed on his body. The blonde hair returned to black, and the Super Saiyan 2 full power form was lifted. But Sun Gohan's aura did not decline because of this, but became more powerful at this time, even several times stronger. This. Is it finally coming? Feeling the breath of Sun Gohan, Vic suddenly became excited. He knew that such an aura was the right one. This is the breath that Sun Gohan should have, and it is the power he should have. Moreover, this breath has not stopped at all, and it is still increasing. As his breath increased, Sun Gohan slowly opened his eyes, and his gaze became extremely fierce at this moment. The original golden aura did not exist, but instead it was replaced by bright white chi. The whole body exudes a super strong aura and a sense of oppression. This is Sun Gohan's exclusive evolutionary route, the mysterious form. Okay. Vic was in a good position and ready for battle. He was looking forward to fighting with the current Sun Gohan. After all, his strength was not comparable just now. Very good, Gohan. Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wuhan with his hands crossed at his waist, and praised with a smile, "The strength feels a little stronger than when you fought me. It's really good, the level of this breath." Mo Chen also nodded in agreement. The power of Sun Gohan's mysterious form was far stronger than his Super Saiyan form. Not only is the breath strong, but the strength body is much stronger in all aspects. After all, this is the evolutionary route exclusive to Sun Gohan, and the transformation method will naturally exert more powerful power. However, looking at Sun Wuhan here, Mo Chen added again, however, at present, this power is far from the limit of Sun Wuhan. On the contrary, he's just the beginning now. On top of this, his power will become even stronger, and he will continue to cultivate for this, even no less than Super Saiyan 5. Can it all become that powerful? Hearing this, Sun Wukong looked at Mo Chen in surprise. Of course. Mo Chen nodded in affirmation. After seeing Mo Chen's affirmation, Sun Wukong turned his head to look at Sun Wuhan again, and said with a bit of expectation in his eyes. Wow, I didn't think that Gohan could become as strong as Super Saiyan 5 in this way. But that's pretty good. By that time, I'll definitely have mastered Super Saiyan 5. It just so happens that I can compete with Gohan to see if it is the Super Saiyan top 5, or if the form he developed is stronger. Just thinking about it, Sun Wukong is already looking forward to it now. Not only is he looking forward to mastering the transformation of Super Saiyan 5, but he is also looking forward to Sun Gohan developing his God form to the extreme. Of course, Ma Chen is also looking forward to this and wants to see it. For Son Goku, he is currently reaching Super Saiyan 4 full power. And Vegeta, don't think that he must have reached this form by now. Therefore, the next step is to let the two of them continue to break through in this form, so that they can quickly reach the Super Saiyan 4 limit breakthrough form. That's the next step, for Son Goku and Vegeta. Chapter 73. Wait until the two of them have fully mastered the Super Saiyan 4 limit breakthrough, and then they will cultivate their bodies and brains. At that time, when it is almost time, you can master Super Saiyan 5 on the two of Son Goku and Vegeta. However, when he thought of this, Mo Chen suddenly thought of something again. One of the more important things. That is to go to the Temple of All Kings in time and space. When the time comes, you can start and let the GT universe be remembered by all the gods there little by little. Let them all know that before they know anything, there is already a universe that far surpasses them and leaves them completely behind. Just thinking about it, Mo Chen couldn't help but want to laugh, and he was looking forward to the arrival of that day even more. But for now, let's finish the battle between Vic and Son Gohan. Uncle Bike, next, I'll go all out. Son Gohan looked at Vic and said, his gaze fierce. Now he feels completely different from just now. Vic was also more combative at this time, and tried to carry out this final battle. Ha! Vic gathered his breath and suddenly 4 or 5 Vic came out. That's not all, and then more and more Vic appeared, completely surrounding Son Gohan. Here it comes, Gohan. Saying that, all of Vic attacked towards Son Gohan's position together. And Son Gohan just put on a posture and carefully observed all of Bike's actions. A few closer to him, Son Gohan flashed and hit the abdomen with 2 punches. Boom! Boom! With just 1 punch, these 2 doppelgangers couldn't withstand it and directly turned into smoke and disappeared. You can't underestimate this punch. Son Gohan's current strength is very strong. Even if it is just a punch that looks ordinary, it is definitely not easy to be hit. At this time, several more Bikakai rushed towards Sun Wuhan. Ha! Son Gohan reacted quickly, dodging a punch while jerking his leg and kicking it. Just kicked both big doppelgangers in one fell swoop. And he noticed something, did not turn his head, just raised his hand and hit behind him. Boom! Another doppelganger was easily solved by Son Gohan. Discovering what melee seemed to be starting to, the 5 bikes opted for ranged attacks. They kept a long distance from Son Gohan, raised their hands and catapulted energy at the same time. Attracted by the light, Son Gohan looked up, did not have the idea of dodging, but immediately punched it. Boom! 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 Accurately knocked those energy projectiles out, and just hit and solved several other big doppelgangers. Before those few Vic could gather their chi again, Son Gohan took the initiative to attack. Yikes! There was just a flash of light in front of them, and Son Gohan had already arrived in front of them. Ha! With both hands, a super aura suddenly erupted on his body, and these doppelgangers were solved in an instant. Then, Son Gohan turned around and looked at the many Vic doppelgangers. He also understood that going on like this was just consuming his breath and physical strength. These doppelgangers must be solved all at once, and they cannot be dragged on slowly. Thinking about it, Son Gohan clasped his hands and placed them on his waist. Hey! In the next second, with a roar, Son Gohan's body was covered in bright white chi. And in this arrogance, many energy projectiles were ejected outward. One after another, unable to stop at all. These energy bombs were hitting those Vic doppelgangers. Boom! 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 In this way, in less than half a minute, all the doppelgangers were solved. There is only one left in the air at the moment, and that is Vic himself. Uncle Bike, you have to fight me seriously. Son Gohan converged the diffused breath and looked at Vic and said. He thought that those doppelgangers just now were just a trick and could not hurt him at all. And how could this Vic not have imagined, since he knew that he was still scattered a doppelganger, isn't this not a serious fight? I see, Gohan. Just now it's my bad, then next. I'll do my best. As soon as the words fell, Vic, who was obviously a few meters away, suddenly disappeared. Then, he appeared above Son Gohan's head and slashed at him with a hand knife. And Son Gohan was not in a hurry, and immediately raised his arm to successfully block the attack. Then, the two of them punched each other almost at the same time. Bang! A muffled sound came out, and the collision of the fists of the two caused an extremely strong force, setting off a wave of chi and spreading outward. Fortunately, here is the cultivation house created by Mo Chen, and there is no need to worry about whether it will be destroyed or whatever. But if they are outside now, there is no doubt that they will definitely not be able to stand their level of fighting. With the punch colliding, the fighting spirit of the two did not decrease, but they were more prosperous. At the same time, it clenched its fists and exploded, and then turned higher in the air to collide. Bang! Boom! 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 For a while, muffled sounds continued to come out in the sky. The two of them were now extremely fast, and as far as the eye could see, there was a yellow-green point of light and a bright white point of light, where they kept colliding and separating, and then colliding again. However, due to the strong strength of the two, each collision has a very loud sound. There will also be a huge circle in the air, which looks shocking and gorgeous at the same time. Gohan in the mysterious form is really powerful. If it's just Super Saiyan form, it's absolutely impossible to fight Vic in full potential form to this extent. Looking up at the battle between the two in the sky, Mo Chen evaluated with a smile. As he expected, Son Gohan's current strength in mysterious form is like this. But as long as it continues to rise upward, it is definitely unimaginably powerful. And Bike, his strength will not be limited to this, he can also become stronger. Ha ha ha, yes, Lord Machan. Gohan, he is really powerful after he turns into this form. Sun Wukong laughed a few times, turned his head to look at Mo Chen and said. It can be seen that he is very excited now. Although there was no fight, watching Son Gohan fight with Vic also made him uncontrollably excited. Perhaps, this is because of being a Saiyan. Or maybe it's the unbearable excitement of being a martial artist when he sees a strong man. However, Vic he should not have exerted his full strength yet. Sun Wukong added, and his gaze also moved back to the two who were fighting in the sky.